Well, at this point in time, call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock on this sunny spring but cool Wednesday, April 9th. Calling to order the Board of Selectmen regular meeting. First item on the agenda is our first Selectmen report. I'd like to just start by indicating that the Board of Finance has put forth a proposed budget that will be delivered to the public or reviewed with the public for public input on April 24th at the preliminary budget meeting at 7:30, and at which point in time we would be looking for the public to review this, come with any questions, identify any concerns that you have, and we will have the department heads and others there who can answer questions should they arise. So we look forward to that. Just to give you a quick summary, the budget increase this year was 4.95%. We actually had a significant increase, or the mill rate actually went down by about almost 30%, by 29.61%. And
it went down, or it's proposed to be?
It's proposed to go down by about 30%.
So what would that make it?
That's the number that I think it's 32.68.
Thank you.
32.68.
Appreciate that.
Grand list actually increased significantly as well as a result. This is all primarily resulting from our recent revaluation. So if you have any questions along those lines, as I say, we will be having the preliminary budget meeting on the 24th, at which point in time we can get into more details and review it and take input and go from there.
And that'll be at the Center Gym.
And it will be held at the Center Gym, thank you. The recently renovated Center Gym. I also wanted to mention, because I've mentioned revaluation, the impact of revaluation is one that, a couple of things to keep in mind. We have no recourse in terms of revaluation when it happens and what it is all about. Every 5 years, the state mandates that we do revaluation. This is a redistribution of the tax. In other words, those homes that have increased in value are then taxed based on their new increase in value, and those that may have gone down or did not increase as much obviously have that type of an impact on it. This is not something that the town initiates. We coordinate it based on what the state outlines. We hire a consultant to do this, and they take the revaluations are done based on current market conditions, not on anything the town inputs on or anything along those lines. But as a result of that, there are instances where if values increase dramatically, that the taxes are increasing dramatically. So when you hear a budget increase of 4.95, next year, if you hear that same number, you'll know that your tax bill will be increased by that amount. This year, that's not the case, because it will be very much contingent upon what the revaluation impact is on your home as to what the tax amount will be. So it's just something that I want to make sure people consider. And if you have questions on that, please reach out to us or the assessor in terms as relates to that. But also related to that, I do want to make sure that our residents understand that there are tax programs specifically for veterans and for our elderly, for our seniors. And the senior tax programs are based on income. If you're not already in the program, it behooves you to take a look at it, because it could save as much as $1,400 off of your tax bill, depending on your income level. And particularly under these circumstances, I think it's very important. And we will be looking at those closely to see if there's anything more we can do on those. But as it stands right now, that's where we are. And I really stress that if there is an opportunity, if you're not already taking advantage of this, please take a look at these and see if you qualify. Wanted to also just remind everyone that Earth Day is this April 26th. Saturday, April 26th will be Earth Day. It was quite a success last year. It's one of the larger events we hold on the town green and all around the town center. And they're planning similar programs again this year. So it will be a very significant event with food trucks and with different entertainment. and all obviously centered on sustainability or themed around sustainability. And it is being put together by our sustainability committee. The POCD continues to go on. I will be sending a letter out after discussing it with the consultant and our building officer. I'm sorry, not our building officer, but Christine Sullivan. We will be looking to send a letter to the state asking for an extension, specifically, or indicating that we will be using an extension on this. We are working on it. We are getting closer to completion, but we do want to make sure we have the appropriate amount of time and the required amount of time for when it comes to us, being the Board of Selectmen. We have the 65 days that are allowed. It is something that I would like to see us hold a public hearing on. So we want to make sure we have the time that's necessary to get that done. So to make sure we are able to do that, we will be obviously putting in an extension. So, and that'll do it for my report right now. Our next item on the agenda is our Woodbridge Board of Education Superintendent, Vanda Tenza.
Mika, can I ask you a quick question while Vonda's
Sure.
approaching? Dates for the POCD, if we're having a public hearing and we have to notice it and all that, do we have a sense of when the date for the public hearing might fall? May or?
It'll probably be, it will be in May, probably middle to late May, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here, always nice to be here. So I always start with enrollment. First Selectman had mentioned that we received an updated enrollment projection from a different company. In addition to our NESDEC and Peter Prouder projections, we received that this afternoon. I did promptly forward it along to our BUBIT committee as well as our town leadership to review. I just quickly scanned it. I'm going to analyze it more carefully this weekend. So our current enrollment is 878 as of April 1st. We produce an enrollment report the first of every month. In terms of building and grounds, I know I mentioned it the last time I was here. Things are definitely happening. Guerra construction is back, digging and moving and repaving and rebuilding some of our drainage areas that were compromised by maybe poor structure or time. And we've had a lot of rain to help them see where they need to spend their attention. So that's been actually very helpful. So they continue to work, and we are very hopeful that over April break, we will, thanks to the support of the town, have some of our playground resurfacing done with some poured rubber. And, your capital support of our capital funds will allow us to have an all-inclusive piece of playground equipment for some of our learners. So we're very excited about that. In terms of teaching and learning, April is very important. April into May is when we really start to make sure that our students are ready for their statewide assessments and all of the benchmark assessments that tend to show strong growth and performance of our children in this district. So this is kind of like the ramp up to our assessment period, and it is an important time for learning. We had a very nice math community forum last week where members of the, Beecher Road community were invited in to see our math resources, to learn how we differentiate instruction, to learn a little bit more about, homework and math, math talk, productive math talk. And it was well attended, and our math specialists were thrilled. Sometimes it always feels like it's all about literacy. And so to have it all about math was wonderful. Kindergarten registration has begun. We are online this year. We're really excited about that. Parents can complete all of the process pieces online. If they have any questions, they can call us. They don't seem to be having a lot of problem because the registrations are pouring in. So that is great. May 6th at 4 p.m., our prospective parents and new customers will come for a visit, and that's one of our favorite days. I would like to share, just because you work so hard to protect your town funds, we also do try to find other ways to fund things, and we had our tech group and our administrators secure a piece of, we call it the PEG-PISA grant. You might be familiar with it. It does fund some community technology, government programming, and also educational technology. PEG-PISA stands for Public Educational Governmental Programming and Educational Technology Investment. account. So, we had asked for, it's a competitive grant, a large amount. We received $12,000, which we will put towards some of our interactive boards. We have them in the classrooms, but we will now replace some of the ones in our specialist instruction areas. So I think it's nice for you to know that we are continuing to look at grants and trying to write them to help defray the costs that you support through our town budget. The board is progressing with their superintendent search. They're going to find somebody great. The position is posted, and I do believe that there will be a link open, I think, the 10th. Anybody in the community is welcome to fill it out and offer your feedback on what you're looking for your next superintendent, and I remain confident that this is truly a gem. Somebody wonderful is going to land here and feel very, very lucky and honored. So the link will be on our website. All information will be on our website. Please continue to offer your thoughts. The budget, you touched on that. We are waiting for the preliminary budget hearing and then the town meeting in May. And, we were asked by the Board of Finance to make a reduction of about $166,000. We were able to pinpoint some areas to sustain those reductions through some insurance renegotiations with companies and things like that. So we feel prepared for that discussion. And in terms of our space needs, our BUBIC continues to meet basically every other week. It's a busy committee. It has public comment, so anybody is welcome to join and offer their thoughts. I do believe that Antonazzi and Associates is getting closer and closer to shaping some final recommendations that have some price tags attached. So I know everybody's ears are going to prick up at that point, and that's okay. That's all I have. If there's any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have two questions.
Sure.
Will you be participating in the superintendent candidate selection
That
process?
is not common practice.
Okay.
Nope.
Thank you. And then with reference to the construction work that's picked back up, I recall perhaps over the winter discussing the desire or plan to transplant trees that were growing on the sides of the property, to replace some of the shade trees that were taken down. Mm-hmm. Has that occurred?
That part has not started yet.
Okay.
Any of the planting has not started at all.
So will that be in the fall then, I anticipate?
I mean, we will certainly talk with
Because it
our.
shouldn't be during the growing season.
No,
if
we're
you're
aware of that.
Okay.
We will talk with them, but we
Yeah.
weren't even expecting that to happen right now.
Okay. I still do have concerns about that process, about the longevity of the trees. So if there's an opportunity to discuss how to best practices for that.
Yes, and in light of all the projects, it would probably have to take another sort of global look at the entire property and the plan before we would, move anything or disrupt anything. So I think that would be a more in-depth conversation when that time comes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Glenda.
You're welcome.
I was going to ask you a little bit about the enrollment projection, but I think I understand it's with the committee, now, the building committee, and then
We just got it a couple hours
It's
ago.
literally, I just forwarded it.
Yeah,
hot off the presses.
yeah.
So you're not going to characterize it tonight? But
Characterize it.
in
No,
terms of,
I mean, I know I haven't had time to look at it.
I don't think it's I think it speaks for itself. We were asked to join in the town and share the funding of an additional enrollment study, so we did that. That really is in the BUBIC's hands. I will say at first blush, I think it is very close to Peter Prouda's projections. It might be slightly under, but I do think it mirrored those. But again, I can't really operationalize it. I haven't
There
looked
was
at
nothing
it
in there that I
closely.
saw, and I did the same thing you did, Vonda. I just looked at it very quickly. There was nothing in there that caused any significant deal of concern.
Nope, it was like a reaffirmation, in my
Yep.
opinion.
that sounds good. So just in terms of the process, though, it's with the building committee and the Board of Selectmen will receive a presentation, or what's the next step for that material?
For that material, well, I think that
I didn't think it was a presentation, personally. I think it was just
Yeah.
an additional confirming documentation piece.
I think
That'll-
it informs the square footage that the architects are working with when, redesigning the educational spaces. So we were, thank you. So we were looking for that information to help confirm what we know
Or negate.
potentially change what we know
It
so
did
that
not
we were
negate.
more confident with the square footage that we were working with. And then once those designs, once the building committee looks at some of those designs, we send some of those for cost estimation. That will be the next tri-board meeting, that there will be a presentation.
Okay, and in terms of the enrollment, I know the Plan of Conservation and Development was waiting for numbers. Maybe they're going ahead with the existing reports, or would this be contributed to the POCD?
I know that we can contribute it to the POCD now that we have it. We weren't sure we were going to get it. They actually expedited
They
it, so
really
we didn't
worked hard
expect to have it, so
to
we
get
weren't
it
sure
done.
we would have it for the POCD. Now that we do, yes, of course, it would.
It's
it
not
would-
that different. Honestly, I think it's 18
Yeah.
children different. It confirms what we have, which is great.
Agreed.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome. Those were a lot of
Thank
initials,
you.
Sheila, that I did not know. All set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
great night, everybody.
You too.
A short one, hopefully.
Good luck.
However unlikely
Next item
that
on
may
the
be.
agenda is for us to adopt the state affirmation. These are the annually signed affirmations and are required by the state. And what we do is we take a vote here at the Board of Selectmen, authorizing me to sign these affirmations as relates to the ADA compliance and affirmative action and fair housing and a conflict of interest in compliance with Title IX Civil Rights Act. So do I have a motion to adopt?
I'll make the motion to adopt and authorize the first selectman to sign the following state affirmations for the year 2025. I'm going to go through them all, if that's all right.
Please.
One shot. The ADA municipal grievance procedure, the ADA notice, affirmative action policy statement, compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, conflict of interest policy, fair housing policy statement, and the fair housing resolution.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Is there any questions?
Can I ask a question? When we say annual and we say 2025, is that our fiscal year that starts in July, or the one that starts in January, or?
The state requires them to be adopted every April.
April through.
We did it last April.
We did, yes.
Don't know why.
That answers that. Thank you. Remember for me.
Any other questions? Comments?
Seems-
All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is a motion to call for the annual town meeting and to include as A, the land lease option and lease agreement between the town and Green Skies Clean Energy LLC for construction of an approximately 1 megabit solar panel facility at the town's former landfill located at 85 Acorn Hill Extension. Green Skies is here, in case there was any questions. I know I just want to make sure I'm saying that, just to be absolutely sure. I see Ryan.
Is that who that is?
And,
Yes, that's who it is.
Okay.
And you guys voted last meeting to put this
Yeah.
meeting, in, but they came in just in case. so-
Okay, thank you.
So in case there were any additional questions, Green Skies is here just to review that. They'll also be available at the annual town meeting to present to the residents, should there be any questions at that time as well.
So we need to second the motion.
Yeah.
Is
Want me
there,
to- I can read the motion in full.
Okay.
Please.
So I'll make the motion that in accordance with the Charter of the Town of Woodbridge, Article 3, Section 3-2, the Board of Selectmen hereby votes to notify all electors and citizens qualified to vote in a town meeting of the Town of Woodbridge that the annual meeting will be held on Monday, May 20. Yes. Is it, May 19th, thank you. Monday, May 19th, 2025, at 7:30 PM in the Center Gymnasium. We are still staying there, yes. Center Gymnasium. And we moved it last year. 4 Meeting House Lane. 1, to act on the fiscal year 2026 budget as recommended by the Board of Finance. And 2, to consider and act on the land lease option and lease agreement between the town and Green Skies Clean Energy LLC for construction of an approximately 1 megawatt solar panel facility on the town's former landfill located at 85 Acorn Hill Road Extension.
is there a second?
Second.
Questions? Comments?
I had a question about one of the attachments, but I don't know if that's, I guess that's under this general
If it's related to the,
resolution, yeah. So the one that's labeled tariff agreement, and the date on that is May 28, 2024. Is that correct, or should it be 2025?
Which one are you, again?
The one that starts BM47259 NRES
Got it.
tariff. I wasn't sure if it's something that exists or whether it's prospective, assuming we pass it at the annual town meeting, and then it would probably be 2025.
Ryan, are the folks from Green Skies, are you able to address that question? Did you hear it, first of all? And can you guys hear us? And somebody say something so we know we can hear you. All right. Doesn't look like that's working.
So I know that there's typically enrollment periods for the solar power, so it could be, I mean, I think that would have been a little early to apply, but I know that there are various enrollment periods. So.
It's also not signed. So are we going to retroactive to May of 2024?
I think it would have to be May of '25.
I think that's my
I would think
guess.
so too.
Yeah.
That's my guess,
So-
but I'm not going to guess with a legal document, that's for sure.
See if we can get them on.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem correct to me as well, Sheila. I know Attorney Lamonti from my office has been very
Looks like it
much
might be
ingrained
muted
in this.
down below.
But if we could get any input from Green Skies, that might be helpful.
Can you guys hear us at this point?
Yes.
Okay. What we were asking is on the, there's a document, specifically there it is here, the NRES tariff agreement, and it's dated May 2024. Is that something that's already been put in place? Because it's not signed, or is that really supposed to be this year? I know we started this last year, but,
Yeah, this is Ryan Linares with Green Skies. I can speak to that. We submitted the NRES tariff agreement in, I believe it was the spring of last year.
right.
And we received an award for that. So we were all set on that front. The contract is signed with the utility.
But it says,
We don't
it says
have a
it's,
signed copy.
and it does say, Ryan, on here that it's an agreement by and between UI and the town of Woodbridge. On the tariff, this is for the tariff agreement from the non-residential renewable energy from the NRES.
Yes, that is correct. Because it is Woodbridge property, there is a United Illuminating meter that has to be installed by and paid for by Green Skies, assuming the project moves ahead. And that's why the tariff agreement technically needs to be with the town, and Green Skies is just the developer.
So we have to sign this going forward, I understand, based on what you're saying. And I guess what I'm asking is the date on it of May 28th, 2024, the correct date? In other words, since it was last spring that we were talking about this, is that the date of the agreement, and that's what we signed?
Yes, that was the date of the agreement, and when Green Skies, Woodbridge, and United Illuminating signed that agreement, obviously the basis of the agreement though is the lease.
Right.
We Green Skies can't do anything, on property without the lease agreement, which is the document that has not been signed at this time.
So, understanding what you're saying, this has already been signed.
Yes, that's correct.
Got it. And this is just a copy of it.
Yes.
And this was part of the application process, if you will.
Correct. Yep.
So if that's the case, maybe the signed copy can be the materials that go to the town meeting, just to not
Yes.
introduce this as a
Understand.
question.
Agreed.
On that, I'm switching them right now. I just,
Great.
I want copy of this one.
That'll avoid any confusion.
Mika, can I ask an unrelated question while we're discussing this motion?
Sure.
Does this prevent us, should we want to discuss other topics at this annual meeting? Are we able to call for that, amend the motion or add to that if the need arises?
We would,
Sorry, Andrea, can you, what,
Like, let's say we want to discuss something else at the town meeting in addition to this Green Skies agreement or the budget,
just a discussion?
or a voting.
So there's
Or
a
a
mechanism
referendum.
to propose a question to the voters to then vote on. And as part of that, there can obviously be a motion and then discussion afterwards. So that is something that, yes, the law allows for. I'm not sure that at this point, if we're intending to do that for the May meeting, I mean, there's obviously notice and timing requirements that we need to notify what's on the agenda and all that, so we're getting very close to that.
Is that 30 days? What, or could you just
Um,
clarify?
Let me confirm that, and I
Thank
can
you. I appreciate it.
respond on that.
So I just had one other question, if you were done.
Yeah, thank you.
With regard to the solar lease, is there explanatory text that will be incorporated to just inform people who are going to attend the meeting? And do we have to vote on the explanatory text, or does that come later in our process, maybe?
we don't have the specific explanatory text as it stands right now, so yes, it would come later in the process, and that is not an issue, and I'll turn to the folks at Green Skies just to confirm that that's not an issue. Ryan?
Can you repeat what the,
What we would like and need, what we will need for the annual meeting is an explanation as to what we're doing in text so that the residents are aware of what's happening and they can read about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
no problem.
I know we
Yeah,
talked
we
about
can provide
that.
That's fine.
Yep, okay,
In advance of the meeting?
yes.
So does the Board of Selectmen review that and vote on it? We'll have time at our next meeting to do that? Or
To vote on the information
explanatory
packet
text?
for the community?
Well, if it's explanatory text, it's very specific to, it goes on that document that goes out and gets mailed out, I think.
No, not necessarily.
So we'll just be what
Tony, I'm
we
gonna-
see.
I haven't been through the,
We usually don't
yeah,
have explanatory text.
Can you speak into the mics?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. We usually don't have explanatory text that I can recall on the call that we mail. I mean, maybe it has a little description, but
Yeah,
they
I'm
won't
just,
have,
I just want to make sure that people, when they see it, don't become alarmed and think that there's something happening here that they don't understand. All these documents that are in our packet become available if anyone wants to find out more before they get to the meeting, right? They're going to be posted, is that right?
I would hope the public comes informed about something they're voting on, right?
additionally, all the information will be certainly on the website as is the information, and there will be information sent out. I'll make sure that obviously I put it in any newsletter or any information that I send out to explain to people that this is something that's happening and, that's coming now.
Yeah.
So yes, that's the intent. I do plan to have that in terms of our communication. We'll also put it on newsletters, on our website and things of that nature. So if people are interested in finding more information out about it, they have a place to go, much the same as what we're doing with the country club and other items that have come up.
We'll put it on the call, like Karen said, we can put to visit the website, but just like we put public documents for public hearings on the website,
Right.
it's the same thing, so.
Yep.
we
So
have
there
a
will be
process for that.
availability of
It'll be-
information so that people can,
Yeah,
and what we can do is reference it since it's on the agenda. As Tony said, we'll put a blurb, for lack of a better way to put it, in there so that people understand what it's about and where they can get additional information.
Great, thank you.
Welcome. Additional questions? We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Motion carries. And Nick, you're going to find out in regards to any additions that we may want to make between now and then, what the process and/or timeframes would be associated with that, correct?
Yes, I will, and if we want to pursue adding something else, I'd need to know really what that is. Like, what are we trying to get the residents to vote on? And then I can do that analysis. But I did just double check in terms of timing. If we wanted to change this town meeting that's occurring in May and add something to the agenda, we do have time. Technically, our charter requires it be at least a week before the meeting. I don't recommend that. I recommend, obviously, as much notice as we can. So if there is any interest in putting anything else on, we should do that as soon as
Certainly.
possible.
Additionally, my
Thank you.
sense is that there will be an opportunity for a special meeting, special town meeting coming up, as there are items that I feel it will be brought to the Board of Selectmen that may require a special town meeting as we go forward. So there will be that to follow as well.
And Mika, if I could just use this opportunity to clarify something about the annual town meeting versus special town meetings. So at our last board meeting, we talked a little bit about what the quorum requirements are for purposes of an annual town meeting, and since we're adding this solar lease onto this same meeting, what the quorum requirements for that action is. Are they the same? Are they different? And what are the implications? So just so that we're all clear, our charter is unique in that it requires for the annual town budget meeting, for this item alone, the budget, in order to open up the annual town meeting for potential amendments from the floor, there has to be a quorum of at least 250 qualified voters. 250 for the budget. If, and this is another key provision, limited to purposes of the budget approval. If the two, and many of us know this already, and this is historically how it has gone, if a quorum of 250 is not reached, then typically the town will still give a presentation about what the budget is, but effectively the town meeting has automatically approved that budget submission, which then goes to the Board of Finance for final ratification and actually setting the mill rate. Now, different story for the lease, because the lease obviously is not the budget, so it triggers a different section of the charter when we can bring other actions, like the approval of a lease, which is separately requires town meeting approval. For things like that, the charter requires a quorum of 100 qualified voters to be present to take action on that item at the town meeting. And here's the difference. If 100 is not reached for this purpose, there is no automatic approval. It fails. That's not to say that we can't schedule a follow-up special town meeting to again reconsider if a quorum of 100 is not met. But that's the end result. If we don't have at least 100 qualified voters at this town meeting, we're not going to be able to take action on this lease.
And that's at the annual town meeting, not special.
That's special.
That's special?
This
Or-
is-
No,
so-
he's saying,
I'm saying this is happening
yeah,
for ease of understanding. This is happening at the annual town meeting.
correct.
But the section of the charter that applies for purposes of approving this lease is something different. It's this 100, and there's no automatic approval. So the point is, if we don't reach a quorum for purposes of the budget still gets approved. If we don't reach a quorum for purposes of this lease, it is not approved.
Understood.
Nick, can you, so we had, when we approved the bond for the school roof and the grounds, we met, both the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance met in the school. We did not have 100 people there. We did not have a quorum, but we moved that forward. After we gave the presentation, there wasn't a quorum, there wasn't a vote, but we still moved that forward. This is a different issue, it's not a bonding issue, but I guess I want to understand now that we're getting into it, how those things might be different, or what other things we might face. I don't know that anything else is going to come up at the annual meeting as a special meeting, but that one didn't require, or the bonding didn't fail because there weren't 100 people, we moved it forward.
I haven't studied how bonding is addressed in the specifics of the charter. It may very well fall under the provisions relating to the budget
Finance.
still, and that's how that went forward. But this is, sure, it's fiscally related to the town's business, obviously, because of the lease terms, but it's the action that the town meeting would actually be taking here is to satisfy the requirement of the charter that says when the town is looking to lease town property, you need authorization from the town meeting. And since that would take a special town meeting to do, even though we're still calling May 19th the annual town, we're not calling it Part 1 annual town meeting, Part 2 special town meeting, but effectively under the law, that's what's happening.
Yeah. So if this were its own special meeting, you'd need 100 people there. You need to have a quorum for it to move
Exactly.
forward. So, and if you didn't have 100 people show up to just this issue, it wouldn't move
Move on.
forward.
Correct.
Can I suggest we put that first on the agenda?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Top of the
say,
agenda, before people walk out,
yeah, because, I mean, if you remember what happened in 2009, we had a lot of people there for the country club vote when we originally purchased it, and then everyone left, and we did not have the quorum
Yeah.
for the budget, which was
Great
fine,
point, yeah.
but it was the budget, and if we're trying to do it the other way around. So maybe this should be the first item on the agenda.
Well, it's listed as 1 and 2 in here. I don't know if that's meant to be the agenda order, because the agenda is going to have a presentation and such, but.
Do we specify that here? Do we have to specify that here?
Wait, say that one more time for me.
So the idea is that perhaps we should have the lease question come up first. In this motion, we have it listed as 1 and 2. First, number 1, the budget. Number 2, the lease. If we want to make sure I don't know that this dictates.
You're asking if the way the motion is written, if that
It
dictates
impacts-
the order for the meeting.
Right.
I doubt it.
I mean,
I doubt it too.
I don't-
The
Yeah.
agenda hasn't
Well,
been filed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it does. I mean,
I wouldn't.
if this board has, certain feelings, how they want the agenda represented, I think, you could speak to that. But the way the motion's been framed so far, I don't think that ties our hands.
But at some point, we'd have to
We'll make an
set
agenda.
1 and 2, right?
Right.
Yeah, so maybe,
just for sake of being thorough about our charter pertaining to budget and our annual town meeting. If I am correct in my understanding, in the 90s, in 1996, under Nan Birdwhistle's first selectmanship, a petition was filed to ask for a referendum, to call for a referendum on the budget, for a simple yes or no ballot response vote. That was granted. I don't have the details, Nick, on if that petition contained 250 signatures or not. But that seems like another path forward, supported by our charter, for getting a vote on the budget, potentially. If you're willing, whether you report back to us or can speak to that now, if you're willing to clarify that potential, I would appreciate it.
So I will do what lawyers do best and say I'll get back to you on
I can
that.
tell you it's in the memo that I found from,
Can you forward me that?
yeah. Okay.
I
That
know
was
there's
My
regards
sense
provisions.
is,
That was regards to the budget.
my sense is that it does call for a meeting, and it calls for a quorum, which all.
Oh, yeah,
It's very specific in terms of that.
It's
So-
pursuant to section 3-2D of the charter and section 7-7 of the general statutes. But I'll send you the memo from who I assume was our attorney at the time.
Alice.
thank you.
Allison, yes.
I'd like
Alice
to.
Miskimen.
Alice Miskimen. Miskimen? Yeah.
So, the provision that you cite in the charter does allow, and this is typical for municipalities, a petition by a certain number of qualified residents that gets verified by the town clerk and the registrars. If it's in a proper form, then what our charter says is this petition can call a special town meeting. So, I mean, just hearing what I'm hearing, I'm not sure how that transpired in 1993, because like Mika's saying, I mean, it's very clear to me that the charter contemplates a very specific process for approving the budget, and I would be very hesitant and concerned if there's some thought that we can somehow sidestep that. So I'm happy to take a look at this petition and try to figure out what transpired, but
Yeah, I don't have the petition itself, I just have a memo correspondence, I just sent it to you.
okay,
Just curious. Thank you, Nick.
sure.
Additional comments, questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Ron, they can,
Oh, yes, Ryan,
thank you for
thank
calling
you,
in.
guys. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda. Keep it going, Nick.
Okay. So,
Next item for the folks listening is our town council report.
yes, and under my report, we see 110 Luciani Street. So, I don't know if it was the last meeting or maybe the meeting before, but a number of the residents and neighbors appeared before this board and made comment about the construction that has been occurring there for
Excavation.
excavation, correct. For new development for quite some time. There has been jackhammering basically going on, but at this point they've hit ledge and they've now applied and been granted by the fire marshal a permit for blasting. Legally, at this point, the developer is operating under a permit that's been granted by the zoning commission. In our legal parlance, we call it a special exception here. That gives them being the developer, the right to conduct excavation and grading, including blasting, until, but that permit expires May 1st.
Or, I'm not sure if it's May 1st. Okay.
Oh, maybe it's not May
Yeah,
1st.
it's in May.
Can I just clarify, because
I thought it was May 1st.
It may be.
originally
It may
you
be.
said it was
Okay.
permitted, the permit was granted by the fire marshal.
The blasting permit.
Okay, but you're now referencing the original permit for excavation, which was granted by TPZ.
Correct.
Okay.
So, the developer has the legal right, as things stand, to conduct blasting at the property. The fire marshal has reviewed the application. It meets his requirements. And he's put some conditions to try to mitigate any potential negative consequences from the blasting, namely that he's going to be present as much as possible. He's asking that they use half charges, things like that. But really, the fire marshal is the only one who has authority insofar as the potential blasting that's going to be happening. If this zoning authorization expires, whether it's May 1st or whenever in May, then the developer will need to reapply to the TPZ for a new special exception. That will require a public hearing and full consideration and vote by the TPZ. And at that point, the developer will have to advise TPZ what ongoing excavation and construction entails. Residents would have the opportunity to appear before TPZ, make comments, and then it would be up to TPZ to decide whether it approves the permit or denies it. If it approves it, it does have the option to put conditions on that approval that might be receptive to some of the comments that they may or may not hear from neighbors. So that's the general overview legally where that development stands and what authority, if any, the town has to guide the course of that at this point.
Nick, I just want to clarify, one of the words you're using is development, and it's truly a home. It's a home builder. So it's,
Okay.
just so there's no confusion as to what's actually being built. or what the
Single-family
plan is.
residential property.
Correct, it's correct.
Thank you.
Was that one or two houses?
I thought it was 2.
I think it's 2.
I think it was two.
Yeah.
That's what I remembered.
So, Nick, to address, understanding, there might be a limited window where the current permit is viable. One question I have is, can the town do anything to ensure, like as an added layer of checks and balances to appease the rightfully concerned neighbors? For example, have someone enforcing time of excavation, operating time. There was concern about proper fencing. My second question is, should the application be refiled, resubmitted for the special exception come May and not be granted? What does that mean for this site?
Okay. In response to the first question, there's very little that the town can do, if anything. It's a TPZ authority. So the conditions that you described, timing, how many trucks, how often, fencing, those are possible conditions that TPZ could put on if they were to approve the permit.
Okay.
A reapplication
But
of
they
the permit.
can't put them on an existing permit. It's too late for TPZ to do anything with respect to enforcement, oversight, checks and balances of the current agreement.
Yeah, at this point, it's too late. I mean, we're too close to May. There is ways to modify an approved special exception like we're dealing with here, but that takes the same steps it would take to initially get the approval. So what that means is if they wanted to modify the additional permit that's still in place until May, they would have to go before the TPZ, still have a public meeting, have public comment, and make that modification as if it's, following the same protocol as it would for approval of the original application. At this point, I don't think there's any way that would get in front of the TPZ in time, and it would, those terms would expire once the thing expires in May. So, how effective would that be?
Yeah, the reality is that it would have to follow the process. So being that we're in April, you can expect that there will be a couple of months before, because it's a public hearing. The application has to come in, and then they have to schedule a public hearing. At minimum, it would be 2 months before.
So there would be a break
Yes.
in the disruption for at a minimum 2 months.
Once the permit expires, they can't do any more work
Yeah, they stopped.
until they get a new permit.
Okay, and let's say they don't get a new permit, because I'm sure our public
It's-
will provide meaningful comment that I hope TPZ will listen to. So what happens to the site?
They can't continue to develop.
But like,
Well,
what happens? It's just a pit?
Well,
That's
It's
the concern. Yes.
double-edged sword.
That could happen,
Well, what a situation.
correct.
I don't like hearing that there's no formal,
Well, there is a TPZ formal
Yeah.
process in order
but
to make
it's not
sure.
work,
Well,
it's
just to be
proving
clear, we do have a
insufficient.
building official. They, anybody who gets a building permit, like they get checked up on, they have to be evaluated. So it's not just in the board's purview. The permit was issued, and now that permit is valid for what it's valid for. But our building official, my understanding, has been checking in on this regularly. The challenges have been, as we've heard, I think previously, if they're in violation on a weekend, well, they might not be able to be in touch with someone who can then stop it on that weekend. And that's the sort of unfortunate part. And that sort of information can then lead to maybe a follow-up permit not being allowed. To
Sure.
say, we have these reports, we have these documentations, we have this public comment to say, you know what, this is not going to go forward if they haven't met there. So it is very difficult right now, as we heard from all the residents who spoke up. It's concerning to all of us, and I think,
Sure.
but I just wanted to be clear that it's not just in the TPZ, boards. We do have our building officials who I think have heard quite a lot about this over the months, of recent months.
Okay,
And
so,
then the other concern is the time. It's taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
Because he has to dispose of the material that he's creating, and that's taking him a lot of time. So it will be up to TPZ. They will review it. They're very sensitive to this. They have called this builder, in this landowner, in front of them a number of times because of the issues that have been brought up by the public. So it's not as if it's not a rubber stamp type thing, and I don't think they're going to do what they do. They're going to do what they do. It's not something that they take charge from us, and they don't need to. They're an entity that's their charge.
and is there an open line of communication between the residents who are there on the weekends, early mornings and nights, to report to the building inspector or TPZ, whoever it may be?
It would be what you would expect. Obviously, nobody's here during
I'm saying,
non-business hours.
let's
but-
say it's a Saturday and they can't call the building inspector to come down and formally document the breach of contract or whatever it might be.
They can
Where
report the
can they
incident.
report it?
They can report the incident to Chris. They would report the instance of a non-compliance
Okay.
to Chris, who would then bring it to the TPZ, and they have a course of action they can take in terms of how they react to that and what they can do about that. But what we wanted to do, based on the fact that we had Rosalie and some others come in last time that we met, we wanted to take a look to see exactly where we were with this, and that's what we're providing at this point in time. So I believe the builder at this point in time is either got to finish between now and May, as far as that portion is concerned. Keeping in mind that he still has not taken out a building permit. This is an excavation, this is a site
Yeah,
preparation.
And that's why I was confused about the building inspector. So building inspector
building
is
official.
responsible
Official,
for,
building official, not, the
But that-
building inspector is specific to after he gets a building permit.
so excavation falls within the purview of the building official?
Through Chris, because she's a conduit to TPZ. Correct.
Is there a scenario, Nick, where should TPZ reapprove the next application, that they integrate into, I don't know, it's a contract, right? Between the, I don't know.
The permit.
It's a
The
permit.
permit, that if it's not done by X date, they have to do X, Y, and Z site cleanup and move on from this? Can that type of language be integrated into the permit?
Timing specifically?
Yeah, like if you were to enter a contract, you would have the project needs to be done by X date. Can something, and then if not, X, Y, and Z recourse shall follow. Is there a path forward in a permitting process to integrate that type of language?
Yeah, I think again that would be I keep saying the word condition of the TPZ's approval
Yeah,
that
so, okay.
X, Y, and Z must be satisfied, and if it's not, you don't get your permit anymore.
Well, understandable, but could it also be if it's not, you don't, A, get your permit, and B, you have to clean up to X, Y, and Z standards?
That may be going beyond the
Okay.
Yeah,
TPZ.
well, I
They
do
have,
think-
they have
yeah.
criteria they have to follow
Yeah.
now. Public Works has also been there inspecting. Public Works has also been overseeing this to make sure that they're not allowing silt into our drains and things of that nature. So there's still criteria that is being followed. And
Yeah.
And I've contacted Public Works, I've contacted those who have any jurisdiction, Fire Marshal, the TPZ through Chris, and Warren. and asked in each case. And their position has been that we're on top of them in terms of making sure that they're doing what the permit allows them to do. But the key here is that the permit allows them to do it. And now that we're moving into another new area new permit, at this point, there will be a public hearing. The public will be able to speak in terms of what they want to say, and TPZ can consider those, and they will.
I understand. My question was specific to, should TPZ cease a future permit or not issue a second permit? Can they require this excavator to clean up the site to certain standards?
TPZ can.
Okay. Thank you.
We could look at other means by which that can be
Right.
done. Can it be considered blight? Can it be, there's other
Yeah,
things that
okay.
we can do to take a
That's
look
what
to
I
see
wanted to hear.
what we can do to correct, but that's not a TPZ
Okay. Thank you.
decision.
That would be Board of Selectmen? That blight ordinances are, or for an example,
It would be
Light officer.
police and the blight officer and zoning or any types of things that Chris can do from that perspective.
okay. Well, you just said it wouldn't be TPZ, but we can cross that bridge if and when we get there.
Chris is also more than just a TPZ officer.
Okay, thank you.
So. Any other questions or comments on this? Make no mistake, this is something that's of great concern.
I mean, I wonder what recourse can follow to alleviate the burden. I mean, one resident said they're considering leaving the town. Like, where are our priorities? There was public health concern. Is there some recourse we can take to make it better for them in some way? A tax break, something, because that's a poor quality of life for them, relatively speaking.
I couldn't agree more. I don't know that money would satisfy me, but.
Me either.
I understand what
I'm
you're saying.
just-
And that's certainly something that I'm very hopeful. And let's write to TPZ, let them know.
Okay.
But I can tell you, it's been communicated that it should be looked at very carefully and considered very carefully. All right,
Thanks.
next
Nick.
item on the agenda. Thanks, Nick.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda, got about 2 minutes before the public hearing, but we'll go into the public hearing to receive comments regarding a proposal for a new ordinance under Part 1, Administrative Ordinances, Chapter 75, Municipal Agencies to be listed as Article 17, Establishing the Housing Commission. So,
Good evening. I'm Amy Morella. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the draft ordinance for the Housing Commission. Before I get started, I should probably warn you, one of my jobs in the past when the Office of General Counsel was for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, where my job was to help people write regs. So I took my Sharpie to this and thought about it in the way I would at EPA to make sure that the language was clear and the purposes were clear. So to start off, I would ask that you follow along as a Board of Selectmen. I'm going to go through each provision, and I'd also say that I have written comments which I'll give afterwards so that they can be included in the record. So first of all, the statement of purpose, I believe, includes several flaws. The commission is charged with, quote, exploring, initiating, and developing advice. And I would ask, shouldn't it be sufficient to offer advice? By distinguishing 3 tasks, the ordinance would require the commission to report on all 3 tasks to the Board of Selectmen and Town Plan and Zoning Commission on an annual basis per paragraph H. And I really don't know what initiating advice is anyway. So my suggestion there is to simplify the language. Second, the purpose assumes that our community is insufficiently, quote, diverse and inclusive, end quote, without any data to back up such an assumption. Moreover, since the ordinance is meant to last over time, a time-bound assertion of fact is inappropriate. Instead, I suggest that the ordinance set a timeless goal, specifically, quote, ways to offer housing opportunity for people at all levels of income and stages of life, end quote. Third, the purpose and other parts of the draft ordinance confuse two separate concepts. The concept of, quote, providing housing opportunity, end quote, focuses on zoning, as I understand it, which is the role of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, while the concept of, quote, providing housing, end quote, seems to include the possibility of direct action by the town, which is the role of the Board of Selectmen and the town meeting, through the lease or sale of land, the creation of a housing authority, or other means. If the Housing Commission is supposed to provide advice on both types of action, then the ordinance should be clear. With respect to the Commission's powers and duties, paragraph A is poorly drafted. First of all, the term, quote, more diverse and affordable housing, end quote, lacks definition. What is meant by diverse? Is this meant to include a type of housing that doesn't exist currently? And if so, what does the Board of Selectmen have in mind? The term affordable housing should be linked to the state definition of affordable housing, or if something broader is meant, then the Board of Selectmen should define the term. Next, the term community leaders is woefully vague. Does it consist of members of boards and commissions, certain lay people, the Board of Selectmen, or whomever the Housing Commission chooses? I suggest that the term be dropped entirely. Instead, please make the effort to list other groups with which the Housing Commission should confer. At a minimum, that list should include the Conservation Commission, in my view. Both the Affordable Housing Plan and the Open Space Plan inform the TPZ's efforts to maintain the town's plan of conservation and development, so it is important for the Housing and Conservation Commissions to confer. Paragraph B, under powers and duties, is also unduly vague. How is the commission supposed to, quote, assess housing needs, end quote? Our current housing plan suffers from flawed data, outdated data, and insufficient Woodbridge-specific data. The Board of Selectmen needs to give the Housing Commission some direction regarding the assessment process in order to ensure the accuracy of the assessment. Similarly, what kind of, quote, barriers, end quote, is the commission supposed to identify? Should they focus on zoning regulations or something else? Paragraph C refers to a, quote, housing plan, while paragraph D refers to an affordable housing plan. What's the difference? Do we have the latter plan, but not yet the former plan? The latter plan being the affordable housing plan, which I believe is a reference to the 2022 document. But I don't know what the housing plan in paragraph C refers to. Need there be a difference, or could one plan suffice in complying with all relevant law? Some clarity is needed here so the commission and the public will understand whether it is charged with drafting one or two plans. Paragraphs C and D also failed to state clearly the commission's responsibilities. With respect to C, the current language allows the commission to, quote, prepare and maintain, end quote, a housing plan, while paragraph D limits the commission to an advisory role as it, quote, recommends, end quote, plan changes to an entity not identified, but presumably the Board of Selectmen. The ordinance needs to make clear what is the Housing Commission's job and what responsibility falls to the Board of Selectmen. Paragraph E directs the Housing Commission to, quote, provide input on housing for the town's plan of conservation and development, end quote. I strongly object to paragraph E being included in this ordinance because there is no similar provision included in the existing ordinance for the Conservation Commission. The POCD in its very title is supposed to cover both conservation and development. So any ordinance directive regarding the POCD should be given to the Conservation Commission first, then to other commissions. I mean, you of course have the choice of just dropping this because I don't really understand how input would differ from simply providing the TPZ with a copy of the plans described in paragraphs C and D, or whatever's been going on with informal conversations or coordination of documents so far under the POCD process that's ongoing without a directive and an ordinance. But certainly, if you do want to include this, then I would urge you to put the same language into the Conservation Commission so that the ordinances are parallel in terms of their direction. Paragraph F offers a mouthful of undefined buzzwords calling for a quote, inclusive, end quote, planning process with, quote, meaningful opportunities, end quote, for resident participation. Given the shortcomings in the development of the 2022 Affordable Housing Plan, further specificity is necessary. The Housing Commission needs to be charged expressly with the task of seeking public input, listening to residents, not just holding a meeting or workshop and ignoring them, and accurately reflecting the comments received from the public in every report to the Board of Selectmen. At a minimum, the Commission should be directed to hold a public hearing or the equivalent of a public hearing. I would defer to your attorney as to what is the appropriate. But if you recall, back in 2022, there was going to be a public hearing, and all of a sudden we were told there wasn't going to be a public hearing. So what I'm looking for is the substance, not the title, where the penultimate draft, the almost final draft form, is shared with the public with ample time to review it and then come in and comment on it before the full commission. And then the commission would either adopt or respond in writing to all of the comments received from the public in the final version of the Affordable Housing Plan, which, under, as I understand it, the process, they then recommend to the Board of Selectmen. So that way the Board of Selectmen has the benefit of not only getting the recommended plan from the Housing Commission, but also has heard what the public has to say about it. That gives the Board of Selectmen the full latitude to make the final decision, as is their role per the law. Paragraph G should succinctly and clearly charge the Housing Commission with monitoring both federal and state legislative and regulatory developments. Currently, the language starts by referring to, quote, legislative developments, apparently at the state level, and then it broadens out to mention, quote, other state and federal housing laws and regulations, end quote. Further, the language should make clear that the Housing Commission's role is merely to flag changes in law or regulation, while it is the town council's role to interpret the changes and explain to both the Board of Selectmen and the Housing Commission how the changes impact Woodbridge. The section on funding is confusing. What type of housing, quote unquote, is to benefit from potential funding? Why is the Housing Commission, rather than the Finance Director, directed to assess and advise, quote unquote, the Board of Selectmen on, quote, the structure of funds and funding mechanism, end quote. There is nothing in the ordinance to suggest that the Housing Commission members will be selected based on their financial expertise. The concept of, quote, funds that may be established by the town to be held in trust, end quote, is so vague that perhaps it would be best to delete such a hypothetical altogether. If the town sets up a fund, then the Board of Selectmen can amend the ordinance. And finally, I offer something here, a somewhat unusual suggestion, but given the past history of the rushed affordable housing plan that, as I have in other contexts joined in Kathy Wick in critiquing, I would suggest that the ordinance direct the Housing Commission to conduct an annual review of the affordable housing plans of at least 5 other small towns. Towns of similar population size, for example, other members of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. The towns selected should vary over time. What I see as a benefit of doing this, it would ensure not only that the members are considering ideas that may not exist in the current affordable housing plan, but also that the Board of Selectmen would hear about them to the potential benefit of all of us in Woodbridge if we received on an annual basis a summary of 5 other towns and what they're doing, so you could pursue the benefit of multiple towns' ideas of best practices. Finally, I'd just like to note that Rob Rosasco submitted written comments. He was not able to attend due to childcare responsibilities. But in his 3-page submission, which I believe you received timely, Allison,
The selectmen already have it.
right, I just want to note that the second half of it covers the Housing Commission ordinance specifically. So in the context of this public hearing, I will save you reading it, but I hope that you all will take due note of it and read page 2 through to page 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? For those who might not have been here before, I'd just like to repeat that this is in accordance with Section 4-5B1 of the Charter of the Town of Woodbridge, and we have called to order the public hearing to receive comments regarding the proposed new ordinance establishing the Housing Commission. Legal notice was published in the New Haven Register on March 28th, 2025. And is there a motion to waive reading the legal language?
So
The legal
moved.
note? Second? Comments? All in favor? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? Please.
Public comment or the
Yeah.
public
I'm sorry,
hearing?
public, this
For
is
the
a
public
public
hearing.
hearing.
Public
Comment
hearing.
for the public, I'm sorry, comment for the public hearing.
This is about the housing commission ordinance. Sir,
Yeah,
regarding the housing commission ordinance.
no.
You just want to make public comment as a resident?
Yeah, I thought this
Okay.
was public
Oh,
comment.
Yeah, but-
we're almost there. You can be first. Hold on,
We're getting close.
Let's close the public hearing.
Is there anyone else here who would like to make comment as relates to the public hearing on the Housing Commission? Is there anyone else for public comments with regard to Housing Commission? I now declare this public hearing closed. Next item is for consideration. Sorry? Go on, Steve.
Well, we'll move to-
Is there a motion to adopt a new ordinance under Part 1 Administrative Ordinances, Chapter 75 Municipal Agencies, to be listed as Article 17, establishing the Housing Commission?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second? Discussion. David?
Yeah, in crafting this ordinance, it was interesting, I found the comment about checking with a lot of the other small towns, that's where the ordinance came from, pretty much. But I find the comments that we received to be really spot on about a lot of these things. I would say that, from my perspective, we have a functioning committee right now. Putting an ordinance in that could be better, I think, requires the time it takes to consider these things. I think that the points that were made, to me, were points I had not heard before, and they just seem to be very clarifying to the role of the commission, and that we ought to go back to the drawing board and consider them. That's just my viewpoint.
I echo that viewpoint wholeheartedly.
Was there anything that you would want to amend in this document? Like, is there a specific suggestion that you would want to amend? Because we could make an amendment to the motion.
No.
Well, David, I'd love to hear more about what resonated with you. Because I think we spent a good bit of time on this, looking at other ordinances, making sure this ordinance matches other ones, and I
It
appreciate
does
that.
match other ones, and they may have those same flaws.
Well, right.
I didn't hear anything that sounded like it was doing anything other than improving the charge and making it more clear and specific what the committee was going to do. And one of the huge flaws with the functioning committee was it just wandered, and it was making up things as it went along. Understandably, there was not a specific charge. I think the more specification makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of embarrassed that we didn't do a better job.
Well, I'm not embarrassed about this. I think there's always room for improvement and wordsmithing, but our ordinances don't typically have groups of definitions. They don't typically link to data. I appreciate the comments, but that's not typically what our ordinances do. Now, any document can be wordsmithed a little better, a little clearer. I fully hear that, and absolutely it could be made a little bit better, removing a few words, changing a few words, but
Steve, I disagree. I don't think that's wordsmithing when you clarify something that's going in your charter to be permanent and to be followed by future generations. I think that this can be a lot better, and I just heard it from someone whose job it is to make it better. And I recognize that this language follows what a lot of other towns have. Doesn't mean it's good, just means it follows what other people have. I don't think we intentionally made it vague, but it really could be dialed up quite a notch for our town. I think it should be. Demographically, we have the most educated town in this state. So our citizens are going to call us on things like this, and we should listen to them, because quite honestly, they're more educated in this realm than I am.
Specifically in terms of it being a general ordinance proposal for a commission, or specifically because it's related to the housing commission, if I might ask?
It's something that we're putting in the ordinance, and it could be better. I didn't hear anything that was said
Well, yeah,
that was negative toward it, other than let's not put together something that is less than specific.
well, I'll just say, we discussed about this being broad. And that was part of the purpose of this, and that often our ordinances are broad. And they're less specific intentionally to give the commission room to do the work that they need to do. So if we make an ordinance more specific, that narrows what they are able to do. So we modeled this based on not only our existing ordinances, but other existing ordinances, so that the commission can do the work that it needs to do.
Is there a happier medium that can be achieved of maintaining some level of broadness while also providing some clearer definitions? You had asked earlier what specific things resonated from that public comment. Frankly, for me, everything did, but to name a few, the lack of definitions of community leaders, the lack of definition of diverse housing or even affordable, which I think we even talked about in previous meetings.
But-
The lack of consistency of providing input to on the POCD that's not present in the Conservation Commission's charge. That's a big one for that I think is enough in and of itself to warrant further work.
So
I-
but they
I
do.
would suggest adding it to conservation, not subtracting
That's
it
fine.
from here.
And I understand that perspective. Last we spoke of this, I posed my concerns and issues with the terms of membership and wanting greater definition, limiting TPZ membership on housing and vice versa. It was discussed, well, maybe we should amend that in TPZ's ordinance or charge. I feel uncomfortable just voting on something with an assumption that other work will be done. Without some formal commitment or step towards doing that other work. I can't trust, not that I don't trust intention, but I can't trust that that will get done.
Well, we did discuss that, no, sorry. I
No,
didn't
you're
to
fine.
interrupt. We did discuss that, but some of that does require opening up the charter, which we did include in next year's budget. The services to do that. And so, the question became, do we wait for that entire charter to be revised to do this? Or we know that we did extend the committee's charge until such time as we approved this commission, and then we're able to put members on this commission and dissolve that committee and move on with this commission. So I think we had decided it was more in the best interest of the town to put this forward before that process of formal charter revision had occurred. But to speak to that, we did add in the budget the legal advice for that full charter revision we wanted some assurance that work
But
was
that
going to be
doesn't
moving forward.
specify. I hear and understand that and see that perspective, and I'm not satisfied because that doesn't specify the charter revisions. It's just that we will make revisions. There's a lot that need to be considered in the charter for updating, but it doesn't hold us accountable for making those specific changes, and that's what I'm uncomfortable with.
So you don't want so you wouldn't want the commission to go forward at all until we did a complete revision of the charter?
That's not necessarily what I'm saying.
Okay.
Or advocating for. I do believe that, and I've said this all along, even in other contexts, that though I know a lot of time has been put into this, that we should not sacrifice quality to check, to move things along. And though this has some substantive quality, there are clear areas for improvement. And so, even another example that comes to mind that I'll echo that was stated previously is explicitly saying it's the town council's role to interpret the laws and regulations and general statutes.
But there's nothing here that says that we're looking to have them interpret the laws. Also, there was a comment made, as part of the comment was made, is that we want to define, for example, more affordable, what affordable means by the state statute. Well, affordable can mean things other than what the state statute states. Affordable can be just a house that's cheaper than other houses that are there.
Then that should
don't
be
necessarily,
stated.
or you just say affordable because it takes it all in. Why wouldn't you just keep it? Why wouldn't you keep it where you can, where it can qualify more of what actually exists, rather than defining it to the point where you may not be able to act on something because you've defined it to that point. And that doesn't make sense, particularly when you're talking about something like affordable housing. So from that perspective, you keep it small a, you keep it broad, and you're able to do more from that perspective, and that's the area where they're specifically engaged in. So that's just one area. Now, David's point is well taken. Anything can be improved, and I feel like, okay, if we can take a look at this, the input that was made was reasonable input. There's some things there that were said that I say, okay, that's worth considering, or something along those lines. But
Mika, I'm not objecting to this. I was helping you try to write the thing, but I think we did try, because some of the specific things in other towns were toward affordable housing specifically. We didn't want that. We wanted more,
Correct.
We wanted housing. That's where we kind of stubbed our toe, because the language goes a little bit back and forth. We do have our capital A affordable housing plan, which is a separate piece from general housing that includes all that. If we can wordsmith it to make it better, I think we owe that to the town. At a minimum, there's some things that could just be removed, and and we could vote. But I'd feel like we were doing a disservice, because some of these things have been brought up, and we could do it better. We can do better.
Can I ask a process question? Because we are in public comment time. I know we're on the public hearing. I didn't see an action on our agenda. Is an action specific to a public hearing?
yes,
Okay, I just didn't want to be eating away from those
No,
that are
this is
waiting.
this is the appropriate, we're
Okay.
doing what we're supposed to do.
Can I ask a question about, I'm sorry, Maria, were you
No,
gonna?
no, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question about transition from the existing ad hoc. When I looked up in the charter, the position this will take, I'm reminded of the Woodbridge Government Access Television Commission, which is the previous. And we had been an ad hoc before we became a commission, and the ad hoc group was very much involved in helping to write and understand what was going to happen when it made the transition into a full commission. I think I understand that not necessarily all the people on the existing ad hoc will make that transition over, but I'm interested to know what their input might be in terms of looking at any of the things they were doing as an ad hoc that might be extinguished because it's not in this new commission, or things that they might suggest should have been added, were not in their ad hoc, but should be in this one. So I guess I'm wondering about a transition time period. If we were to vote tonight, or if we were to send it back to committee to take one more look at maybe making some adjustments to it and having it come back, either way, I think there might be some time before we set this new commission in motion that we get a little bit more input, and I wonder if it would be appropriate, if that's going to be happening, that we hold off on finalizing this. I don't know if it would require another public hearing or not, but if we were to send this back to the commission, to the ordinance committee, I'm sorry.
It would require another public hearing.
Okay, so I guess my thinking there was we could invite participation by the committee, because I know we had an issue before where at the ordinance committee, we didn't have public comments, and people who attended weren't necessarily free to talk, or maybe they were, I'm not real clear on that, but this is really the first time we've had people offering public comments specific to this. So I value that comment, and I wonder if the committee members, because I know they've talked about it at their committee, I don't know if the ordinance committee is aware of what they said, but they did have some specific comments as well. So I wondered if it would be helpful and if it would strengthen this new commission, because that would be my interest in having the strongest commission we could right off the bat. If there's going to be a transitionary period, it's not as though tomorrow they're starting as a new commission, because we haven't even named anyone. So I wonder if there's an opportunity to do it. I don't want to gum up the works here either, though.
I also haven't had the opportunity to read I think there were 2 public comments submitted, written, that were posted today, or, well, Amy referenced that page 2 and 3 of, so I haven't had a chance to read those yet. How can I vote to move something forward if I haven't heard all of the public comments on the issue? At a principle, I don't feel comfortable with that.
Well, keep in mind that anytime we have this meeting, there may be public comment that's put in at 5 of 3 that you would not have gotten to read.
Yeah, I'm not discrediting anybody for...
No, I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is that may be, every time we have this meeting, that may be the case.
I understand, but
So at some point in time, we have to move, we would have to move
I do
forward.
hear that, I do hear that. But to something Sheila had mentioned, I resonated with that point, that this is the first time, for me, that I have received public comment on this. And
But for every ordinance we do, and I'm not saying it's the right way or anything, but that's the process.
Sure.
That's what happens. Public hearing is done when it's presented by the board. So once the Board of Selectmen says, okay, we have something we'd like the public to see, we have a public hearing. That's the process.
Well, we've had this draft ordinance available at maybe the last 3 or 4 meetings.
2, yeah.
We did have a comment from
Yeah.
Rob at the previous meeting, which we took into consideration, which we discussed at length. We discussed your concerns at length too.
I wasn't...
We also invited the, Housing
brought up-
Committee came and gave
Right.
feedback at one of our
To
meetings.
Sheila's point.
Yes.
Well, so they did speak about it at their meeting after that time. And the other thing that I'll just point out is I think I did mention the affordable plan versus housing
Yes.
plan, and I found it confusing, and now we're hearing from a member of the public that it's a little confusing. I wouldn't want to perpetuate that confusion. Is it possible to?
Say again, explain the confusion.
So we have both affordable housing plan, which is the Board of Selectmen's plan that they file with the state. It happened in 2022. And then we also speak of a housing plan, small p, and I remember bringing this up last time. So small p versus capital P. Is it meant to be two separate things? And I think our discussion previously was that it was meant to be two separate things, but I don't know how clear that is. So
So I think, you know, to David's point before, when you mentioned when we were looking at what other towns had and what other towns were doing, some of the towns were specific to only affordable housing. And we thought that this commission could serve us better if it, one, filed that report with the state and worked on that, but also looked at our entire town and was able to inform us about housing within our town that necessarily encompassed affordable housing but wasn't solely affordable housing. And so it wasn't meant to be confusing. I think it was meant to be both. And maybe there's some wordsmithing there to help people understand that it was meant to be both.
So that actually brings up a really good point. So my understanding of the affordable housing plan is that is the Board of Selectmen's, the town of Woodbridge's, and it's not for them to file.
It is, as it states in here, it's recommend amendments.
Right.
That's what the language
But
says.
I think I understand there's another broader housing plan. Would that be
What is
theirs?
that? What is that? What is that broader housing plan?
Well, I think we understand that we're contemplating that. Is that coming from ordinance, that there's two different plans?
Wait.
I don't know if there's
Conservation, there's a housing plan that the state mandates we do, like we do the POCD.
The
and we do
affordable
some
housing
other.
plan.
The affordable housing plan that the state recommends that we do. I don't look at it I don't look at it much differently than conservation has an open space plan.
Exactly.
They talk about open space and they plan for open space beyond the open space plan, but the plan is something formal. It's a specific report or whatever you want to call it, or a document. The affordable housing plan is it's a document, it's a report. They still plan for affordable housing, as a function. So
Right.
I'm not understanding why there's a distinction or there's confusion on that. There's a plan, there's a report that needs to be filed with the state that they will be helping, they will be assisting on and making recommendations toward based on information that they collect and what they learn.
And the Board
Their
of
charge
Selectmen will
is
act.
to consider and work together to proactively plan for affordable and diverse housing. So it's a function and it's a report. Same as conservation. They do conservation, they do open space, they have a report. It's a function and a report. So I see it as two different and distinct things.
So it's probably unfair to compare this commission with conservation, because if you look in our ordinance, you can see that conservation, the last line of the ordinance says you're following state statute and everything that is in state statute for a conservation commission to do. And that's where things like establishing an open space plan is embedded. So our ordinance doesn't say it, but it's very clear to the people on the Conservation Commission where their marching orders come from. With this, if we're intending for there to be kind of two different plans, one which has to be filed with the state, which is the affordable housing plan that the Board of Selectmen acts on, and another plan that the housing committee.
There is no other plan.
Okay, so that's the part I'm not
So
understanding.
there-
Then. Let's look at the actual
I
document for a
don't understand how you don't
moment.
understand the confusion, because I'm confused, Sheila's confused, the public's confused.
I'm not trying to be confused.
I mean, you're not, I
I'm
don't
trying
need
to
to
straighten it
confuse
out.
Sheila, but you just
sorry.
said what she was saying wasn't correct, so there's some disconnect. So just state it plainly for us. What's the housing
I
plan?
thought I just did.
Say it again.
The affordable housing plan is this plan that's submitted to the state.
Well, that's what Sheila said, and you said
That's
no.
what I said. No, I said the same thing. I said there's a
Right.
report.
And then there's
Housing plan.
another plan.
And I'm trying to- There is
Our
no other plan.
proposed.
I'm not sure where the other plan
It's
is. where
in
I'm-
it's in this ordinance we're about to adopt, so I just want to make
Yeah.
sure I understand it
Well,
before
or
I
we
vote.
might not adopt.
And I can, as a point of clarification,
Yeah.
I don't think that was meant, that small p was meant as a formal plan that was going to get presented. I think that small p was meant that they were going to have a
does it-
role.
Maybe it should be a small h in point C.
Perhaps,
It does
perhaps, are we
suggest-
just
And I
trying
thought
to
we
say
did discuss that. I thought we discussed that during ordinance.
Yeah,
And I thought, I think
in
that
their
might be an
conversation-
oversight here.
Correct, it is
why it
not a
doesn't have a
formal
capital.
plan. It
It
was
is
not
not
meant
a
to be a
formal
separate
plan.
formal plan.
We just couldn't
It was
find another
meant to
word for
be-
housing.
Right.
Okay, I
so-
understand
and-
better
and-
what
Swap
the
those
confusion
words
is.
around.
Yeah.
It is not
so
a
I
separate
think-
plan, is
right,
what,
it is-
basically what I'm getting at.
Capital H.
Right.
Right,
But this,
thank
I
you.
mean, I haven't,
wait, so-
although I do talk with Amy quite a bit because I value her input, I hadn't heard any of this until she got up there to give us this comment. And so I'm just sitting here thinking, wow, we could do better.
Right.
And I'd like to try.
So
Sure.
can I make a friendly amendment then? If this is what we're saying right now. C and D, we don't need C and D. We need to combine them into one, because you're saying there's only one plan. There's not a plan contemplated in C and another plan contemplated in D. We're just talking about the same plan. Is that right?
I would rather not try to amend this
Right now.
ordinance right now, since
Agree.
we have it posted for a public hearing.
Well, I think we can
I
strike-
don't think this is the time to do that.
I'd like,
My thought would
I'd
be to
just like to
strike one.
move this forward to our next meeting.
That's
I would
I
like
agree,
to
I agree,
move this
I agree.
forward.
I think there's
And have
enough-
another
Yeah.
attempt at this, because I think we can do better.
So-
I agree with you. Dave.
Motion to
Okay, I
table?
think based on input
I'm
that we've
happy to motion to
received.
table. And I would say, we might have addressed it at previous meetings, but there's a reason why there's a funding section there. And I think we've addressed that publicly before, but if not, we can talk about that. And there's a reason why there's not definitions or data in here, and that's because that's not what our ordinances normally do. They don't normally have data
But
attached
does-
to them or embedded in them, and they don't normally
So-
have a definition
Wait,
of
Can I make a
terms.
motion to send it back to committee?
Because what I heard, hold on one second, Sheila. What I heard, Steve,
Sure.
was not to reference, and maybe I misheard this, but not to reference specific existing data, but to reference,
Definition.
but to reference, so assess housing needs based on maybe Woodbridge specific data as best as possible, or whatever it might be. I just heard greater, asking for more specificity in what is meant by assessing housing needs, rooted in what? How are those needs defined? Are those needs defined by data? Are they defined by opinion? Are they,
All of the above.
so,
So you understand what I'm getting at is, it could be any or all. So getting specific kind of takes that out of that place. So yes, I understand there could be places here that should be more specific. I think we should be very specific in saying where it is, and then looking as to why we should move in a direction to get more specific, or why these terms as they are fit the bill. So I agree with Steve, I agree with David in regards to tabling this. I think we could improve on the overall ordinance. I'll be very candid, I don't agree with everything that was suggested, but I do feel like there's a way that we can get this, we can improve this.
So
Could I speak to some clarifying points as well? I completely agree. I think that there's a couple of places, I think, the thought about community leaders versus, possibly naming other commissions that should be collaborating with this group. I think that's a point where we could clarify. But to Mika's point, and several others here tonight, this ordinance must be followed exactly. So if you get into minutia of definitions, it's going to end up limiting the group, because we can't predict what type of challenges we may face in the future. And if we make things too specific to right here, right now, today, we're not going to give this commission, or any commission in the ordinance, any latitude to adapt with the times, to continue to investigate other things that come up. And so there is a balance that needs to occur between being specific enough for them to do their job, and then also broad enough to do their job, and to continually adapt in the future. I do think that there are some places here we could get a little more specific, and some places I would caution us not to be specific, for that purpose of allowing them to continue to do their job. And as a point of clarification on the funding aspect of it, this also came from researching many other towns, and Steve put a lot of time into this as well, and what they did in their housing commissions and in their ordinances. And there were a lot of other towns that had a fund, and the fund was managed by their investment committees in their town, or whatever they called that type of committee. Our intention was not for this commission to manage those funds, but rather, when we say identify funding sources, there were other towns that got donations, say, from large corporations, to put into housing needs, et cetera. And so this would be a group that could potentially make those connections, source those funds. But it was not meant that this group would financially manage those funds. So I just wanted to make that point of clarification, that that's what we had discussed on ordinance. We wanted it in here because we discussed putting both of those ordinances forward together, both the funding ordinance and the commission, and we decided to do the commission first. But we wanted to leave that door open by leaving the funding piece in here.
We have a motion to table. I'm not sure if we had gotten a sec. I'm sorry?
Can I suggest not doing it as a motion to table?
Got
If
it.
we're referring this back to the subcommittee,
Subcommittee?
let's frame it that way.
Okay, so at this point in time, we're gonna send this back to the ordinance committee, and the ordinance committee will review it and submit it again.
So we need to recall the motion.
Well, I'll make a motion to send it to subcommittee, which is subordinate to the motion that you made.
Second.
Your second.
Any other comments, questions?
I would just ask the subcommittee, understanding that there's a balance of broad and specificity that's not yet totally met, that while just to consider that Woodbridge is unique, and that just because things are done certain ways in other towns, or were done certain ways in this town in the past, does not mean that we should stick to that exclusively. So, thank you for continuing to work on this and for the time you're putting into it.
Any additional comments? All in favor of the motion? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is public comment. The public is invited to step up and make comment if you'd like.
My name is Maria Kane. I'm from 1891 Litchfield Turnpike. I concur with all the comments and arguments of our most involved community leaders, Amy Morella and Kathy Wick. They have discussed the issue of sustainability comprehensively, the rejection of development, even if only for a minimal fraction of the property, and the refusal for the consultant's idea on having more active recreation space, even if it's not a dominant need. Incidentally, this is about the Woodbridge Country Club. And lastly, they have opposed to having been shown slides of possible facilities when no town majority has weighed in on any of them. Both Kathy Wicks and Amy Morella's comments on the project are truly sound and reflect the thoughts and feelings of much of the town. I'm here tonight not to repeat their comments and arguments. I'm here to tell the history of conservation and to remind everyone of how vital this is for Woodbridge as a town culture and essential value. Whenever there's been a conservation issue before the town, the vote for conservation always wins without exception. This was so when we voted to buy and preserve many parcels of open space for more than 15 years that I was a member of the Conservation Commission. This was so for acquiring Massaro Community Farm to preserve the farmland. Now it's a great asset and a good example for other towns. This was very much so when we bought the land of the former Woodbridge Country Club, which if the town didn't purchase the land, we would not be spending all this time on these meetings. We would have lost the property already with no possibility of preserving a unique piece of public land. Public land is public trust. When you use public land inappropriately, you cannot take it back. It is a major trust placed on the community. With this value and trust in mind, 3 people from this community have presented a plan for the old Woodbridge Country Club. It was never published officially, I don't think, but let me take this opportunity to tell you about it. Those 3 people are Paula Swanson, an urban planner, and Beck Swanson, a local architect who was a member of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission, and me, with a proven record of conservation for the town. I have lived in Woodbridge for 47 years and know its history as much as or more than many of the people in this meeting. I co-founded Massaro Farms, served on the Conservation Commission for nearly 20 years, and chaired the commission for 6 years. I also served as town selectman to ensure conservation. I am on the board of directors of CACUIC, which deals with local and state conservation and inland wetland issues. We work constantly for legislature regarding those issues with all the 169 towns of the state. Our idea is to have a central park. Yes, like the big park in the middle of New York City. A diverse park for Woodbridge people to meet, connect, get together, eat and play, enjoy music, read, rest, and breathe fresh air. Central Park and its purpose have not changed since its inception in the late 1800s. No part of the park has ever been sold, although this would have solved many financial problems that came upon the city. During COVID, citizens of Woodbridge became more aware of how much they needed the open space and recognized the value of preserving the land. Our plan includes nature walks, which have already been created by foot-worn paths that came about in the last few years of frequent use, a veritable natural amphitheater for an outdoor performance venue, an extensive handicap trail which the town does not have, no additional athletic field because we have many of those already in the town. For income, we propose to rent the old clubhouse land to a developer who will renovate the building for a country hotel and events facility. The main attraction for this is because towns like New Haven have growing needs for hotel facilities, and this would be unique because it's a hotel in the country that is conveniently located just off the Merritt Parkway and only 15 minutes from downtown New Haven. We want to convert the tennis courts that are already there to pickleball courts. The only facility we want is a small building that was there already near the Johnson Road corner to be an archive center for the town and an art facility for art classes and exhibits. Let me go back to the Massaro Community Farm, which after more than 20 years has proven to be one of the best assets of the town. The citizens turned to the value of public land to be used by majority with no compromises. As you know, there was a strong cry from the fathers of baseball, but the town did not splice up the land to give part of it to baseball. The majority wanted to have a farm for the health of the community and the rural quality life atmosphere. The plan was for the majority to win without referendum and without huge expense of long, complicated consultation fees. We moved only with a strong culture and value of conservation. There are other wonderful details in the plan, but that's all for now. Think on these exciting possibilities by implementing our plan. Let's get together about it. In this topsy-turvy world of ours now, there is no stopping spring. There is no halting hope. Let's fight for our value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Rosalie Rowland, and I'm 102 Louisiana, and I thank you for looking into it, and I thank you for your information. I knew all that information that he can continue. What I'm upset about is 2 years prior to that, Mr. Vizzo tried to develop it, and we had to hear hammer drilling, and it was so annoying, and he couldn't get anywhere. And then the previous one with Jeff Kaufman, they just shut it down because it was getting nowhere. And Jeff even said, let Mother Nature take over and let the weeds come back and the trees and everything. And it was working out fine. And then this man, this Derek, whatever his name is, he decides he's going to do it. And he sat in the middle of Luciani and yelled at us neighbors. He didn't even have a permit, but he was cleaning out the area first. And if the town doesn't let me do it, I'm going to sue them, just like Yale suing Woodbridge. We just couldn't believe what he was saying. He was just so nasty. And when he got his permit, he said to the committee, I can do this, I have better machinery, I can get it done in 2 months, it's in the minutes. I can get it 2 months done or less. 2 years later, he's still nowhere, made a mess, he does what he wants. In fact, on the November 4th meeting, 2024, if you listen to it, my God, he was so nasty to the committee. I couldn't believe it. And then he does exactly what he wants. He knew that he couldn't bring trucks in on a holiday. And he brought them in on, February 15th. We had 20 trucks going back and forth in our street. It was ridiculous. And the gal who was with me last month, who's now in Beijing because she has cancer and she can't stand it. Nobody can stand living there. And why am I paying taxes? 2 years and now another 2 years. Now we get a letter. After I was here last month, on Saturday we get a letter that he's going to blast. I couldn't believe it. So now I have to open up my house and let somebody videotape my house inside and videotape outside, because if I don't, and they crack a wall or they do something, I am responsible. But as the last committee had said, you'll still fight the insurance companies because insurance companies don't want to pay even though they videotaped. We have no rights, and they were supposed to, the planning and zoning was supposed to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. Now, if you could build a house, and Luciani came, and he said, if my father could have built, he would have built, but he couldn't build. And this guy is insisting he can do it. Now he's gotten to the point where he's going to blast. And I think that there's no protection, and we can't even talk at a planning and zoning. And they request that he come because we've written letters each month. How much longer is this going on? He goes on and off. You can't even plan anything outside and have people over because you never know the day he's going to start hammer drilling. He doesn't even want to show up at the meetings. And in fact, Monday night they requested him to show up. No show. They don't do anything. They don't do anything to him for bringing all these trucks in and everything. And then he complained at the November 4th meeting. Oh, he could have gotten rid of all that soil and shale, but the committee prevented him from working on the weekend. And then further questioning him, he didn't have a place to put it, the soil. He was lying. He lies continuously to the committee that he can do this, and he had no place to bring it. Now he's lugging it, but he only lugged it that one day to Prospect, and he's dumping it someplace in Prospect. This stuff. He wanted a couple of contractors in this town, and I had talked to them. This is what he wanted them to do. He wanted them to pay him to remove it. It's shale and junk, and he wants them to pay him. This doesn't make sense what's going on, and nobody is doing anything. Now, I further looked into a lot of things, and I'm familiar with, if you don't let him do this, he can leave the property in disarray, and this town's not going to do a darn thing about it. They should never let him start it, because the first guy couldn't do it. What makes the second guy think he can do it? So, do we have a choice? No. So we have to listen to the blasting, which shouldn't be that bad according to the fire marshal, But this should not have happened to any neighborhood. And we are paying taxes, and we are getting the brunt of it. He's even made it worse. The hill is just so high. I don't know if any of you have taken a ride down to see it. Plus, I asked, where are the written reports that he's following? Now, last time with the other committee, they hired engineering firm Criscola, and the guy would come down regularly and check the heights and everything. Nobody comes down because this guy says he's not going to pay anybody. He's going to use his own men, but there's no reports in the file that anybody has checked on this. So now, further looking at what's going on, can you quit claim an excavation permit to someone else? The permit is listed to Luciani Properties LLC, okay? And they had all these representatives, which nobody could keep track. Now, can you take that original permit that the town just gave him 2 years ago, and they keep renewing it to shut him up, but he doesn't finish, he hasn't even started the second house, nor has he even started to build. He's only excavating. And you should see this rock. Can you quit claim that deed, that permit?
I don't know that it's appropriate for me to even respond at this
Rosalie,
point,
what I'd like to do, Rosalie, is invite you to come in, and I'll set something up specifically with Nick and with Chris, so that we can get some answers for you from that perspective.
Right? You can't.
Rosalie?
You cannot quit claim
So,
an excavation permit in Woodbridge. And I have it that he's quit claimed it to Connecticut Housing Restoration in Easton, Connecticut. Can't.
so can I set some time up for you to come so that we can talk about this in more
I
detail?
don't get anywhere with her.
So no, with me. Here, we'll get the attorney on the phone, and we'll discuss some of what you're mentioning here.
Well, I don't want them to start blasting tomorrow.
I don't know that we're going to be able to stop that, Rosalie, honestly, but,
Well, then he's in violation again.
so, I don't know what the particulars are. That's why I'm saying, let's take this up in terms of,
And as I said, the
Allison,
meeting,
let's set something up. I want to
the
make sure.
meeting on Monday, I would hope that all of you would listen to the meeting, okay? I sat there with my husband and listened. We just couldn't believe. He didn't show up, okay, because he never shows up. But there was people that wanted to put a daycare, an adult daycare for disability people. Did you?
Yes, I do understand, but I know we generally limit to, what we're going to talk about public comment, but go on, please.
But those people on the committee, and I just could not believe this. Well, I don't want it in my neighborhood. I felt sorry for the lady who was putting an application in. Finally, they approved it. Because this commission doesn't want it in their neighborhood, an adult daycare, because it would lower the value of price of their houses. My value of my house has been lowered for 5 years, and I still have to pay the taxes.
We'll set something up, Rosalie.
Something should be done in this town to put qualified people on committees.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
thank
you.
you for all your time, because it's time consuming. Thank you.
Yes, please. And folks, I'm just going to ask, we generally limit public comment to about 3 minutes. We're depending on how many people are here generally, but only because of the time involved and where we are because of the public hearing, I'm going to ask that you try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes, if you would.
This is less than 3.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your name and your address first, please.
Walden Dillaway, 1196 Johnson Road, Woodbridge.
Thank you.
As Woodbridge residents for nearly 35 years, we've seen selectmen come and go, but no one was more pertinent to tonight's meeting than the late Ed Sheehy. As most of you know, in his 2009 campaign, Ed said that the board, quote, recognized the importance of maintaining the property as open space, unquote, and asked the town to approve the purchase of some 150 acres, adding that, quote, it would be irresponsible for the board to allow the property to fall into the hands of developers, unquote. On this basis, the town approved the purchase. Surprisingly, a later Board of Selectmen entertained development proposals, notably a massive Toll Brothers development of, I believe, 145 houses. By referendum, this was soundly defeated. We hear that Cooper Robertson, this board's master plan consultant, sought to narrow feedback to two alternatives in late February. Most of us weren't there that night, but apparently they received new instructions to describe several other alternatives. At our April 2nd open house, it was revealed that alternatives such as C2, an unthinkable 151 units of housing, and C1B, 192 units of housing, were being considered by someone. These plans clearly violate the guiding first principles of sustainability that the consultant had promised at the outset. This violation is enabled by the highly misleading claim that all alternatives preserve 100 acres of open space. The reality is that intensive housing impacts an area far beyond its immediate footprint, beyond the range of cats and dogs, and it is permanent, of course. This intrusion will eliminate the ecological value and natural habitat that a long list of unusual species of flora and fauna that rely on this land today. As voters and taxpayers who have paid for this property, we feel betrayed by this board, as you surely can understand. Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you.
As a postscript, I would add that I'm a big hockey fan. I'm in favor of a covered rink, and we can afford, if we can afford it, but it belongs to the cornfields, the Fitzgerald property, where all active recreation belongs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Marguerite Dillaway. I live at 1196 Johnson Road, and I was just going to add a few more words to his. And thank you all for being here and listening to our comments. So amidst the razzle-dazzle of all your presentations, which are impressive, I appreciate that it's taken a huge amount of work to put on all of these things, especially last night. So. But the razzle-dazzle part is there's an indoor ice rink, playing fields, an apple orchard, a boutique hotel, a nature observation hut right on the pond. You miss one important point, which is that the wildlife and the birds and the rare flora and trees are all losers in this ongoing game, and they won't come back. The fact your plans are taking advantage of the Woodbridge Country Club. It's become an easy target, because it has some sewer and septic along one side of it, that is Ansonia Road. And despite everything that I've read and heard, you haven't convinced me that increasing the density of housing and 55 and older housing will increase the grand list and thereby lower our taxes. In fact, with the new need for public services and schooling, increasing the population of our school system, our taxes are going to go up. So why destroy a beautiful, breathtaking, pristine property, chipping away at it little by little, just to help others make a profit. This does not help our town in any way that I can imagine. My husband didn't mention this in his speech, but in the past 2 days, he has seen an eagle soar over the property, a bald eagle, with a fish in his mouth that he presumably got from the pond, 2 mating pairs of kestrels, 2 mating pairs of palm warblers, all of which are on the endangered species list. I'm disappointed in this effort to develop the most beautiful parts of this property. If you must, reconstruction of the clubhouse, where there was previous construction, and its surrounding tennis courts and old swimming pool site, parking lots, that area alone could be utilized, and perhaps even for 55 and older residents, with the restriction that no children of school age would be allowed to reside there. But please leave the remainder undisturbed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Clark from 46 Rimmon Road, and this will just take 2 minutes. I just have a new bent on, I want to also protect the Old Country Club property. For about the last 5 weeks, many people have witnessed the courtship display of several American woodcocks on the Old Country Club site. This has been documented as proof on ebird.org that the birds nest there. American woodcock is listed on the 2025 State of Connecticut Species of Greatest Conservation Need as a bird that must be protected or it will go extinct very soon. And there are many other bird species on that list. And on another list, the Connecticut Endangered, Threatened, and Species of Special Concern list that live on the property, like Savannah sparrow, northern parula, brown thrasher. The town needs to stop all activity on this property, especially not mow, since we do not want to find decapitated American woodcocks lying around. These birds nest on the ground and cannot move their babies if a mower comes. We need to give these birds a chance for survival, and we should especially not touch the clubhouse, since the barn swallows will be nesting there in the coming weeks, since their home has already been removed, that white building that was at the corner of Ansonia and Johnson Roads. And barn swallows are on the list. I suggest, after the nesting season, to just gut that building, paint it white, and leave it for wildlife. Please, I'm begging the town as a longtime taxpayer to not spend any more money and time on this property. Simply leave it alone, as the citizens have repeatedly said since 2009, so that humans can enjoy nature and so that nature will have a place to exist, because when nature tries to go elsewhere, they die. They die because animals are territorial, just like people. And when we lose our home and our food sources and our ability to get them back, we die. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Kathy Wick, I live at 181 Rimmon Road. When I worked in the publishing industry, my company sold this little book. It's called How to Lie with Statistics. It's now considered a classic. As you might guess, the point of the book is to show readers how statistics are frequently misused to misrepresent data. I think that people who write surveys and administer them and interpret the results would do well to take a look at this book. I'm here to point out some of the flaws that I see in some of the data that's been promulgated about the country club. This bar chart, which has appeared in the consultant's last 3 presentations, is a good example. It could be Exhibit A in this book. The chart groups all 6 of the housing options together, groups all of the multiple active and passive recreation options together, yet does not group the open space options together. This unequal treatment makes it look like housing and recreation received much more support than they actually did relative to open space. If you treat the open space options correctly, grouping natural areas, trails, and passive recreation together, all of a sudden, open space becomes the most popular category by far. There are other weird anomalies in the data. For instance, sports field received exactly 1 dot on the board at the open house, yet a sports field appears in almost every of the development options. Open space is the clear choice of the majority, with housing far behind, but there's not a single development option that does not include any housing. I'm not the only town resident who has noticed and objects to the way the data have been improperly manipulated. I included in my written comments quotes from 9 different people on a recent town public discussion forum making similar points, but I'm not going to read them here. I don't have time. But they will be included in my written comments. The most recent survey, unveiled at the presentation last Wednesday, also has fatal design flaws. The last 2 questions asked participants to rank 8 options. I only wanted to rank 1 of the options, but it wasn't clear whether such an incomplete answer would be tabulated or would be thrown out. Before completing the survey, I contacted the consultants and learned that such an answer would in fact be tabulated. I then had to write back to request that clear instructions to that effect be added to the survey. I understand that this was done, and I thank you for doing that, but I have to wonder how many people had already submitted their surveys without the proper instructions. To add insult to injury, this morning I learned that residents of other towns who happened to play pickleball in Woodbridge had filled out the survey. What? These problems should completely invalidate this new survey. I suggested it be thrown out and started over. Frankly, if non-residents have been filling out any of the surveys, they should all be thrown out and redone. On a happier note, I'd like to mention one of my takeaways from the open house on the POCD that I attended in this room last night. The first display showed data from a different consultant's survey. When asked what is special about Woodbridge, the number 1 answer, with over 70% of townspeople choosing this answer, was open space. The number 2 answer was our schools. I must say I was thrilled to see that my fellow townspeople so highly value our open space. I don't believe I've ever seen open space listed higher than schools as an attractive feature of the town. I know from talking with many young parents who've come to town recently that they value the open space just as much as old-timers like me. It's a major reason why they came here. Woodbridge doesn't have a beach like Madison. We don't have an historic town green surrounded by charming shops like Guilford. What we have are our schools and our landscape. This is what attracts people to our town and supports our property value. Let's continue to support those things that define us. Let's not destroy our landscape by covering it with a sea of identical ticky-tacky boxes, as shown in the consultant's most recent presentation. We can do much better than that.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Anyone like to make public comment? Yes, sir.
Lou Bertolo, 34 Crestview Drive. I've been a resident of Woodbridge for about 35 years. I'd just like to reinforce Kathy's comments. I too noticed, I attended the consultant's review last week, and too noticed that the way the voting was broken down in that bar chart, that some of it, like open space and trails, really are the same thing, but they were broken down into 2 categories, making it look smaller. Nobody wants open space through a parking lot and commercial development or somebody's backyard. We could do that on our own street. So I have concerns about the way the surveys are being conducted. I also noted that one of the slides had showed what the voting was for the different configurations by the Board of Selectmen. And I understand you were asked to vote for the top 3 configurations. And when the results were presented, it showed there were
Top
3
2.
votes.
Top 2.
Top
We
2.
were asked
Okay.
to vote there were 4 options, and we were asked, 6 options, and we were asked to vote for 2.
Okay, so vote for
Yes.
2. When the results were presented, it showed 3 votes for, I'm sure not how the math works, 3 votes for A, and 4 votes for B, and 3 votes for C, and a couple for A prime, D prime. So if I looked at that chart, it says that, gee, configuration B is the most popular. But the question was, what is your number one choice? What is your number two choice? What is your number three choice? So to me, that just the way it's the way it was tabulated distorts what your real intentions were. It should have been presented as how many number one votes were for A, how many number one votes were for B, how many number one votes were for C. If I look at the 4 votes that were for B, what if they were all the number 2 choice of all the selectmen? Number 1 choice was A. That's sending the wrong message. Because I got more number 2 votes doesn't really mean anything. It's how many number 1 votes did each one of those configurations get. So I too, along with Kathy, have concerns about the way the survey is being conducted. And I also did note that there was no, when we were asked to do that survey right after the review last Wednesday, we were asked to rate each one of the configurations. There were 8 of them. What if I only want 1? What if I only want 2? Why am I putting some kind of weight on the other configurations that I have no interest in? And not knowing how this information is being used could very easily distort what the results really are, or being easily to manipulate it. So I too have big concern about this survey, how the results are being tabulated, and we can very easily come up with answers that do not represent what people in this town want. And again, why was there no configuration for no housing on the country club property? If I look at the first category, it was recreation. If I look at the second category, it was open space. If I add to that trails, because I believe it's the same vote, those 2 categories that did not include any housing were 3 times any category, commercial or residential, that had housing in it. So again, I'm very concerned about how the survey is being conducted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Good evening. Barbara Hagan Smith, 116 Northrop Road. I have just a couple of things to say. I would ask all of you to dare to be different. I've been around this town for more years than most of you have been alive, and therefore I have a very strong interest in the town. And this town, having a history of being a farming community, is blessed with having a lot more open space than most places. We still have it. We still have a lot of it. We don't have a whole lot, but we have a lot. Places like New Haven have almost nothing. The state is trying to have at least 20% open space in the state. We could help by having the open space that the other towns cannot and will never have again. So I hope everyone dares to be different and we don't turn into another cookie cutter type of town with no or very little open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Amy Morella, 184 Rimmon Road. I first want to note that Rob Rosasco submitted written comments regarding the CCW and would encourage you all to actually read them. And for the sake of everybody here, I will not read them out loud. But I want to actually go back to the public hearing, and the reason is this. I am confused about the purpose of the public hearing. And I think it's important not for the ordinance, but for 2 events. One was the public hearing that then went away for the 2022 Affordable Housing Plan, and the other is the upcoming public hearing that will occur for the update of the POCD. What my concern is this: I understand you all have been working on this ordinance, but you know, a public hearing is for the public, and I guess Stupidly, when it came to the 2022 Affordable Housing Plan, I waited until I was going to have a public hearing to read the draft. I wasn't going to read little sections of it. I went to the 2 workshops that they tried to have, notwithstanding COVID, at the JCC. But I didn't keep checking the website or looking at whatever public reporting there was, recording of their meetings. I was waiting for the public hearing. My concern is that I actually did the same thing for the housing ordinance. I mean, I'd wait till you all figured out what you liked, and then my role as the public was to come in and tell you what I think. So I appreciate you've been working on it a long time, but please understand, for the average person in this town, they think they're supposed to show up when there's a public hearing. They think that that's, or a workshop. They don't think it's their responsibility, nor is it particularly fascinating, sorry guys, to watch you all at every one of your Board of Selectmen meeting. We're spared that. We know there's a lot of long meetings, but we're looking for our opportunity to speak. And so I hope you understand that my comments were given in that direction. This was my opportunity, as I understood it, to speak about the Housing Committee. And I hope you will understand that is the feeling of, I think, many people in this town, that it's when there's a specific event that they're given an opportunity to speak. That's when that's when they show up. And even for the workshops for the CCW, I think it's quite true that we had an enormous number of people show up that evening, many of whom complained to me later they could not hear, they could not sit. But for example, for the POCD workshop that happened just last night, there weren't very many people. I don't think it's because they're not interested in what the future of the town is going to be. I think because the workshop format is in and of itself not necessarily something that draws people, particularly when it's 4 to 7, because a lot of people just can't get there in that time frame. So please keep that in mind as you consider when and how the public can participate in these important decisions facing our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Would anyone else like to make public comment? Or step up to make public comment? Public comment is closed. The next time, I'm sorry.
Nicole is
I'm sorry, Nicole.
Sorry, I'm
Excuse me.
short. I apologize. All right, and old. All right. Hi, everyone. So I wasn't going to speak today, but something kind of struck me here, and I did have some notes here, but my concern is different. Oh, I'm Nicole Donzello, by the way, if I have to announce myself. I'm also the chair of CUPOP.
Address, please.
55 Hickory Road. I am concerned at the amount of misinformation that is being spread throughout town on this property, especially as a chair of a commission, and this being a property that is a publicly owned property. There's several areas, but I just want to, draw your attention to one in particular that I recently just authored a report with my commission and provided that report to the Board of Selectmen, and is also online on the CUPOP page and the CCW page for the residents to review. It's regarding the vote on the purchase of the property in 2009 and the erroneous claim that residents purchased at the town meeting that property for open space use only, relying upon the campaign letter, which was actually brought up this evening by one of the residents as proof of that purchase and that reason for it. Facts are undeniable and unbiased, and CUPOP prepared a fact-based report, as we always do, by the way, on the history of the purchase, and included all official town documents relied upon in it, as well as a video link to the annual town meeting where the vote occurred. This report, as I indicated, is located online. As chair of CUPOP, we are dedicated to ensuring all residents are kept informed, that we provide verified information, facts, and that we continue to dispel misinformation so that all residents have the opportunity to arrive at educated decisions. And in this scenario, it's regarding the future of this particularly publicly owned property, the Country Club, whatever that opinion may be. Given the time constraints and the availability of the CUPOP report, I just want to summarize a few quick items. to be clear, the fact is that housing was always on the table regarding the country club. From the first public Board of Selectmen discussion on the potential purchase in March of 2009, to the notice sent to all town residents calling for the vote, to the annual town meeting where the purchase was voted on. And I quickly want to point out that at the annual town meeting, 4 options were presented to the residents for potential use, which, quite frankly, summarized, involved 2 involved a golf course, 1 involved development, and another one called for a combination of some or all. What you will not see in the COOPOP's report, however, is the campaign letter. It was a unanimous decision of COOPOP that to include it would undermine the integrity of the report. This letter was not written by Mr. Sheehy in his capacity as first selectman, was simply a campaign promotional piece. It would not be appropriate to include within an official commission report. Now, I have made these facts known online, as some in this room know. And, I have been told that, yes, these are factually correct and these are the facts. But I've been reminded that thousands of people voted for Mr. Sheehy based on this campaign letter, and only 600 people, approximately, attended that annual town meeting for the vote. Essentially making the argument that this campaign letter and his subsequent success at being reelected was a referendum of sorts to purchase his property for only open space. Well, if this is the new standard that we're going to be following, congratulations, Mika. You ran on the platform to come up with a comprehensive multi-use plan for this property. That included housing, and you won overwhelmingly. What's good for the goose, right? Congratulations. There's your referendum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Donald Salata. Round up the usual suspects. 3 Knollwood Road. Thanks. Thanks for all the hard work. I endured the ghastly presentation in the gym last week, and I was thinking, looking at the faces of several hundred people, that the last time I was at a meeting like that in that place was way back when we were being importuned with the dire necessity to buy our way out of trouble with the Woodbridge Country Club. And at that meeting years ago, it was represented to us that this was a expenditure that was with a necessity that was too big to be allowed to fail. And the people, the hundreds of people at that meeting, were fervent in their belief and trust of the town fathers and mothers who were making that pitch. The faces I saw of the several hundred people last week were one of deep trepidation and substantial skepticism, and some faces expressing horror. Tonight, one of the things, one of the consistent themes seems to have been that connections are not being made in the dissemination of information. Facts might be not facts. Facts and data may be skewed. This has been a hallmark of this process now for some time. Lack of proper notice, lack of sufficient notice, all of those things, and we're still being faced with the same incredulity by the public in terms of what is being fed. About 24 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be named to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, of which I became chair. At that time, our membership had probably 125, 135 years of combined experience living in town. It was a very good group. And First Selectman Amy Morella tasked us with, among other things, updating a new town plan of conservation and development, which hadn't been done in almost 30 years at that point. And we undertook it the same way I think you folks did in town plan and zoning. We researched and hired what we thought was a very reputable firm. They were from Manhattan, and we started to work with them. And it turns out that they were giving us stuff that was basically out of a Rand McNally atlas about communities across the world, and including Woodbridge. And it was not germane, and it was frankly not helpful at all, to the point where halfway through we fired them. And then we undertook by ourselves, sometimes coming home at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning on a weekday early morning from being at fellow members' houses to work out a plan. We had open houses. We had different areas of the town and different topics regarding the town plan of conservation and development available to people. We had quite a turnout, and we were very pleased with the input from our citizens, and we paid attention to them. Frankly, the outfit that we have now, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it to Gaza for development. I cannot. It's very disconcerting to me as a professional to see what I believe is a complete forfeiture of integrity and professional expertise in obeisance to their paymasters. That didn't happen with Amy Morella and our group back then. And we were developing, and subsequent commissions developed updated plans of conservation and development. This is a POD. The current scheme is a plan of development. I don't know where the conservation went. The latest permutations, it changes almost daily. Looking at the map, honestly, it looks like this group is using the development model based on an Etch-a-Sketch to promote development throughout our town. It's very, very unworthy of us and very, very detrimental to the whole dignity of the process. The process has been so corrupted. People don't trust this process anymore, and that is a terrible thing for a town like this.
Thank you. Just, yeah, I guess we could, yeah. We'll be out of there. Does anyone else like to make any public comment? Anyone make public comment? Any public comment? With that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the... Can I ask for a break? Oh, yes. It's actually, before we move on and we go into our administrative report, we'll take a 5-minute break, please. We'll keep it to about 5 minutes.
We can deal with that next, because we have a call, we have a WebEx.
Absolutely.
Someone is going to call
Yes.
the WebEx in 5.
Yes, we can. If the based on some comments that we did hear tonight, I think we should also take some time to clarify the objectives here in terms of what your charge is and what we're looking to do here. Additionally, just distinguish between, obviously, your role. There was a little confusion in regards to, Cooper Robertson's role in the plan we're working toward on the country club and at the property, and the POCD, the Plan of Conservation and Development. So I do think it would help if we make sure we're more or less clear on that. And then, as I mentioned a little earlier, well, David's not here yet. I know. Was anybody not at the presentation the other day? Because I think
CCW?
yes, the CCW presentation. I think everyone has seen most of the presentation, so I think we can kind of go quickly through the parts that are that were there.
Is this the same presentation?
It's not exactly the same. Obviously, there's things that they're going to go over, and some of the information is different. They didn't go over everything the last time, but they'll know. I'm just letting you know, so feel free to, as you feel appropriate. Anybody else, anything before we get started?
No, I'm just glad that, we clarified that this, Cooper Robertson is here to advise us on the property and the potential land uses of the property. This is not a development. This is not meant to, this group is not meant to design the development of the property. This is a study we requested so that we could look at this property from various angles. We could understand what the land use was for this property, and we could get further information. And indeed, when the Board of Selectmen were asked, to choose, our top two plans, that was not necessarily our top two plans for what we ultimately wanted to see at the country club. Those were our top two plans of what we wanted to see further developed in so far as, financial information, environmental information, etc. That was not meant to be a statement of what we envisioned the ultimate plan to be. That was to get further information, and I think that that's what this is all about, gathering as much information as possible so that we can move the town forward. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because it seemed to be that there's so many processes happening in town, which is a good thing in some ways and a confusing thing in others. So I just wanted to make sure we had those clear.
I appreciate that clarity and understand it, but don't want to interpret that as a dismissal of concerns that I heard and even share, that even within that charge, that the options are not necessarily being presented in a way that is indicative of all the feedback that's been given by the board or members of the public or even the TAC. So while all that you said is true, I also believe there are some issues that need to be addressed moving forward.
And I think we're here to address them. That's what
Thank you,
exactly
Mika.
that's exactly the discussion we're here
I
to
hope we have ample
Yeah.
time to discuss this, so I'm
So with that-
eager to hear
Yeah.
it.
Nick, could you put the slides on the screen? Thank you. So on that note, we do have, since everyone had a chance to see the presentation the other night, we'll move kind of quickly through the beginning part of these slides. They were sent over earlier. Everyone has them. And please stop us along the way with questions, but there is new content on the back, in the back end, content that has been developed since the meeting last week with input from that we received from the community. And it takes it to that next step that we've been talking about for some time, which is the cost-benefit analysis.
Can you just be specific about the source of the input from the community?
So we have taken down what we have already received from the survey, so 523 responses, and we've used that to inform some of the work that we've done since then, along with all the feedback we've received along the way from the TAC on the site plan options, from the board in previous meetings, focus groups. So everything is informing where we are today. Okay.
I don't believe that the survey is, I have some issues with the survey. And I hope, I don't want to delay, the plan here, but I just hope we have an opportunity to assess the validity of of those data and how they have informed whatever you've updated this to include.
Sure.
Yeah, and I
Thank you.
think we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the survey results so
Okay,
far. And I
I'll
and
hold
I
my
think we'll
comments.
respond more specifically to the concerns about the last question, the ranking of the 8 site options.
That's not
when we get.
that's not my main concern. And
Okay, so shall we'll talk about it when we look at the
that
survey
sounds good to
questions?
me, yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. So these are the discussion areas for tonight. Takeaways from analysis and engagement. We'll move quickly through that. There are updated guiding principles, site plan tests that we can review, but we'll move quickly. And then we'll try to get to the cost-benefit analysis as quickly as we can here. So where we are in the project schedule, just a snapshot of that again for everybody. We have this is meeting number 5 with the board. We have 2 remaining meetings, one in May and one in June. And then we'll be looking to wrap up before summer sets in.
A
Yes.
question about this schedule, because it's here and I want to ask now.
Yep.
So it doesn't appear that there's anything else except 2 additional meetings for the Board of Selectmen. Is that, am I reading it right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess a concern I have, and I'm sure we can address it when we get later, is how the public will stay informed and provide input as the Board of Selectmen gets to the decision-making process. And obviously, we want to maximize ability for people to do that, but do that on a final plan rather than the draft. I think it is true that some people are waiting for the final. They might have put a couple stickers down or done one of the surveys in the past, but they're really waiting for that trade-off piece and the financials and all that, which, if we're looking at this chart, looks like, I mean, where would you say, if we were saying to the public at the next meeting of the Board of Selectmen or the final meeting of the Board of Selectmen, when should the public be paying attention and be ready to give us the Board of Selectmen input? Not necessarily you, because you don't have that feedback in here, but for us, is it our next the next dot on this chart?
The next dot on the chart will be the review of a single preferred plan option. So if you're referring to a final draft plan, it would be at the next board meeting, but not before then.
Okay, so that would be an important thing for people to understand, and later when we get to it,
Yeah.
we can talk about what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Engagement by the numbers, I think the only thing new here, as of today, we had 537 responses to the second round survey, so about 2/3, a little bit more than 2/3 of what we received on the first round of surveys.
Is that survey still up, or you?
It's up until May 2nd. That's right. The guiding principles, we've made some small revisions to these from an earlier version. Again, these serve as the tool for guiding the physical master plan. The one change to the 4 thematic areas is that we've combined what were previously 3 and 4. Recreation was one of the themes, and community benefits with community needs and well-being. So that all those programmatic principles are now under one. So now you have sustainability, contextual design, the community programmatic elements, and then the economic and fiscal responsibility grouped together.
Can I ask you
and
a
I'll
quick
just make
question about that?
Yes.
The input, the changes that we're seeing now,
Yeah.
this has been changed since you got our input from the
Right.
Board of Selectmen.
And I'll describe that.
And the Technical Assistance Committee as well?
Yes.
So, information that we didn't get from technical assistance, but you got from technical assistance, and now this is updated with both streams of input incorporated?
Correct.
Okay.
And so some notes in reference to the comments that we received, in things that are not in here that were presented and the reasoning behind them. We really try to focus these, as we always do, on the physical development of the plan, the development of the physical plan, the vision for the property, and avoid reference to legislative actions or other actions that follow. Those can be and will be included in the final recommendations for this plan, but they don't fit the kind of three main goals of the guiding principles, which are up here, with regards to the physical elements of the plan. We've also avoided some language that may be suggestive of legal or regulatory issues like historic or protect or conserve. We think there's a place for addressing those later in the process, but not in the guiding principles until there's been an opportunity to discuss those as a board. And we've, for the moment, referred to development as a potential in here, consistent with where we are in the process. We can be more specific on uses like that as the plan becomes final. But you'll see in reference to development, it's potential controlled development for the time being, so we're not presuming that yet, though it is obviously being tested. And we haven't made reference to any process-related elements. Those are all captured in the project charter and the engagement plan, which we developed early in this project, or on the website, so they do live somewhere else.
Mike, may I just ask for clarification on what overly burden refers to in 4C? Does not overly burden taxpayers?
I mean, I think that's, we will look at different cost-benefit models tonight, and I think it's really a point of judgment for the board to make. But it's an important one. So I'll move forward unless there's any other comments.
I guess I'm just wondering how any level of burdening the taxpayers is fiscally responsible.
You might want to maintain the property, which costs us money. Or you might want to put a sculpture park, which costs us more money. Or you might want to put something that costs us extraordinary amounts of money in terms of what options exist and are available.
Okay.
So one is a burden, and another may be a significant burden or overly burdened.
Yeah, it's characterizing the scale.
And I think that will be, hopefully when we get there, we'll have that conversation with some numbers tonight.
So I'll recap quickly how we got here. We started with the 3 opportunity areas as a way to organize the site uses, developed 8 alternatives for that, 6 across the site, which we met and you all weighed in on, provided us feedback on. You've already discussed this at a previous board meeting, so we won't go through all of this, but this summarizes the feedback that we received, the selections that were made, and served as the basis for the site plan testing. And that's how the 8 options were derived. They were from these three selected plans, A, B, and C. This summarizes the TAC feedback that we received on those initial options, which I believe we also shared with the board previously. But this is on, again, the initial options. We'll show you in a minute the feedback we received on the site plan tests. So the site plan test. This slide was in the presentation last Wednesday to the community. I think it's worth just pausing on for a second just to, again, reiterate what the site plan tests were and what they were not. These were not final decisions. They were explorations, testing the fit and program layout. They were not about eliminating future choices. So you will see in the 4 options that we're bringing forward tonight, for the board to consider moving forward with. There are things that were not in those 8 plans, because we heard from the community that they desired to see them. So when we say that this process was going to be flexible and that we could look backwards as well as forwards, you'll see evidence in that tonight. And we are consistent in thinking about this as a bento box approach and considering the division of the property into different areas that could have different land use futures, and have some flexibility about what those land uses could be. This is, again, a framework and a vision for development. This is not a prescriptive development proposal or master plan. So I think we'll move a little quickly through these. We do have Joe Avanti from Langen, our landscape architect, here tonight. If you'd like to pause and talk in any more detail about some of these recreation landscape concepts. But just in the interest of time, I think we'll flip through these because we discussed them. These are the 3 Southwest Conservation District concepts that you'll see evidenced in our, yes, Andrea.
I do have a question. Yeah. This pollinator pathway on the site, currently, there is already a functioning pollinator pathway, not where this is drawn. So can you provide me with some insights as to why this, and in fact, where this is drawn, there's a ton of white oak regeneration that's very valuable for carbon mitigation, climate mitigation, and wildlife. So can you just walk me through your thought of that siting?
Yeah. Well, I'll say it began with us being presented this report to consider. And it was clear that there was a lot of thought put into it by this organization. Joe, do you want to speak to any of the details?
Yeah, so this is from the Southwest Conservation District, a report that was sent to us, and it discussed a lot about some of the invasives that have started taking over. And part of the intent of the pollinator pathway wouldn't be to eliminate some of those regenerative oaks that we're seeing there, but to mow down, brush hog some of those existing species, bring that down, and then reseed through drill seeding with a native seed mix to try to replenish some of that natural native habitat.
Why not, though, where there's currently a ton of milkweed and other beneficial pollinator plants, which are more in the old, I never played golf, I don't know golf, but greenway, fairway, I don't know, kind of parallel to Ansonia Road on the, I guess, south side of that triangular forested area.
This?
Yes, Mike, just under, yes, in that general area, there are a ton of pollinating plants. Not to say it's absent of invasives. So I'm just wondering, why not? Why not?
Yeah, so we're trying
where it
to
exists.
Pathway in here, sort of as an example of what could be a nice pilot project, and not to say this can't be applied elsewhere throughout the golf course, so it's not exclusive. It is shown in all concepts, but it could be an area where people can see it if they are coming in from the entrance, and it's something that's visible. It's an educational experience that we can provide to the public in this instance.
And we can I think when we get closer to a preferred plan, we can evaluate the right place for that pilot project.
Yeah.
And you'll see that some of what we've been looking at expands beyond those 3 areas to have additional areas of what we're calling enhanced habitat restoration. So I think it's very much on the table to consider either doing it in a different area or incorporating more than one area.
Okay, thank you.
See, and just some illustrations we've seen before about successional planting. We've talked about the scale of some of the housing. These are images that are reflective of some of the typologies we tested in the site plan testing. Again, these were just for capacity tests. This architectural language is, are all things that would be developed and considered and reviewed through other processes later on. But these are the basis of our testing for density and capacity. And we summarized for the public the existing conditions on the site and some of the things that do need to be addressed. Everything from the shuttered clubhouse to the environmental cleanup sites. And then we walked through each of the alternatives. And again, these were, while they look to be quite, I say determinative in the way that they're drawn. You see buildings, you see roadways, you see trails. Just consider these illustrations of concepts and test for capacity and fit. And yes.
Can I ask you a question about some of the pathways? In these images, we're losing a whole bunch of paths that are currently there. So if you go back to the existing conditions slide 21.
Sure.
There's a walkway along Ansonia Road now, but it's sort of not indicated here. Are some pathways
We can speak. Sure.
not indicated for a reason, or what's
Yes,
the,
I think the thinking is that once a plan is determined, you may decide that you don't want to maintain as many pathways as currently exist on site because there's a cost to maintaining all of them. Some might be replaced with just a natural, unpaved path. Some might be allowed to just return back to the landscape, and some might need to be augmented, like the one we're showing with a heavier line here for emergency access to the whole site.
right?
So,
I just wonder if on 21 of the existing conditions, if you put them all there, we would have a better sense of, like
Are
when I
those only the asphalted ones that are listed here? Because that one along Ansonia is mostly just a dirt path off and on,
I
right?
believe so. This is from the mapping that we received.
Yeah, but you can walk on it now. So,
Right.
so when
And
you go for a walk there, you can walk right across that, and you can loop up with the piece that's closest to the, the connection to the Naugatuck and Old Derby.
yeah, and I think we're in these initial test fits trying to suggest a future hierarchy where some paths might not exist in the future, but we will, as we narrow it down, be specific about which ones are most crucial.
Right, so for the sake of the records that we're going to have, I'd like to see a version of existing conditions that actually does show the rest of the pathways.
It's not a main pathway, and
No, but it's,
Okay,
it's
yes,
a way you
and
can
I
walk
think
through.
I understand your point, and I think we have that
Yeah,
mapped.
just a version of it so that we,
Yes,
so we have
do.
it for the record so that if somebody says to us, oh, what about if we were to do this, where did that path go? We don't have an image like your images that show all the paths.
No, that's important.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me which slide the agricultural soils are mapped out on?
It's not in the presentation that we've given you tonight. It was in the presentation to the.
If you want to put.
It would be helpful in the alternatives to see that overlaid, for consideration. Like, I'm struggling to remember
Yeah.
if this,
Yeah.
We can show it in the initial alternatives that you evaluated.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a little
can you
hard.
just hit your pointer, or tell me what slide so I can zoom in?
Are you thinking about specifically?
Yes, I recall there being one mapped area kind of parallel to Johnson Road.
Yeah, there's a small field here,
Okay,
and then it kind of comes up and does this.
okay.
And what is that? Sorry?
Those are
the
the
farm.
Oh, got it.
farmland
Got it.
soils.
Thank you.
I don't recall if those are statewide importance or, because there's two different classifications represented on this property.
We dug into that, and we've been trying to figure out how to address it in the plan because of the nature of the data set is such a low fidelity. It is developed at 1 to 1,000, and you can tell, and the shapes are so abstract looking. They're not specific to the topography here. And we looked at the description of the data from Deep and Yukon, they have a shared, you probably know. And they
City Eagle.
recommended against using it for site planning decisions and
Interesting.
for regulatory overlays. They said, you know, you should do soil tests,
Sure.
but the mapping, you know, just so we've been trying to figure out, so how do we represent how important this is, but not make it so constrictive to the site plan, because we don't know if those boundaries are real or not. And they also say they don't reflect current conditions. Some of the mapping goes back to the 60s.
That's definitely true.
So
And,
I think we have to find a way to really talk about it as important, but give you the flexibility to adjust some of these boundaries slightly sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right. And that being said, we did almost entirely avoid those farmland soils in all of the planning options, and have
I don't think
proposed
that's true.
the orchard. Well, we're happy to provide that overlay.
But I understand that the data may not, I mean, the only way is to proof test it with soil samples. And so that might be outside of your charge to facilitate, but.
Yes, but we
it's-
can also provide the drawing with the overlay.
Yeah, when we do the preferred plan, will be very clear. And it honestly is just a few areas where there's a half an acre of overlap that could honestly be adjusted when we do the preferred plan. And we may be able to avoid altogether.
Okay, thank you.
It's, yes.
Can I ask a similar question about the waterways that you have some mapped here? And I think I had mentioned at a previous meeting, I was very surprised that one day when I was walking there way up at the top, almost at the high point, there was a spring coming up through one of the car paths. So do you have a sense of what lies beneath the surface here in terms of the water and where, like, how is that spring coming up in the middle of that?
I'm not exactly sure where you're referring to, but we do have maps of the waterways and the buffers associated, and we have kept free of those and provided green space and other low intensity uses. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
I mean, it's another one of those things that we can identify for further investigation during implementation.
Yeah, because I guess, I mean, and the 1934 aerial imagery of the property shows some waterway around where that Roger Sherman house was, in that top left corner. And you have a lot of things situated there, so I don't know. Could have dried up, but I know.
This one's still very active. It feeds all the way through here.
Yeah, and you can see it clearly in the 1934 as well.
Yeah.
I just know, I live on Rice Road, and in 1934 it was completely underwater, and sure enough, we cannot keep that road from deteriorating because it's full of water all the time.
Yeah, and we do know that stream that's shown where the riparian restoration zone is shown on the plan.
Yep.
It does go underground. It goes under the road.
Yeah.
And it resurfaces north of Ansonia. It then makes a U-turn and comes back to the property over near where the pond restoration zone is.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're starting to do is scratch at the types of engineering and more detailed studies that is not scoped in a vision framework, but we can and should identify them for further investigation and implementation, and craft that assemblage of uses to be able to consider, where the sensitive areas may be. And I think we're doing that so far. If we're not, then that's what the next step is, flagging any of those, and we can adjust the plan.
Is this something that Langen would do potentially in terms of providing a more detailed and up-to-date soil survey?
Geotech investigation and soil investigation is the scope of services they offer.
Yeah. So it seems like having an updated soil survey for all aspects of this property would be worth doing at this
It
juncture.
sounds that way.
Or at a nearby.
Well,
Probably only areas that, I mean, if we're not going to do anything with the area, we don't need to survey it. We don't want the expense of that. So
Well, sure, but even if one of the
then we do
explorations
need
for
to
this
know.
property,
Yeah.
we've talked about an orchard, we've talked about agriculture, we've talked about, an arboretum, any places to gather, even trails, you want to know where it's going to be wet and where it's not. And, because I work on the land here and I know what it's like when there's hills and then it levels out, things that are seasonally very wet. We've got rocky soil, we have a glacial history here. There's kind of glacial hardpan in a lot of spots. That means even in a dry year in the spring, it's going to be wet and wet spots in some places, which might preclude some of the choices we would make here. So,
I think in the same way that if you had if you took the former clubhouse area and you said, at the end of this process, we'd like to solicit developer proposals for hospitality use there, and developers come back and this is how we would use it. I think in the same manner you do in next level planning there, you look at the portion of the site you would like to remain green space, and you would contract a landscape firm with engineers to go to that next level of study and understand where the orchard should and could be, how to do these restoration projects in the right places, if there are other additional places that you could do pollinator pathways. It's a whole nother more detailed engineering landscape study that I think follows this, and hopefully we've done enough work to give you the right geographic area.
Right, and I think what we do have at this point is we have the mapped farmland soils, we have the mapped wetlands and the kind of offset areas from those wetlands and the water courses that exist on site, and we have experiential data of knowing what's wet on site. So we're feeding all of that into this initial set of tests.
Any other questions on the site plan tests? Okay. So I'll just make a couple notes here about what we heard from the TAC. We shared those tests with the TAC about a week before we met with the community. And I won't read all of this, you have it in front of you, but I'll just point out a few things. Starting at the top here, we heard from Coopop earlier tonight. They provided more context on the origin of the town's purchase. There were other things that were underscored. The importance of development agreements and conformance measures that could be put in place to enable this vision, make sure that it's achieved. And we'll make recommendations for that as we finish the plan. Overlay districts, design controls, design guidelines, things that you can consider as measured to follow this plan. And those could be landscape or development related. The Ag Committee offered their perspective on the relationship of nature and human activity, how the plan can promote nature through more access and what they call, quote, democratic engagement, which we think would be good to read through here. On the topic of housing, housing offered the opportunity for more neighborhood-style livability, and that also was somewhat echoed in comments from Human Services around senior housing and how wouldn't it be nice if seniors who lived here could walk to some other uses on the site, a coffee shop or a restaurant or things like that. The idea that you're not developing a whole new neighborhood here, but the more that there are various uses, folks could benefit from it.
Was that discussed in the concept of our struggling business district and how those businesses are there? There's senior housing being built there currently and competition with that.
I don't recall the business district coming up when that was discussed. It was more about the affinity of uses. So when you think about hospitality, hospitality would likely, if you had a boutique inn, it would have perhaps a bar or a coffee place to get coffee or a restaurant. And it wouldn't be nice if senior housing could be close enough to that or had an accessible pathway that was nice and paved and safe for a senior to walk on. So they don't have to get in a car. If they can't drive at that point, they're not having to rely on someone to pick them up or public transportation. It was more about just affinity of uses being a benefit here.
And I will note that they did, Human Services did specifically identify transportation as being important to any development that could occur on the property.
In what way was transportation, did they talk about transportation?
Yes, they talked about the need for this property to be connected to other parts of town. So either buses, parking lots, some form of a way of getting people around if there is senior housing built on the site.
So that need is exclusive to senior housing options on the site.
I don't think they said that specifically.
Okay, well, that's what
Well,
I thought
this is what
I
we're-
just heard you say. So I'm wondering if though we were not for some reason presented with an alternative absent of housing, would parking, transportation, etc., be integral to a plan? So say there are no houses.
If there are public uses, we would recommend public parking.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
parking, I understand, but
Yeah.
in terms of broader transportation services.
If this is meant to be a destination for the public to be able to come and enjoy it as a park-like space or the other community amenities here, we would recommend there be public transportation access so it has equitable access for all in the community.
So can I ask, with this slide, which has a lot of information
Yeah.
on it and a lot of different ideas that deserve exploration, certainly. Some of this is completely out of the scope of what you're trying to do, right? So I see the one that says, underneath general considerations, the last one, don't limit the conversation about the town's needs to only this parcel.
That's right.
Clearly, you are only looking at this parcel,
That's
though.
right.
So when it comes to something like transportation, I think that the concern expressed with regard to human services was people being able to get around and using the sidewalks that are down in the business district as more of an example. We're not contemplating in any way connecting something that happens at the country club with the business district that already exists, right? There's no connection between the two, and so therefore that is completely out of your scope. You can't walk down sidewalks to get anywhere
Right.
from this place.
Our preferred plan will include recommendations for public transportation if the plan warrants it, for parking lots if that's what the plan warrants in terms of the scale.
So we don't have
and
any
the
power
uses
to have
that are
public
there.
transportation in our town. We don't have any busing. We don't have any public transportation.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, though, particularly with Greater New Haven Transit District going on Fountain Street the way they do. So, but more importantly, one of the things we did indeed talk about and look at is connecting trails to other trails. And the trail system in town can potentially lead to the business district. So it doesn't necessarily
But not
speak
for
to the seniors, but it certainly speaks to people other people who would be going to this space. If it's a recreational space, whether you're going there for trails, whether you're going there for a cafe, or whether you're going there for whatever the amenity might be, or whatever the attraction might be to you, to have a connection that you can walk to, it's I've done it. I've done it myself already.
Did you do it down that hill?
So I did actually.
Yeah, I did too.
Park Lane.
I'm not thinking seniors.
Right, but did you do it up the hill, though?
Yes, there's a lot
I'm
of
just trying to
uphill aspect of
understand.
it as well, but it's certainly, all I'm saying is that there's absolutely a connection to this. I think one of the focal points, regardless of the option, should be an opportunity to connect whatever happens here to the trail system so that you can get
for
down there.
hiking.
So
For hiking, not
That's-
transportation,
that's,
right?
well, I can get from one place to the other, and that
Well, it
gives-
could be for
gives-
biking as well. I mean, it's
Exactly.
certainly one of the initiatives I'd like to see is connectivity for bikes around the town.
Sure.
And
So
that would
just in
have
terms of
opportunity
this
here.
slide, though, I'm just trying to understand what's in your scope and what's not in your scope. There's a lot of things here, very good ideas, all deserving of exploration further by us.
Yeah.
Not gonna be in your scope, though.
To plan bus routes, no.
Okay.
And when-
But I think we would feel compelled to say, if one day bus service was provided to the site, this would be an area to consider, would be safe, and the location for it.
Right, but again,
Thinking in a long-range
connecting
manner.
to our business district, even if you got a bus it's gonna go back, up and down Fountain Street. It's not gonna go over to our business
No,
district.
no,
so-
we're focused on what happens on the site.
Yeah, okay.
And when you got advice on the transportation aspect, I'm assuming it's beyond your scope to actually do a traffic survey of Ansonia Road, because that's a bit, a work time bottleneck. You know, particularly going back into town from people who are coming up the hill. I've seen lines almost from the, you know, not quite from Johnson Road, but all the way to Racebrook that are, you know, quarter mile long. I was wondering if anybody brought that
We have looked
into
at that. Langen, our team members do have transportation planners that have helped us develop the site plan test and validated the access points on Ansonia for us, confirmed that they're a satisfactory distance from Rimmen intersection. They've looked at the roundabout concept, don't think that's needed for the amount of homes that we were showing in the particular scheme we had. So we do have an expert on the team looking at the plans to make sure that they're viable. Yeah.
And I think before we leave this slide, we'll just note that this reflects the feedback we received from the TAC. So if there's on this second round of conversation, so if there's a topic that's not here, it's because we didn't receive feedback.
You know, more poignantly, the Conservation Commission did not provide comments back, so you don't see anything from them here.
Conservation? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
I'm sure they'll come and talk to us.
Okay. We'll move on to the progress snapshot of the survey results from last Wednesday. What you see on the first slide are results of the question asking respondents' age. Of the 523 respondents, about 37% were 65 and older. For reference, 24% of the town population approximately is over 65. Also, one other number worth noting, 24% of respondents were 35 to 44, and I believe your town population in that age bracket is about 12%, if we have our numbers right. So those things did feel worth noting, and I think we did not ask this question in the first round, so we don't have something to compare it to. But this is what we have so far. As we mentioned earlier, this will be open until May 2nd. But we're already at about 2/3 of the respondents from the first survey. So, you know, your guess is as good as mine as how many more we'll receive.
Can I ask you a question about this platform Mentimeter?
Yes.
Someone told me that they were able to take it multiple times by just using a different IP address. Is that possible? Can you control for that?
We cannot control for that.
Okay.
The intent is that folks are taking it from a single IP address. If you did try to take it multiple times from different IP addresses, you could do it.
What would be the intent of someone trying to do that?
To find out if they could.
What about
But
this?
every survey, that's the case.
Right.
There's
Well-
very few surveys that don't allow different
doesn't
IP
really
addresses to.
serve the town well to.
That's
it also
kind of
means
how
that
it works.
The
I mean,
spouse probably could not.
No, could, if they use a different
A different
device.
device.
Different devices, different IP address. So if everybody use their phones, it's good.
Yeah.
But in virtually any online survey that you take, you can beat, if you will, by having your friends do it or doing something
Yeah,
else.
it's a limitation of online surveys.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
I
But it
have-
doesn't stop people from doing the surveys and taking the data from the surveys and trying to use it because it's what you have available to you.
Yeah, I think we just have to keep in mind that, you know, comparing it to the number of people responding
May grow.
Yeah. We're not, and I'll say this from my perspective, we're not making a decision on a specific item where it might be very important. We're trying to develop a plan. We're trying to put together a plan and understand what's important from a community standpoint for the plan.
The
So,
plan will
But,
only,
for example, if I might finish, just earlier, somebody mentioned the disparity in terms of not including trails on open space. It's like, so include it. That's great, no problem. But it's, you know, if you want to see the difference, if you just like looking at the scale and looking at it and seeing it more, the way that I look at this is that, well, that's what was said. That's what was said. It was
Yeah.
like, we didn't
I'm
include it.
reacting to your response because the whole point of this, how data is represented matters and is informing the development of this plan. So if data are represented in one way versus another, it will guide the plan in one direction versus another.
Depending to what degree you're looking. What I'm saying is if you take that survey that did the bar chart, that showed housing with a lot, showed recreation with a lot, showed open space with less, and showed trails, I think it was in that order. And you put trails in open space, as was suggested by one of the people in the public, you put them together, that bar chart would have been greater than the other two. And that's fine, that's great, that's no problem, but you can't say that means housing and or recreation should not be included, because many people felt that it should. So,
Correct.
that's
but
all, that's the
not
only
what
point I'm
that-
trying to make.
Okay.
And trails, I think, also could be included in active recreation,
Right.
as
But,
opposed to
you
just
know, but
open
again,
space.
it's
Not
more
normally.
important to understand that people feel that it's important, so it's something that should be considered as we're formulating the plan, then we have to have this, and we can't have anything else. That's not what we're looking for here.
I provided in a written email to both of you, to everybody, comments during the first iteration saying that I thought the recreation data specifically was skewed in representation, and I agree with that public comment that was made. I do not believe that comment insinuated the others are not worth integrating or considering in the planning process. It was simply stating that it's undervaluing the community's value in open space. This is supposed to be a community-driven planning process.
But how could you
And
say it
there's an issue
undervalues it if that's the thing that's cared about, that's addressed in the majority? So but
And
let's not get into that. Let's let them.
I will just say that I
think that's
think
precisely
that
what we need to get into, is how the data is being used and solicited. Because the framing of the survey questions, in my professional and public servant, public official capacity, was not, was misleading.
Well,
In-
if we could describe, if we could go through the slides.
Yeah.
I
I also emailed you this question of who
Right.
made the survey, what, and nobody responded, to Mike and Mika specifically. And I was disappointed to not have that information in advance of this meeting, because now we have to spend time during the meeting
I would just like
discussing.
to speak to the previous survey, the way the bar chart represented the uses and how it's reflected in the site plan test fits thus far. I will say whether or not you feel that the trails and open space should have been combined in the bar chart, they are combined in terms of importance in the plans. All of the plans show at least 2/3 open space, which is substantially more than
Another
the amount.
misleading comment, because when you, yes, there is green space, 100 acres of green space, and I am aware, very keenly aware of how much emphasis people are putting on that. When you fragment green space, as we're now calling it, which is not a term that I agree with, but when you fragment that, you create an edge effect, as someone even said in public comment, that reduces the function and value. There's mode and fertilized lawns. There's lack of biodiversity. There are impacts that reduce the purpose of the open space. So it's misleading to say that open space is a integral, component of all of these plans. Do the analysis of what the edge effect is, and then tell me the acres of open space or green space.
And if you did do that analysis, well,
None of the fertilized lawns, which are very minimal in the plan, are included in that count.
I understand that. I'm saying there's an impact in soil, in water quality, outside of the privately owned or leased lawn on the open green space.
Okay, understood.
Which I think everyone should understand the concept of edge effects in this planning process. Sheila asked a question about Mentimeter.
Yes.
I have another question. I don't have specific information, but other than what was made in public comment, how do we consider non-taxpayers, non-residents taking this survey and the value of the data in that context?
I think it is a question of how you recognize them as part of your community.
They're not paying for this planning process, and they're not paying for the uses that this plan would result in. So I don't understand why that would be considered in a meaningful way in the development of the planning of the plan.
I will just say, in our experience working for municipalities, they often define their community as something broader than their municipal boundary and the residents of their community, but all of those who can benefit and access the public amenities or land that is offered. It's really a question for the board if they want that to be a kind of an understanding of which we're operating under, and whether or not their voices matter here. The same would go for if you were doing a plan for the downtown business district, right? I don't know.
I wish we were asked that question before the survey. I wish we were asked, because that's a great question, and we haven't talked about it.
What question is
If
that?
non-residents should be permitted to take the survey.
How do you stop it? On any survey?
I'm not the paid consultant who issued. I think you issued the survey. I don't. Who?
We did.
Yeah. So that's for them to figure out. I don't know.
I hate to try to move us along. I had given you some written comment about the survey as well. I don't want to belabor things. I think Mika's pointed out that this is some information. We need to take it with a grain of salt for the reasons that we've noted. Can we go through to the cost-benefit assumptions next? That's
Sure.
the next part, right?
It is.
No, the next part is the responses to the survey.
Well,
Yeah,
after
can
the
we-
survey. Yeah.
Can we skip to the cost-benefit? I mean, the hour's getting a little late.
Yeah, but
That survey's still
again,
open. It's going to
I
continue to change, right?
Respect
So-
that, and I will be amenable to that suggestion. I am amenable, and I am growing more and more frustrated with feeling limited in our time to discuss one of the biggest issues in town, because it's 8:37 and it's not, these meetings need to be managed differently so that we can have adequate time to not have to skip over sections and have our voices heard in the only real opportunity we have to engage with our consultants and as a team on this, as a board on this matter.
Yeah.
I feel very limited in our ability to do good work when we are constantly feeling the need to get to the next item. So
I don't think, I I disagree with you. You know, I understand when we go late, but we start these, and we go late because we talk about it so much. The reality is tonight, we started at 5 o'clock. By 6 o'clock, we had more than half the agenda done, specifically because we kept it light and we started immediately after public comment in the public hearing. So tonight's not necessarily the night to bring that up. I understand your point, and I agree with you in terms of not having as much time as we would like. And as has always been the case, we can take this off. You know, when we have a regular meeting, we have public comment. We can't define exactly how
I
long
have
that's
no
going to
issue
take.
with
So
that.
if we want to have, I'm here. So if we want to have additional meetings, that's been an option.
Mika, I have
That's
said that
always
at
available.
least 3 times in other Board of Selectmen
It is
meetings.
something
We
that
should
I've
start
already-
scheduling regular special meetings to accommodate all that we are managing on our agendas. I have tried to get information via email without success. So when is my opportunity
I don't know,
to
Andrea.
share and receive information that's unhindered by other time restrictions? So let's move on.
Could I suggest we take 5 minutes to click through the kind of progress snapshot on the
Great.
survey, and then we move on? So 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So the first question, important question, was asked, how important town investment in maintenance, restoration, et cetera, be offset by revenue generating uses? Some 60% said it was very important or somewhat important. Only 23% said less or not important. So it's something to keep in mind as we look at the cost-benefit analysis. You can look at that by the age bracketing as well. We won't spend time on this, but you can come back and look at the detail. When you look at the question about recreation uses, you can see the results are grouped into 3 general clusters. Courts, indoor rec, multi-use field showed the strongest, followed by pool and outdoor ice rink, and indoor ice rink received the least amount of interest.
So can I just ask a question about I saw ice rink and I saw the item all the way across, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. Most people want an ice rink, but that's the opposite of what the chart is telling us.
It's noted at the bottom, very interested on the
Okay.
left and not interested on the right.
Right. It's a little, when you first look at it,
Uh-huh.
when you look at a chart and you see a big, you think that's the most interested rather than the least. So I just want to caution people to read the
read the captions on the bottom
read
there.
for meaning, folks.
And then same, not interested on the right here, housing to the far right but senior housing showed up more in the middle, along with restaurant and cafe, interestingly, showed the most interest here. And then for some of the open space, green space, landscape areas, passive recreation, all of them rank quite high except for fishing, which we heard earlier the bald eagles are taken care of.
Well, people are probably concerned about the runoff in that water and the health of the fish. So.
Yeah, I mean, with the pond restoration, maybe that could improve. We did hear from folks in the focus group that scouts could take advantage of fishing there. We did ask about land use options by area of the site. So these were not tied to the 8 site plan options. This is an important note. They were informed by those illustrations of site plan tests, but effectively respondents could create their own vision for the property. If they wanted green space only on everything, they could vote that in. What they voted in for Woodfield at the top, active recreation in the top 3, paired with green space, hospitality, and low-density housing, so that defined as townhomes.
Are you able to distinguish how many results were received before the direction was added to the survey versus after?
Direction For
Was-
ranking the site at the end?
Wasn't all of these rank your options, wasn't the clarity added, like you don't have to pick all 8 in your ranking?
I think for the, correct me if I don't, maybe I don't understand,
Yeah.
but I think that for this one, you're ranking from your most, the one you like the
Yeah.
most, the one you don't like. So there's no reason not to rank all of them. On the following one, the last
I
question.
think you're referring to the last question.
Um,
with
If you don't
options.
want
Let's talk-
any, you know.
Well, that would be green space only.
Okay.
Right.
Was green space defined
It was defined in the meeting, yeah.
in the
Presentation.
In the presentation, yes.
that people struggle
Yes.
to hear? Okay.
And for those taking it online, it's defined in the documents provided.
You would need the reference document open
Yeah.
Yeah.
or looking through the presentation.
So people could vote for things that were not included in the site plan options. They could vote green space for Woodfield, green space for Ansonia. And you'll see we've looked at those. So for Woodfield, again, active recreation in the top 3 paired with different uses. Ansonia, slightly different. You have green space with athletic, kind of tied with active rec and low-density housing, which we had shown as senior housing, and then green space only. And then for the connector piece, which runs north-south along the eastern side, housing showed up as the least desired, with the orchard paired with green space as the most. And the last one here, the ranking of the options received just about half of the responses. So we think that we shouldn't put too much weight in these. And it is actually the prior set of selections where people could choose their own options that are more indicative of their desires. But that's why we asked it both ways. We asked it the kind of same question, what would you like to see, but in 2 different ways. So that's where we are with the survey. It will remain open for three more weeks. We've added a few clarifications based on comments that we've received. And we'll update you the next time we see you. The cost, this all leads to the cost benefit analysis. And first I'll just walk through some basic assumptions that underlie those. Inputs were garnered from the town, our consultant team, and the town's planning consultants. These are order of magnitude in today's dollars with the current mill rate. We assumed a 10-year planning horizon, so you can see the relative relationship between some of the upfront costs and the longer-term revenue or ongoing maintenance and operations costs.
Can I ask you a quick question? You said the $25 and current mill rate.
Yes.
That's not the current mill rate, that's our proposed.
Yeah.
So it's
Mill rate's like
not $25, though, it would be,
The
As of
cost
July
estimate-
it is,
I'm sorry.
July of '25.
okay, so
it's
so
only
you're
half long
using that
enough, right.
for all your cost benefit assumptions, you're assuming the mill rate that starts July 1,
Mhm.
not the current mill
Mhm.
rate.
Yes.
if it,
We're not going to do anything.
Well, it's still
until
not gonna
July
go
1.
back to the old mill rate with
Yeah.
the way that the grand list is,
but
so.
we
it-
don't technically know what the mill rate's gonna be yet
We'll
until
vote it
after
on.
the meeting.
Well,
Okay.
I'm just thinking that people aren't going to understand.
I just
What
if
Yeah.
they're using the values
Mhm.
of the development as current,
Yes.
then they should use the mill rate as current. Because our mill rate was from values from 2019,
Right.
so that,
So you should switch this to
It would skew.
46.
No.
no, I'm
No, I
saying
think he's saying
their
keep
values are
this.
using for, because you're doing it,
Yes.
for the taxes, they're doing mill rate times value of
Yes.
the development, or whatever it is.
Yes.
So if their values are generated from like today's market, you can't use a
Yes.
mill rate from 5 years ago.
Correct.
When
So
the
it should
values
say
were
proposed.
suppressed.
Okay, so
Yes.
the values in the new assessments are, it's commensurate with those values, not the values that our current taxes are based on.
Right.
All right. I think we'll just need to make that clear to people.
And we can change the wording here before it's posted online.
And so that's related to tax revenue
Correct.
on
the
homes that are $600,000 and $700,000.
Correct.
Mike,
Doesn't sound very affordable.
Does it, and does it
Average.
make a difference to
Average.
use the word market rate instead of mill rate? I'm just curious, or is that the same thing? Are we saying the same thing?
Well, these are for the purposes of calculating tax revenue.
Taxes, got it. Then
Yeah.
it's mill rate.
Right,
Got
right.
it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
just a quick question for you. So so when you're assuming some values, the senior homes, the town
Yeah.
homes, what's been built down Toll Brothers on Bradley, are those assessed yet? They're not on the tax map at all. But is that what you're using as your
We looked at a
cost?
few different comparables.
Because that's what they run.
Yeah, yeah, and the same
Little
for the
higher.
townhomes. We did have CoStar data that we reviewed with you a few meetings ago, and average home price I think is $689 now. So we did 700,000.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you have data that, so like I said, the tax map that's online
Yeah.
doesn't show those values at all. So I don't know if that's.
No, we did our own market research there.
One thing along the lines of what David and Sheila are saying and I agree with is there a means by which you can show an option for senior housing that would be specific for downsizing as opposed to what's shown here necessarily, which might not be?
Sure. I mean, so this is the first cut
Mhm.
where we show 4 what-if scenarios. Then we engage our professional cost estimator on our team to study 1. And when we do that, we can change the variables again. Then you'll see it, and you get to comment on it again. We can tweak it a second time. So this is us just trying to get something out there with some dollars associated with it.
Thank you.
We have more time to refine this.
And so on the benefit side, looking at the numbers,
Yeah.
We're assuming all of that is like, once it's fully built out and we're receiving actual revenue from the real estate taxes.
Yes.
But it's not talking about what our cost as a town is going to be to support that
To
community.
get there?
No, to
In what
maintain the
sense?
homes, to service the
kids in
homes.
school,
Where are those
street-
costs?
Police, fire,
street
yeah.
kinds of things, fire protection,
Emergency.
the kinds of things that, every,
Right.
whatever they tell us, it
It's-
costs $4,000 for every person who lives in this town
Mm-hmm.
to receive the services of our Board of Selectmen and all the
Right,
people
it's
who
not,
work
we're not including public services
So that's
costs,
not in
fire
this is just
department
income,
or
this is just on
police
the
department.
revenue side with none of the expense side.
We are including some dollar value for utility improvements that would be required to support development. That's been included and deducted from the benefit side of the equation.
Are you assigning that to the town utility improvements the town has to make?
We are assigning a number to improvements that the town might take on in order to enable development. If it were not taken on by the town, it might come out of the purchase value of the land sale. So either way, we're thinking of it as a deduction from the kind of profit column, if you want to look at it that way. And then
Because the town
anything
owns
that's
the property and.
well, because if you do need to do utility work in Woodfield Road, for example, that's going to be taken on not by the developer, but by the town.
Okay, so that's a
Anything-
category of expense I hadn't contemplated, so
Right.
thank you for bringing it up.
Yes, and then anything that's
And you're
on
gonna
the
show us.
property,
Okay.
we did not include in the town's costs. That would be a cost borne by the developer.
So we need to, for residents coming in, we have to do our own basic calculation to say, well, town services cost for every student, every
Yes.
person that comes in.
Yes.
That's a negative side. We don't have that cost on just green space, but we have a cost to maintaining the green space.
Right,
that you
and that
put in
we
there.
do have, we have that included in all of the options to various degrees. How much, giving you a range of how much remediation and how much site improvement from an ecological perspective. You would do trails maintenance
Right.
and trails improvements.
Are you setting that to a benchmark of what we're currently spending there?
We have benchmark numbers from what you currently spend, and then we have comparables
It's not $9.23
that are.
per acre, right? Is that- Yes, it's not? Or-
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And
So-
we also have,
So we're currently spending $9.23 an acre, that's your baseline?
that's the baseline.
Yes.
And then we have,
$9.23 an acre.
and then we have, for enhanced habitat restoration, the types of things we've been talking about, that you can see that cost identified here. And what it includes is in the bottom right-hand corner. So it includes your 2 years of establishment and intensive treatment and other measures.
Per acre.
And the different what-if scenarios have varying areas of that. So you have smaller area where you have less development revenue to offset it, and it grows larger as you have more. We want to show the relationship there.
So in all of the scenarios, we included 17 acres of ecological restoration zones that correspond to the three kind of dark green zones we showed in the test fits. The pond restoration, riparian restoration, and pollinator meadow areas. The total for that is 17 acres, so that was included as a baseline that you would take on in any of the scenarios we
So
have
that's a
here.
subtraction from the revenue.
That's a cost, yes.
Tony, do we currently spend $150,000 a year on that property to maintain it?
We would probably, if we were going to maintain it the way you would want to maintain it.
No, well, what are we doing now?
So we have folks go over there in the summer to mow the properties, and on a regular schedule. At least they were. That's what that number assumes. That somebody's
The
going over there.
923 per acre?
Yeah.
That means that we're spending
No, that means
$150,000
that-
a year.
No. that
Well, we
means
have
that-
150 acres, and $923 an acre is going to be
So
923
I
times
knew that this was
150.
going to happen when we went over this. This is supposed to be a sort of a high level, view, because when you do something like this, there's a million different iterations of it, right? It's like how many times do you want them to mow? Where do you want them to mow? Which pathways do you want them to mow? Do you want them to do clean up the invasive? Do you want them to? I mean, there's a whole list of questions that would go into figuring out a cost like that, which we didn't really get into.
And I think it also,
So is it-
correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't
But
think
all I
you're-
heard was that this was a baseline.
Yeah,
what
no,
I
that's-
wanted to get
that's-
Let me
clarified.
clarify. I also-
It
I-
isn't a baseline of what we're doing now. It's-
No, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe your staff takes care of all 152 acres.
Correct.
Today.
Right.
I think that's important. That might be the unit cost per acre, but it doesn't mean that they're
Well,
maintaining the entire 152
Would a
acres.
baseline
That's a good
number
way to put
be,
it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
could we be more accurate with a baseline number to say, what are we currently spending and divide it by the acres so
We
that
don't know that number.
it's
I'm
apples
so- I
to
mean,
apples?
that would
Well,
be
Tony
something
does.
for the town.
So
Yeah.
it-
But
so
is that,
he said,
would
what
that,
are we currently
is the
spending? 'Cause
intent
we're
to
only doing a
just
few
leave it as it
acres.
Right,
is,
that's
to
what
do
that
what
is.
we're
It's our
doing now?
cost
Is that,
extrapolated
is that
over
Yeah.
the price of-
that's what's gonna come out of?
Baseline is,
But that's,
What are we
no, I'm
doing
sorry.
now?
No,
Well, if it
you're
makes most
comparing-
financial sense, perhaps.
But just if it makes most financial sense.
continue exactly as we are today. Yes.
Don't do anything.
That's baseline.
Totally don't do anything.
That's a general concept of what a baseline is, right? Or am I imagining that?
Where are we now?
You guys think of a
That's what
baseline
I
as
think
what
of
we
a
are
baseline.
I
currently
think
doing?
of a baseline as
Okay.
what's it gonna cost to do what you want?
No,
What's a
no,
baseline
it's
as to
Because
what
we
you
don't
want?
know
Yeah.
what we want.
So that's the definition we should come up with.
Well,
know
let's
it.
make the basic of what you want. The
Why don't we say
baseline of what you want.
today's
Number one is not a baseline.
current?
Yeah, well, like A, that's what I'm saying, you're showing these options. If you're showing the options and you're saying,
Yeah, that's why
this
we
is,
wanted
this
to
is
compare
the A, even what you said, if you're saying like no development at all, you're literally saying to the community, we're gonna leave this after 8 years, we're not gonna touch this property?
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Well, that is, I'm not saying
And
that
we
that's
can,
what I
we
want
could
to do.
certainly give you
That's
numbers.
not.
What I'm
that's
saying
we're
is,
gonna do.
we need to
That's what we're
compare
doing
it to
now.
that. Yeah, we need to
I would-
But you
compare it to
can't
that.
use the number now if you're gonna do something different and count it as a baseline, because that's not what you're gonna be doing with any of the options that are shown here. A baseline has to reflect the baseline of what your intent is, not of what you're
Well-
doing if you're not doing anything.
So let's call it something else besides baseline. Because baseline would represent what we're currently doing.
Yes.
And I think it will help the public understand what our options are to move forward if they understand what we're currently doing.
Correct, but that doesn't
Very
account
small investment, and we get the things that people came here and told us about, which is birds and et cetera.
And we still have invasive
That's what we
species,
get.
and we still have,
Yes.
you know, soil that needs
Yes.
to
We
be
haven't
remediated. And
addressed
we
any
have,
We have a slide
We
that
haven't
says
done any
current
remediation,
conditions.
We haven't done anything.
Yes.
Our bad.
Yes.
But this is
Current
what it's
conditions.
costing us to do
It's
nothing.
not all so bad though, because we have, like, I don't think we need to spend money on a pollinator pathway. What we need is some volunteers and maybe some funds to weed and control invasives and protect
something-
what we have from deer.
And we could absolutely do
So
that with
that's
whatever
a
plan
fraction
we
of the
adopt.
cost that is
see,
here.
We could absolutely do that. That doesn't nothing here precludes us from doing what you're describing. What I see as a fundamental difference here is that and I'll just speak for myself. I've had a tendency to look at this as an opportunity for us to determine what we want to do with this piece of property going forward. And yes, I do feel like there could be some advantages, specifically because there's sewer water, as somebody mentioned, that we could leverage the infrastructure that we have there to address some of the housing needs that we have in town, some of the housing gaps that we have in town. Now, I also feel sincerely, genuinely, that it's important we maintain open space. Now, the difference between me and a lot of the people that were in the public were that they don't want to see any housing. So anything that's offered that offers housing, they're opposed to. They're not looking at it and they're not considering it from a balanced standpoint in terms of, let's see if we can get something done and work on it. And I just see that as kind of a real fundamental difference where you're not looking at the potential. I got to tell you, and this will stem from what was also said at the public. The one thing I said I would not do is leave it like it is and absolutely take no action at all as relates to the country club. And I can tell you that I say that because 90% of the people I spoke with were very clear that they needed something done at the country club. So to even begin to suggest that we would absolutely take no action after as a part, we
don't
could
think
do what
anyone
you
is
want. We could do what you
suggesting
want.
that. I think
I wasn't suggesting that.
I-
Okay.
What I was asking is, what is it costing us now to do what we are doing, rather than what it's going to cost us moving forward. But I also think that it gets way more complicated when you talk about what you're going to do moving forward, because there's just so many more factors and these people are helping us with that. I hope.
these dollar amounts are intended to help us consider best options forward
Yes.
in the context of the town's needs. I feel that I want to see reflected the cost of services if in scenarios with homes, the cost of services integrated. I, from day one, have wanted to see a monetary value associated with ecological benefits. This is a possible thing. How much value is there, monetarily speaking, in offsetting carbon, in maintaining shade and temperature regulation, in clean air, in clean water?
On the difference that we're talking about in terms of what you're saying, Andrea, is the difference between what you said, including the edge, and what the total property value is in terms of, because none of the scenarios, if we're just use 100 acres, because that's what we've been using.
Yeah.
But you say, so what we're saying is in a scenario where the most that would be used is 50 acres. So you're really saying, what's the difference? In those 50 acres, what's the costs associated that if we hadn't done that we would gain benefit from? Because the rest of the 100 acres, you still can gain that benefit from. You're still gaining that benefit, or whatever the number is based on based on the correct calculations. I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm really trying to
No, I'm just trying
get
to
to a
follow,
point.
and I'm
What I'm
struggling.
saying is
Sorry.
that in any of the scenarios we looked at, the plans that we could do, green space is predominantly, is the predominant item that's there. So you're keeping it as it is, if you will. You're maintaining what you're saying about the carbon. You're doing everything that you're saying you want to do. What the concern is the 30 or 40 or 50 acres, or the 20 or 30 or 40 acres, or whatever it might be, of developed, disturbed space. So what would the value be to maintain that as open space for ecological reasons, for environmental reasons, for natural reasons in terms of animals and species on that space? Because that's the only space you're really disturbing. And how much value is there doing that versus the value of doing whatever type of development that it is you want to do? That's the difference.
The cost on the difference as
Right.
opposed to the cost on the total.
Yeah, we're back to
So-
baseline again.
Yeah.
We're back to a discussion of what is the baseline. I would be interested in knowing what is the baseline value of the way it is now, which is not edging in on any portion of the 155 acres. It is the way it is now, and it has value as habitat. If we start to edge it with houses, we're degrading, obviously, the piece that now has houses on it, but everything that butts up to that as well. So if we could capture first undisturbed current value of the property.
From an ecological perspective.
From an ecological.
So in that case, are we deducting for unremediated contamination in the soil?
We
And
should
are we-
probably
are we
have that
deducting-
listed.
Which is both on
Current
the
conditions.
golf course in general.
Yes.
From pesticides and the hot spots.
The number
from-
of years away we are from that, yes. If we could, people are going to ask us.
In
I
a
think,
similar way
I think
to
people
go
are going to
on
have a
the-
hard time, my house is not far from this place. It sits on 3 acres. I do not spend $2,700 a year maintaining my property. It gets mowed, looks mostly okay all the time. I really don't understand why it costs the town probably 10 times what it costs an individual to maintain open space. That just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand it. That's my problem. It's not that it's not true, it's just that I don't understand it.
To the other point about what is the town infrastructure from a fire, police, education standpoint, those numbers, is that something that we can have Goldman and York work on in conjunction with
I'm sure you
Cooper
could.
Robertson, that they can share data and perhaps Goldman and York can get us those types
I'm
of
sure we could.
information? Because I think that is also integral to understanding how to go forward with this
I agree.
process.
I understand.
We will certainly look into measuring the ecological value, and if we have enough information to do that
Okay.
at this very high level planning study. And we talked about not even understanding the soil composition well enough. We're gonna look into it. We wanna give you numbers that you can have confidence in, and if we don't feel like that there's enough detail there to draw from, maybe we have to think about a different strategy.
I understand it and appreciate that. I just don't think it can be left out from consideration or discussion. And I just want to reiterate the point Maria just
It helps.
reiterated. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that when I was sidebarring here.
Oh, just that we should,
We need the cost of
perhaps we can have
services
Goldman and York
for homes.
support developing a cost in terms of the town services.
So our town services, though, no, not general town services.
Correct,
right?
our town
Yes.
services.
So working with Tony,
Specific to
obviously.
Well,
Woodbridge.
Goldman and York work specifically for us in that capacity, so that was my assumption that that would be specific to us.
Yeah, I just want to be careful that if we're bringing this to the public, we're not saying a typical town in Connecticut spends X on whatever. It's really got to be our
The information that was garnered was also garnered using our Public Works people's input, if I remember correctly, Tony.
I would only want to see information specific to our town, because that's what's going to matter for
I
the
agree.
decision for our town.
Costs our public works $900.
So another piece
No, that's not
that
how much we
I'm
currently spend.
wondering
No,
how it
that's not what I
fits
would
in
ask. If we start, what are we gonna do?
is
to
commercial
$900
development.
an acre?
Sorry.
It's going to be beautiful. It's gonna be
I'm sorry, yeah, we gotta have one
Let's have one-
conversation. Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
just
Betsy.
want to,
Go ahead, Andrea, your question again.
yeah, just commercial development, so and the key cost data points. How do we capture, or where, like, is that just captured in development land sale price? Or like if, like, let's say, and maybe because this is the first time I'm looking at all of this. Let's say the clubhouse area is a boutique hotel or whatever it may be.
Yep.
Where that, yes, there's a potential sale or maybe a lease, which is revenue generating, but also the difference in services rendered. There is a difference in commercial versus residential. So will that be reflected, or is that reflected?
It is
Okay.
reflected here, so the, their property tax is included in these revenue projections on the what-ifs, and also you can see where hospitality shows up in here. The property tax and the sale value are also represented in these numbers.
Can you please separate hospitality from high-density housing?
Separate.
Yes,
I
we
don't
can't-
understand
yeah.
why those are lumped together.
Well, it's also lumped together with town courts up above hospitality and town courts.
Well, these-
Right,
these
so,
are-
Oh,
Guys
we
are back
just
to
say
A
that-
prime, aren't you?
in
That's
order
exactly what
to-
I said for A prime.
Yeah. What?
Like, take these things out
Yeah.
and just
I mean-
isolate on the clubhouse site.
And that-
But I was
And
just
not-
saying
That's
I'm
what
trying to
two
bring about
is.
for the cost profile, to see
Right.
what that would be
The
on
two
its.
is
Right, so that's talking about one specific
Just the
use
clubhouse
there,
site.
though, right?
just-
Right,
So
and
what
if I
number
can just
two-
answer your question,
Yeah.
Which
the,
one?
the number two, I think it's going to answer everyone's
our
questions. In the option 2 scenario we have here, it does say housing. We have done the math for this as hospitality as well. It's very similar in terms of the net revenue over 10 years. And we can give you those numbers as well. And it in both cases, it's similar when we're including the other things that we're including on this list, which is the 17 acres of ecological restoration plus another 10 acres, an optional 5-acre lease for an orchard, and then the 12 acres that for the 30 townhomes is what would change in that calculus. Very similar in terms of the number.
But
And this is
probably
this is not yearly
similar.
revenue. This is revenue over 10 years.
Yes.
Correct.
Right. So the thing that would change there is what Andrea had pointed out previously, the town services, right? So boutique hotel doesn't have the same kind of services as 30 townhomes.
In
Not
the
the same.
sense that,
Not the same.
in the sense that you wouldn't be adding residents to the town. Correct.
I feel it's misleading to the process to only, I understand number one is nothing and just open space, but with the understanding that there's already some impervious surface that we do want to generate some revenue or you know, have talked about that benefit. Why is 2 showing houses and not hospitality, not commercial?
You have to think about the bento box again. At
But
the end of this project, really what you're thinking about endorsing is a 12-acre zone that could be used
So
for
then say it
commercial
as that.
development.
Why are you saying for 30?
Because you can't do
Because
market
so
analysis.
we can provide you with an illustrative
Wait,
analysis
But
of
it's
what
misleading to
Well,
just pick
no, it's
one.
it's
I don't think it's
absolutely accurate
misleading.
of
If
the
you'd like to
test-
see
It's
another
misleading
scenario,
the planning
then,
process.
then we provide another scenario. It's, what we're presenting here is not misleading. It's for what-if scenarios. There are countless other ones, and we're here today to discuss whether one of these four is what you would like us to study, or there's a different one. If your priority is for us to study hospitality on that site and nothing else on the property, we're here to receive that feedback today.
I thought that feedback was given already, but I guess I'll give it now. So
And I do think it's
consider it
also,
given.
I do think it's important to see all of these, because if you don't, even if you,
But we're
if
not.
you look at one and you're like, I would never want that, whatever that is. It's also important to know what the information is about that, because you should know what you're for or against collectively. So I think all information is helpful information. And it doesn't make the facts any less. You could decide not to like it for many reasons, and that's totally okay. That's what we're here to do. But I think the information helps us inform that decision. So we can continue to alter these plans and get more information. I think that's why we're here. But I think this information is helpful.
David, yes.
Yeah, Mike, I just wanted to ask what net cost, is that like total one-time cost for that remediation and stuff, or is that every year? Or is
Over
that
10 years. These are
over 10 years?
These
So,
are all
but
over
what's the
10
net
years.
revenue?
Over 10 years.
All of these are over 10 years?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
all right,
So
that helps me.
can I ask
Now I
one-
know what the number means. Thank you.
one more question. So scenario 2,
Yes.
let's say we're going to go with scenario 2, but it includes all of scenario 1. Is that right?
It does.
Yes.
Okay. What if we wanted it to stand alone so that we could compare it without, I'm back to my question about A prime, because you've got the improvements, trails, interpretive signage, nature center, et cetera, everything that's in one. But if you did not do that, you would not have that net negative cost that is built into the next number, correct?
Correct.
That's the feedback we're here to receive.
Okay, but is that correct? That
Yes.
That
You'd have been lower.
number 2 starts in a hole that number 1 dug. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All
so.
right. So if we
what
wanted to
said-
look at it in
and that's what-
isolation-
That's kind of
Yeah.
what we said as the baseline was that we were doing those 17 acres of ecological
That's that 923
restoration.
Yeah.
And that we were doing the remediation of the site. Now,
So,
understanding
I
you
love
could
all
get,
those
you could get a
things.
grant for that, and that cost would go away.
Well, it's
Yeah, yeah.
$2.8
Right.
million dollars, right?
Over 10
Over
years.
10 years.
Over 10 years.
Of which many of these improvements could be offset by grants and public funding.
So
Yeah.
but that's basically being subtracted from every scenario,
one of them,
right?
yes.
Correct.
So the $500,000 is after the
Net.
2.8
It's a
million,
net.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, that
I just don't,
clarification helpful.
Yeah. But if you didn't do some of those things,
Well, you
your
can't
net
not do
would
them
be higher.
if you're gonna
Well,
do
there's
it's
some
hard
you could
for
not
me
do.
to accept that
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
net
Nature center.
cost of open space
You can't just sell them.
relative
No.
to open space with 12 acres of homes, because the cost of services is omitted from this analysis, correct?
Well,
So
right, it's
this-
not part of our scope because we're looking at the physical plan. We
What do
can
you mean?
overlay that information when we receive it from the town and provide you with those numbers. But this is
I
a
don't
cost
think these
of
can
a
be
physical
seriously
plan.
considered without that information. Because it's inaccurate, financially speaking. Without integrating the cost of services, this is not an accurate comparison of one versus the other. Because one requires significantly less cost of services than the other.
And I think I take your point. Also outside of our scope is to calculate how much income tax you would receive from residents in those houses.
Well,
And additionally,
talked about-
we have some degree of understanding. Lucy Street doesn't cost us a lot in terms of services, in terms of fire, police, public works. Toll Brothers doesn't cost us a lot in terms of
we don't know
fire,
yet.
police, public works.
We don't know yet.
Probably
Well,
gonna
we
get
do.
a
We
lot.
had a winter and we didn't,
That's-
they did their own. They did their own. They do their own. That's what they're doing. So
But you're going to get higher than average calls for ambulances,
for
for
seniors,
older people.
but that doesn't include,
Mika-
number 2 doesn't include seniors.
Yeah, so can I ask a question about let's start at the beginning of 1, remediate contaminated areas. Everywhere or just the pieces that we're gonna continue to own? Did you do the whole
Number
one
one,
point something?
There are
million?
no areas that are suggested are sold in number one.
No, right, so, but you're remediating the entire 155 acres. You've got a
Remediating
cost
the-
built into that.
Remediating the contaminated areas.
Right, so that's a good chunk of the 2.8 million, right?
Only the contaminated areas. My computer
How many
just died.
acres is that?
Yeah, look at mine if you want.
Yeah, this is the first time
We-
mine's actually done.
We did not apply that number to the entire site.
Okay.
We broke out an acreage for the various areas.
Okay. So
It's very early in your investigation of what needs to be remediated, so,
yeah,
you know, there's some built-in uncertainty there at the moment.
yeah.
But
So for example, if we were looking at 1 and 2, right? So 2 incorporates everything in 1, right? So if I'm focusing on 1 right now, I'm incorporating everything from 1. Did we remediate the clubhouse that we are going to go sell?
If you don't, we would lower the purchase price.
Right.
And what we understand in today's market, you need to put a strong offer out there, which would include a clean site and a rezoned site. All of these, I'm sorry that
Okay.
the text in the upper left is so faded out. All of these assume rezoning has already occurred. That increases the value of the land. If we don't remediate and we don't rezone, that number will come down.
Okay. All right.
Moving
Which we can change in the model.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the assumption.
Moving forward, for the next 2 Board of Selectmen meetings where we have information to review and where you are soliciting information from us, is it possible to receive the information in advance of the meeting so that we have time to review it, process it, come up with
Maybe ask
questions and feedback? This process isn't working for me. It's just not.
You're suggesting, can you just be more
Time
clear about?
to review what you're asking for feedback on in advance
And to ask
of that in situ moment.
And then to ask questions and receive feedback before the meeting?
No, so that we can come prepared to the meeting with questions and feedback and have manage our time, I think, more efficiently. I think that'd be
Yeah.
to your best interest and to ours.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
yeah, I think in this case. we
And
had
I
a
don't mean like
pretty quick-
24 hours before the meeting. I mean like
Um,
the Friday before the meeting.
I'm not
or
sure we
the-
commit to that now. We can go back and look at the schedule. It really does depend on when we receive feedback on which one of these 4 to go forward with, if we're going to hold the May date.
Okay.
And because we need time to develop the cost estimates, develop the recommendations, and we'll lay out a little plan and then be able to commit to a date, but it would be irresponsible for me to do that now.
I understand,
So-
and I appreciate that response.
Can you tell us, so I understand that you're presenting here, you're answering some of our questions that come top of mind, then we have 5 days to get back to you, so by next Wednesday, we're getting you our total of our feedback on this.
By next Wednesday, we're asking that you provide direction on which of the what-if scenarios to pursue. If there are specific changes to one of the scenarios that you'd like us to incorporate, we'll do that.
So let me ask you this, though, because when we got to this crossroad in the past and we all said, okay, well, we'll just give you feedback by email, we're going to end up doing that again with this page, this what-if scenario page. What if we all disagree again? Or don't all agree with number 2?
I believe this is a point in the
But I have no idea what my fellow selectmen think about it, so I don't know what we're going to give you as feedback, so I'm
I believe this is a point in the process where we need one consolidated point of direction from the board.
So I feel like we should have another meeting where we discuss it. Because I don't think we're prepared to do it right at this moment. I don't think we can come to consensus and give them so they can walk away. And this idea of doing it over 5 days by email and not seeing each other's thinking is I feel as though I don't understand where you all are coming
It
from.
also lends itself to a longer discussion, as we were saying before, but, so to that end, I had already anticipated, I was looking at February 21st, I know it's not the Wednesday.
That would be great.
April,
February
I'm sorry.
21st.
I feel it's still, I'm still psychologically in February as well, so.
We're next
April
February.
21st.
We're next February.
I was looking at April 21st as a date. Now, keeping in mind, there's also I also need to schedule some time with our Open Communities attorneys, so that's something that has to be put on here at some point. We could do it at another time on top of that, but at any rate, I can check with them as far as that date is concerned, but that's a date that, from my perspective, could work if everybody is available that day.
What's the
We can
date?
do
Not the
something.
23rd?
Monday, the
Wednesday?
21st. Monday, the 21st.
Okay.
Monday,
Is
the
that-
21st is
I'm
what we're
good.
looking at.
That's,
The Woodbridge Board of Ed
I'll
in
be
this
here.
room?
That's a
no, it's fine, but
day.
it's far,
That's the Board of Ed
just in
meeting.
terms of time
Yeah,
and getting
me too,
them
yeah,
stuff.
this room.
The Woodbridge Board of Ed
Yeah,
meeting
no.
We
what-
could kick
is that night,
We could go over there.
and they use this room.
We could go to Beecher. It's nice of them.
We can work something out. We can work something out if that date works for everyone. Because I do feel it's something that everyone should be attending
In the evening?
in the evening.
I
That's,
may not be.
so hold on though, that's not within the 5 days.
That's not, yeah, it's not within.
That's not within the 5 days, so we're knocking your timeline back.
It would knock the timeline back for the May 14th.
Yeah.
I don't think we'd be able to pull around everything on that list if we didn't begin until after the 21st.
But trying to hit our May Board of Selectmen meeting will be complicated because we will have a long meeting.
Next week.
As we usually do.
Yes.
So maybe a special meeting in May, knocked back, whatever we've knocked back,
Next week's
10
break
days.
A later meeting, you mean, than our normal meeting?
How about
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What about Monday
Monday
the
the
14th? Or the 15th or the 16th?
I have to look at the right
It
calendar.
Is that
is.
spring break for the kids?
It's spring
It
break
is,
for
but
everyone.
what can we do? This is the timeline we're working with.
You guys can dial in from Florida, right?
I could also, what about a weekend? What about the weekend? I have a lot of Easter prep to do for the 30 Italians that are coming over my house the next weekend, but I can accommodate,
David, you good?
I mean,
talking about the 14th?
I feel
14 or
pretty good on
16?
any day.
14th?
Whichever works better for everyone.
Most of these days sound
either,
pretty good.
I'm open either.
14th, Maria?
14th.
14th is fine.
14th, Sheila?
That's this coming Monday?
It is a week from, yes, it's a few days away.
I'm
Okay.
good.
Yeah, we have to find a different location, maybe the conference room. There's zoning board of appeals meetings in this room that night,
Okay.
so. But just so you.
Actually, I think we can let them know they need to find a different meeting. So,
Oh, that's the
that's fine.
zoning board of appeals,
that's
yeah,
not
okay.
TPZ.
No, it's not the assessment board of appeals that
Yep.
needs the 3 rooms. Okay, yeah. I will let them know.
Are we setting a time?
We want
Or-
to say 5 o'clock again?
I can do that.
All right.
Hey,
I'll check with
that's all
the
I call
attorneys and
accomplishments,
let you know about that as well. This will be the only item on the agenda unless we have to do an executive session for that.
And then we have until Wednesday.
And then we have
To get
until
the
Wednesday to
feedback.
provide information, and we're still on schedule.
Is there more we should review tonight?
Can,
We're basically.
I just have a question about this preparation of May 14 meeting materials,
Right.
survey update. Can you just explain, you mean we'll be getting a survey update at that time? Or
No,
you need
we'll
fee-
update the survey results for the 14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so really the only ask for us is number 1 here.
That's correct.
With direction on which what-if scenario to pursue,
So-
even if it's not reflected on here.
Right, yeah, yes, I want to clarify. If you decide on a different scenario than the 4 that are shown here, that's completely fine. And we have kind of cost profiles broken out by area on the previous slide, so. And if you require other numbers broken out, just let
Yeah,
us know.
I guess that's my question is, would we have updated dollar amounts
Buddy, can you
by
work with-
Monday? Probably not.
For,
I don't think
for
so.
public services?
Yeah, I don't think we would, but we can.
But that's what
We
they
can,
would give us.
yeah, we
in
can
the-
ask for, the concepts that we want.
Okay.
And I think to all the points that we've brought up, what the detailed cost estimate includes, or the stuff that our comments have been getting at. But they include town services.
I mean, we are relying on
Sure.
other, town consultants for that. We just want to make that clear.
Right.
Yeah.
And
We've
so
had that number
we'll
before,
facilitate that, but we can't control the timing.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? So the name of that slide is What If Scenarios.
Yeah.
This is actually the scenario you're going to map and finalize.
Are you pointing, sorry, are you
No.
referring to this? You're back on this
This,
one?
yeah.
Okay.
So I think I understand our task when we meet on Monday is to give you which of these scenarios we want to be the final plan.
And as Betsy said, if none of these really fit the bill, just be very detailed in describing
Right.
how you're changing one of them.
Right.
Or combining.
So we
the
can
two.
be creative with it, but in the end, we've got one option that
That's
we
correct.
need to
Right.
come to consensus on.
That's correct.
Right, but if you came together and said, we want to look at option 2, but we don't want housing, we want hospitality.
Right.
Perfectly
And remember-
fine, we move forward with that, and we can, if you want us to provide a number for that prior to Monday, we can give you that. It will be based on the same assumptions. It won't include the town services numbers, but we can provide a number for that scenario.
On the May 14th, we will look at that plan, and you'll have a chance to comment on it and make adjustments to it before it's developed into the final master plan document. So you'll be able to see it all together, see the cost profile for it, see the phasing strategies for it.
So this is a real decision point because
Yes,
we'll be
very.
saying goodbye to some of these other options.
Well, not really. We're going to be asking for more details on an option.
No,
We're not deciding.
No, I
on
mean, if we pick two, then we're not going to see developed housing along Ansonia Road that's in 3 and 4, for example.
We're
Just an example.
We're getting more information about only one plan, but that doesn't eliminate any possible decisions we might make in the future about what to do with the property.
Correct.
We can't get a detailed economic or financial evaluation of every scenario, so we're just asking for one. That's where we're not going to on Monday decide that other possibilities for the property are not possible. We are going to get
We're not-
our consultants to
Well,
provide.
we kind of have to. We have
We're
to.
not, it's not a contract to start to do what's here. It's,
Right.
that's not what it
It's
is.
just a land use
It's,
plan.
yes, so we can,
Yeah,
we
but the
can,
plan won't, if, let's say we went with 2, just for argument's sake, then the plan that we end up with at the end of this process will not have costs or maps that show housing on Ansonia.
Right, so
right?
this is our opportunity
So
to
this
investigate
is
what
a
we want
real
to get
decision
this-
point. And I'm glad we're gonna have a
Understanding
meeting
that
for it,
it's
so.
not a contract. It do-
Correct.
of
It's just-
course, having a plan doesn't limit us legally to only sticking to the plan, but to Sheila's
Yeah.
point, it is,
It will be the
it
plan.
is.
it'll be it'll be the
the
option
plan.
that we get
No.
the most data about. That's
Right.
really
Yeah.
what it is.
It's not deciding on a plan.
It's not-
It's asking for more information about a scenario.
And then and then they come back in May with that information, then we give more feedback, then in June, we're deciding on that plan.
That's it, in June.
Yeah, so
We don't-
it is a big, I think.
I'm not
I
saying
think
it's
Sheila was
small.
just saying
No, it's
this is
not
like a
small.
big,
Yeah,
step
I'm not
in
trying to
the
minimize it. What I'm trying to say, because I think there gets to be confusion in the public that one of these is the plan
This
that's
is what
going to
we're gonna
happen,
do.
and that's not the case.
Right.
We are
It's-
gaining
yeah.
information about options so that we can be thoughtful about what to do.
Well, one
But,
option.
but ideally, you have
Well,
a
sure.
plan that you
Yes.
choose.
Yes,
that-
of course.
She's
That
trying
you
to
But it-
get
feel
us
you
to
can
action.
But it
implement.
doesn't
I mean,
mean-
just because you'd rather have that plan and be able to move forward with it.
Sure.
Than say, well, that was an interesting study, but now we wish.
The other
Yeah.
piece of this, if I remember correctly, is how do we get there? How do we, so you have to have something to get to in order to determine how you get there, so
Yeah.
to speak, some means by which
It's a justification, and
Right.
it's a reflection of the community's desires and interest, and your judgments about what's best for the community.
Right.
The decisions that are going to have permanent and lasting impacts will be rezonings, putting pieces of the land
For
out
sale.
for sale if you choose to do so. But those are the things. But all of this is providing justification and the rationale for getting there.
And to Steve's point, the big thing is, I know for certain because people have approached me, and it's like, so you want to build whatever scenario C is, and this is what you're going to do, and it's like, no, we're going to get information to determine what's involved with doing that particular option, so as to be able to be in a position to say whether this is a good thing or this is not a good thing. Do you want more money? Do you want more land? That type of thing there.
But
So
we would need that right now if we were going to evaluate those things. Otherwise, we're going to pick one of these plans that may or may not include that.
we have it
And
to
we
a certain
won't-
extent.
Right, yeah, we have what we have tonight. We'll meet on Monday, and we'll pick one of these options, and that's what people will see as in our document, in our final plan. Through all the work that you've done on the project will come to that plan, not the other plans, but the plan we pick.
So that I can sleep tonight.
You're gonna try to say it.
The net revenue that we're looking at for these are all 10-year things.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they all assume that we have restoration and remediation involved as well.
Substantial-
But not the actual cost that may accrue to having people living on this property, like whatever that may be, from the town's perspective.
That's correct.
But it does have the realistic cost of some of the things. But just so that when we start talking about this on Monday, we're not all asking the same questions with the different assumption.
Right, so what's in all of these cost profiles is the cost
Capital
to the
cost.
capital cost, the physical land
Yeah.
costs associated with doing all of these things. So anything that's not being done to the land or built on the land is not included here. And then profit made off of that capital investment is included. So the remediation and restoration, that's a big number in all of these, which you could scale back on in all of these, meaning the one that is a cost would be less if you did less, and your revenue would increase pretty significantly if you scaled back on the restoration. We needed to kind of break this down into some scenarios where you could grasp kind of orders of magnitude, because that's where we are. These are really rough orders of magnitude, but that you could say, okay, in comparison, it would cost us a certain amount more to do nothing than to sell, a piece of this property. There are obviously other costs to the town that are not in these numbers.
Additionally, there's possibly grants available for restoration and remediation
Yes,
projects over the
absolutely.
course of, so
Right.
that could offset as well.
And let's not
Right.
underestimate volunteerism for these
Yeah.
types of things. I just have a process question. Preparation of May 14 meeting materials. If a month before that, we're telling you the scenario to flesh out, help me to understand the value of a survey update, or shouldn't the detailed cost estimate would be specific of the scenario we're having you.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The refined site plan would be specific to that scenario. Phasing plan of how to roll it out, should we move forward with it after the fact. So I guess the survey update, is that necessary at that point? What's the point of the survey if it, I just feel like we're putting the
Well,
chicken.
we still have a chance to
Tweak
refine
things?
that plan between number 2 and number 3 here.
Okay. Okay.
So
Well,
What we've seen in
To
these
that
sur-
end, can we ask people, once we get to the May 14th meeting, could we put out another survey with that plan out there? Because we'll have that material by then, and then take that input into that last meeting.
That's a good
Because
question.
I've wanted people to understand what the cost trade-offs are.
I think you'd have to look at, if you wanted the survey to be out there for a week or two, I think we'd have to look at pushing back the June meeting too.
All right, so there's something to talk about on the 14th, maybe,
Yeah.
or not the 14th, this coming,
Yeah, that's the 14th.
April 14th,
Yeah.
all right.
2 14ths on
All
our
right,
agenda.
good.
It's like in 4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, very soon.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask you one last question on that, number 2? So, yeah, absolutely, last question. Is it absolutely out of the question that we could sell the clubhouse as is for like $1 because it needs to be remediated, so we don't have to remediate it?
No, that's not out of the question at all.
Okay, so if we meet on Monday and we talk a little bit more about this and we want to know what that would be,
Right.
you would be able to develop something.
To, I'm sorry, could you read, to know
Sell the
what would be?
clubhouse as is, sell the
For what
12
would-
acres that contains the former clubhouse as is, without remediating it, with the thought in mind that whoever buys it will be doing either remediation or rehabilitation,
Well,
if it's
the
possible.
cost is $33,000 an acre, so you would just remove 12 times 33 from your revenue.
That's what you're using now, okay. That
And
was the
that's
last
that's in
question?
the first page.
Okay.
Not gonna ask any more
That's in
questions.
the first page.
Thank you.
Mike and team, Betsy, thank you. You guys are incredibly
Thank you.
patient. Thank you very much back there. I almost feel like I want to ask questions to you guys, just so you don't feel like you sat through. So thank you all.
This is the
Thank
last
you very
job like
much.
this you'll ever take.
They're learning a lot.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is Tony's financial report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Didn't even get it on. Can't even turn on a light switch. That must be technologically challenged.
You can start, Tony, please.
You wait, Cody.
Is it past 9:30? I'm getting my second wind. So I have the March report through March of 2025 is a year-end surplus of just under $400,000. That would leave our year-end fund balance to decrease about a little over $400,000, and we'd be at about 14.86% of our annual expenses. Annual interest income, I've pulled that back a little bit, but our rates are still have maintained the last couple weeks, so we have not seen a dip in our returns as of yet. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Charge for on the other hand, we may make an adjustment to our budget for next year, based on where we had our budget. So we have to keep an eye on that. For charge for services, that's increased the deficit here, a little over $200,000. We've got the same as last month, which is our building permit fees. Probably about $90,000 deficit. I think there's probably some timing issues with the new development and when we thought they were going to come, and they'll probably come in the next few months. So I think it's part of more of a timing issue, really. Transfer station fees, a deficit of about $70,000, again, is for changes that we thought we were going to make during the budget last year that we did not. So that has resulted in the deficit there. The last item is a rental income that we will no longer be getting from the child center at the center building is $42,656. So those are the three major items in charge for services. That's another impact on the budget next year as well. The center building, I wanted to just highlight that you'll see later on in your funding request, that deficit, it's $151,500. That's for testing, cleanup, abatement, and professional services as a result of the asbestos issue at the center building and in the police department. So there's, like I said, we can go over that in a little more detail later on in the meeting. The Building official is a surplus of about $14,000. Waste management, probably a surplus of about $35,000. We've seen some surpluses in MSW and recycling. Amity Regional School District is showing a surplus of $352,000, which was reduced from our March payment. And finally, there's a small surplus in benefits of about $20,000. Those are the major highlights for the month.
Thank you.
Okay.
Funding requests?
Yeah, let me get that. I should have that ready. Give me 1 second here.
Cable Advisory Council grant. Nice.
Okay, the first item is transfer number 2425-31. That's for $10,151, and that is to use a cable advisory grant for technology upgrade in the Selectmen's conference room. That would include a display, video conferencing, and associated wiring for that room.
Make the motion to make the transfer as stated. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the full thing, if that's all right, since you've described the line item number.
Second.
Any questions? I'll just make a comment just to make sure everyone understands that's the conference room near my office as opposed to here.
So that'll allow for not only private, but boards and commissions can meet there, and they'll have access to screen and the video conferencing features as well.
Nice.
Surprised we didn't do that during COVID, when we had
Right.
a perfectly good reason to
Right.
do it, and sat here for 2 years.
Mika, you're okay with that? Share, your office is
No,
shares
that's
the
fine.
door.
It's,
Okay.
yeah, it's good. All in favor? Thank you.
The next item is 2425-32 for $20,000, $20,050, and that's to request for the relocation of the fire department equipment at the former firehouse to a temporary location until the storage and training facility is completed. This is for rental through June 30th, and equipment and necessary moving costs associated with it.
I'll make the motion to approve the funding request as described.
Second.
Questions?
Yeah, I have. I understand rental, necessary moving costs?
So there's going to be some moving costs associated with. There's some equipment that the fire department needs to have in the facility because the space is a lot smaller. So they need some like shelving and stuff to put in the items in there, and then they have to move the equipment.
They need shelving in where?
In their temporary storage location.
So the storage location needs to have something built in it.
They have to. It's storage. It's shelving that they're going to then move into this facility.
Oh, they're going to take the shelving and move it when they move in there.
Right.
Okay.
But that's part of that budget cost.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's no moving cost. Right?
Well, there's going to be some moving cost at to move some of the equipment that the fire department can't move.
Fire department do that?
Well, they're going to move a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed that they were because they are big, strong guys who like to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I move whenever I. Okay.
I have a question about timing. Do we think June is going to be enough time?
No, there's going to be costs in the budget request for next year to cover the remaining time. I'm not quite sure how much that is going to be yet based on the construction and the timeline. We should have more information on that in the next couple weeks.
It is very much tied to some of the challenges we had as it relates to the storage building, and we need to get the things taken care
Yeah,
of.
fair enough.
And we're doing this just to get ready for the renovation.
Correct.
Which
you can't charge it off to that project.
So
if there's not enough,
we don't have a lot of contingency in that project.
Right.
So this is another $20,000 that our taxpayers are going to pay as a result of that project.
As a result of which project?
Of the
Keep them on
community center.
It's more as a result of the storage facility, but Yes, because of the delays
Well, the
in
delay,
terms of the storage
The
facilities.
delays, right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very specifically because of that.
Because of the
But we'll
delay.
lose more,
So
yeah.
that
We'll
the-
cost more to not do
The
it.
contractor's mess up has cost us.
Yes,
That's correct.
that is
money.
correct.
That's correct.
Um,
And we have a deadline on the other project.
I know that.
Right, yeah.
Has there been any change to the estimates of doing the community center? Any change to the cost?
No, we have a
Not
contract, we have a contractor under contract, and there has been no mention of additional costs as a result of the delay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor? Motion, you're good. Motion carries.
Not really. I'm not that in favor, but I'm getting less in favor.
voted yes.
The next is line item transfer 2425-33 for $3,000. This is a request, is to transfer the donated funds from the Woodbridge, the Beth Wood Baseball League, excuse me, to the Parks Department budget to be used for overtime costs and the rental of portalets for the baseball season. This is an annual donation that the league donates to the town for those costs.
I'll make a motion to approve the line item transfer as described.
Second.
The only comment I'll make is, again, it is something that they do annually, and certainly they don't have to do it annually, and, because we do maintain those fields. So again, I'd like to thank Bethwood Baseball for doing this. Any other comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
Finally, line item transfer number 2425-34 is for $151,500. This is for the transfer for expenses associated with the asbestos in the center building. This includes all testing, the environmental consultant, cleanup and abatement, and the services of a healthcare professional to help with reporting and documentation and oversight of the project. This is not all of the costs associated with it, but these are the costs we've identified so far.
I'll make a motion to approve the line item transfer as described.
Second.
And Tony, that's coming from the surplus essentially from the.
From the school, correct, yeah. And
And again, as
just to sort of go over this, I mean, there's an agenda item on later on the agenda to do this, but
We
it kind of
can-
makes sense to do it now.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So there are basically 5 items on here. First, it was the environmental professional that we originally hired to do the testing, and then the testing associated with that. So those are the first 2 items on that list. There's a spreadsheet attached here. Then we contracted with a licensed contractor, and that licensed contractor, through the state contracting pricing, is responsible for and has done cleanup in the senior center. It's done cleanup in the police department in the affected areas. Has has begun abatement in the police department, and has done a number of items there. There's still a few more to do there. And this price also includes abatement for 4 or 5 items in the center building that we know of that are asbestos that will be abated as well. So
does not include areas on the second floor, or
Does not.
that level where the child center is, doesn't include that area in
Right.
terms of doing anything along those lines, so we do anticipate additional asbestos. This also is for the report we're getting.
it's for the
done,
report from the Yale health professional.
But also the report.
In the report, so the Fuss and O'Neill we hired as our environmental consultant, and they will perform doing all the state required reporting, as well as an operations and maintenance manual. And in the operations and maintenance manual, they will identify the additional areas of asbestos that are in the building and ways to address it. For instance, if you have a hole in the ceiling and there's asbestos in that hole above in the ceiling, and there's a hole, and so it's sort of coming down into the space, you could remediate the asbestos and spend money to take it out, or you can cover it with a piece of plywood. I mean, that's sort of, those are the options you'll have available to you. And so we'll identify different strategies to, in some cases, low-cost strategies to address the asbestos without having to spend a lot of money. That's part of her responsibility.
In addressing it to the point where the professional it says it's adequate and it's appropriate and it's
From a
what we need
health
to do.
concern standpoint.
And more importantly, we have it all documented so that there's a
And that's-
report that says where it is. So if in the future somebody has to, I don't know, go into the ceiling for some reason, they'll know that it's there.
And that's an important element because OSHA was called in on the site, and OSHA did do a report, and where they tagged us is specifically because we don't have the type of report we're getting developed right now.
Right.
We didn't have, and our people hadn't been trained on how to deal with it in case they do need to do work where there might be asbestos and things of that nature. So they basically rated it as serious because anything that's not okay is serious. And but they did also fine us about $560 along those lines. And what we need to do is we just need to get the report, we need to get the training, we need to get those things done, which is all in progress. And it was all in progress before we even got the reports back from them saying that we needed to do it.
Our timeline is to have the operations and maintenance manual completed by the end of the month, and probably the end of the month or the first week in May it should be available.
We did apply for a grant to see if we can do some work over there, so we're waiting to see if we get anything from that grant perspective before we take a step toward any additional work.
For the child center, we had before this all happened, ironically, we applied for a grant to abate the child center area, and so we're waiting
on
to
that.
see.
And the employee training will be done on May 14th.
Thank you.
Do we expect that the move of the child center is temporary?
No.
It's permanent?
Yes.
As far as
our space is concerned.
Right. So
Correct. And there's still some work going on with them in the parents as relates to the materials that, the stuff that they have in there at this point. So we still have to care for that as well.
Two quick related questions. Is this report and documentation that we're getting from Fuss and O'Neill going to be helpful in the building renovation process that we may be getting back on track at some point in the future, or does it have a shelf life and it expires?
No, it's a report that definitely would be helpful for that. It would identify where the
Right.
asbestos is, and we would have a better idea once we have to do those renovations.
Right, and I'm sure we had thought of that in the scope.
Yeah, and this is
5 phases that Dwight had.
Right.
Okay.
And this is the type of report that we would update from time to time.
Okay, so my second question is, should we have one for this building?
We should. That's actually next time. That's interesting you brought that up, because while we were doing that building, I said, well, we might as well do all of our other buildings, but the library, the public works facility, they're all new.
Yeah.
So this is the only one that will
This is
require
the one,
one.
when you started talking about the hole in the ceiling,
Right.
I do remember that one leaking, so.
So yeah, this will be next on the list.
That's why we're over here.
Yeah,
The
I
other
did
thing
wanna
to
look.
mention is that the healthcare professional that we did bring in, the occupational healthcare perspective, was brought in working with the parents specifically, because they wanted somebody who would be kind of a neutral party, if you will. So, anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. And we can take care of that line item. I think that's pretty much the update as well. Bid waiver request?
Make a motion to forego the bid process and utilize McGovern MHQ Inc. for the purchase of a new police vehicle. I figured we could do the motion and the second, then discussion, if that's all right.
Second?
Just.
Discussion?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, you second?
Oh, you second.
Andrea seconded it.
Great, thank you.
Is this
We
because
can
we're going
discuss.
through the state contract?
Correct.
Yeah, right,
it's-
so that's what this is.
It's not a funding issue, it's just because we're using
Right.
state contract.
Okay,
What was
thank
the
you.
crash that got this off?
I'm just gonna get water. Are we voting? I guess I should wait.
Yeah. I don't know, Allison might know a little bit about it, but I don't know.
I know that if I never talk about that totaled police vehicle again, I will be thrilled. I don't know the specifics of what happened.
Is this the
I
chief?
don't know the accident report, but I do know that, it was totaled, the insurance, we are getting insurance.
We are, yep.
Payment for it, which will go towards the purchasing it, and I don't know the story though. It's been a lot of paperwork. I'll get you the gossip for next time, okay? I know that.
Any additional comments, questions?
Everyone was okay, though?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, no, there was no fatality, there were no everyone's okay.
Oh, he's hurt? Okay, that's good.
Okay, all in favor? That includes Andrea.
Just put your hand in. I did. I raised my
All right. The town sidewalk update?
So,
Town center sidewalk update?
Yep, we've engaged with a contractor to perform the work on the town sidewalk. Just to refresh your memory, it's a concrete sidewalk from Amity to the Meeting House Lane intersection. And then it's a stamped concrete sidewalk from that intersection down around the front of the library and connecting to the concrete sidewalk here. So it'll sort of complete that area there. And the little section in front.
And to the high
Bricks
school,
are.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's gonna be new light poles out here with
banners. Or with
ability
banner.
to put banners on them, should you decide to do that.
Oh, that's
I
what
think
Mika's
we've,
contract.
I'm so excited about that, Mika. I think we talked about this months and
We
months
did.
ago, maybe a year ago, but the light for the light posts.
Right.
Will they be
There's a-
limited, or are they going to be like the ones they put at
No,
the
there's-
end of
there's-
Amity High
I
School
believe
that are
there's-
blinding?
I believe we're working on that now. I could certainly make that suggestion.
Please, because
I think we did it.
the
I
light
did it
once, yeah, I'll
pollution
follow up on it.
of the light
Yeah.
posts added near the back of Amity High is notable.
Yeah, I think they're cut off lighting and they're not.
Yeah, they're supposed to have.
That's
Designer,
excellent.
I remember you bringing it up with
Yeah.
them and
Yeah.
mentioned replacing.
But I'm
so that
happy
they're all
to,
gonna be unison.
confirm that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm happy to remind them.
Please,
Yeah.
because once they're, it's hard to go backwards.
So the construction is going to start on Monday, the 16th,
Of
which is
April?
soon as
Of June.
Of June, as soon as the school is out, because it's going to be sort of in a bad traffic area. And 60 days, it should be done by August 14th.
And it is going to affect traffic because
There'll
it
be
will be
affect traffic.
road work that's required.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good time to
Yep.
do it.
and that's the
Traffic-wise.
reason it's been this long. It wasn't, it's specifically because we had to wait until school was out.
Correct. Right.
How will it affect the concerts on the green?
Shouldn't at all.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
no.
June to August, you said.
Yeah, but they will be working at that time.
Okay,
They would, yeah, I think they stopped working at 5.
okay.
And they,
There'd just be giant
Good
we
point.
have,
across the road.
we have in our ordinance, I think, also about outdoor lighting, the guidelines for pointing down.
Oh, do we?
We do?
So
believe in
why, so
We
is
had
there
something on there,
cause to
yes.
address
Well,
Amity's?
TPC
Obviously, I don't know.
specifically, so
There's-
Andrea, TPC specifically reviewed Amity's.
Oh, the Amity Lighting was
And
a
they
whole
meet the specs?
series of meetings.
Well,
That's
then,
what they said.
we might need to be a little harsher in what standards we,
So that's.
Yeah,
in
I
the
mean, you
zoning
can look,
regulations.
we
Okay.
can look in the
Okay.
zoning, it's its own heading, outdoor lighting. And others have brought it up in public comment before, specifically to this, I think, when we
Yeah,
brought it
the
up.
Amity project had.
And we talked about the sidewalk, so it is something we need to, that any project where there's outdoor lighting happening needs to conform to our zoning, and protecting our skies,
Yeah.
dark skies, so.
but I'm a little disappointed that the ones
Well,
at Amity adhere to those standards because.
I wonder if if they adhere to them, or did they get an exception? I mean, I could see, I could see a
I
school
see.
property getting,
No, they went with the zoning regs.
they did, oh,
I mean,
interesting.
Look it up yourself, so I'm not.
Well,
Yeah, I would.
so sometimes there's meeting a standard, and then there's sometimes, meeting the intent of, and I could see at
The
a school in
concern
ball fields,
was
there might be
brought
different needs
forward.
for parking than there are on a sidewalk
So
or
the
a
concern
path.
you're
There's
bringing
no action
forward was
necessary on
brought
this,
to
correct?
No, that was just an FYI.
All right.
'Cause
There's
it's been a
no
while
action
since we
necessary on this,
discussed it.
and
I
we'll
don't know
take
what
note.
happened to
She,
All right,
Tony will
thank
check on that. Next item on the agenda is CCW master plan update. Couldn't resist.
Let's do it.
So, replay. Personnel committee update?
Yeah, I'll take a stab, if that's okay, unless
Please.
you want to. Tony, I'll defer to you at one point.
Okay.
But chime in, anybody.
Okay.
So we met on the 28th of March to discuss two agenda items, human services and animal control. I'll start with human services. A position was, a candidate was selected for a previously approved position at Human Services. This is the center coordinator position. Human Services received 90 resumes, which they narrowed down to 8. Interviewed 4. and had 2 rounds of interviews. They selected Gardner. I had it in my handwritten notes, Tammy Gardner.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, Tammy Gardner.
Okay. And Tammy, through that interview process, possessed great skills, relevant skills, and experience for this position. And the Director of Human Services felt very confident in this selection. And we deferred really to her judgment. So I don't have an official start date on that position. Tony, I'm not sure if you do.
So
or if it matters.
I don't either, but I think she was going to give quite a few weeks. I want to say it was June 1st.
So did I.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
I don't know if it's appropriate to provide the wage. I mean, it's
It is, because we'll make a motion to
okay.
approve
It's
that.
public information, so the rate, we voted unanimously to hire Tammy Gardner for the position of center coordinator at $21.46 per hour. But please consider the 2.5 contracted increase that begins July 1. So that 21.46 does not include that. Additionally, relevant to human services, personnel committee voted unanimously to recommend to you all that we increase the salary of senior center director by $5,500, which would bring it to $63,393 annually. This would be retroactive to July 1. Is that right, Tony?
2024.
2024. The
Right.
meeting minutes of
2024,
2025.
not
just
2025.
FYI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll fix those down quick and improve, yeah, thank you. I'll switch those up.
And just for point of clarification, Tammy Gardner is going to start May 1st.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I think I misspoke. We didn't unanimously approve that she move hired. We unanimously approved, we presented to the board to consider moving forward with it. But back to increasing salary of the senior center director. There was a big discussion on this and how to do it, but this was ostensibly to bring her up to more of the standard relevant to other municipalities with similar population sizes and services associated to human services, and to reflect the extra work that she has very diligently and generously put forth since July 1.
Yeah, the retroactive piece is for that
Yes.
purpose, is to reflect the extra work that she had to put in this whole year.
Anything else, Tony or Sheila or Mika?
That's good.
No, that's good.
No, I think it covers it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chrissy is just, she's a worker. And this really kind of puts her on par. I think it would be devastating to human services to lose someone like that. And this is a means by which we can make sure we keep her.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Mika, because I do think it's important for the public to understand the value of retaining high-quality staff.
Yes.
And the cost of losing them.
And there's
Well said.
tangible results.
Well said,
There's
yes.
tangible results associated with the work she's been doing, because we've
Yeah.
really been increasing the programming and the number of people who participate. So it's very indicative of what's happening there, so.
Yeah, and they're a very excellent reputation in the community as well. We've heard that, so we want to recognize it.
So if it's all right,
Do we make a motion?
yeah, I'll make
Yeah.
a motion to approve the hire of Tammy Gardner for the position of center coordinator at $21.46 per hour.
Second.
Any additional questions? All in favor? Thank you.
And I'll make the motion to approve the request to increase the salary of senior center director by $5,500 to $63,393 annually, retroactive to July 1, 2024.
Second.
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries. does that cover it?
Yeah, I don't know if we wanted to talk about the second agenda item on the personnel committee with animal control or not. There's no vote associated with that.
We can just make sure everyone understands. I think we brought it up before, but please.
Well, maybe, Mika, do you want to address this? Because
Certainly.
it is a little...
Just to try to summarize. Animal control was what had been for a long time part of the police department, which is the case in a lot of municipalities, most municipalities, I would say. However, there was a change made just over 10 years ago, I think it was, and animal control was not part of the police department. It had been operating on its own. Since the director, the person who was the supervisor or the chief there at the time, since she was retired, we have folks who have been there for a while but haven't been there a significant amount of time. We felt it was very important in terms of the way they were operating, from a safety perspective, from an organizational perspective, from a tracking perspective, that we put them back under the police department to allow a better tracking and safety type of a process. We're very fortunate in that we have the Deputy Chief Ron Smith had been the ACO person for the Hampden Police Department, so he's got a significant amount of experience in it. Not to mention the fact that he's a passionate pet lover. And the chief, we're bringing more responsibility on them at a time where they're short-staffed. So there is some concern about making this move at this point in time. I feel strongly enough in talking to Tony and talking to Karen, and based on some of the things that have occurred recently, we feel strongly enough that even though they're understaffed right now, it's the appropriate place to happen. We need to make it happen, so we're kind of gradually going through it. And we're, in full disclosure, we hadn't really talked to the police commission about this. At the time we were talking to animal control and to the police department. So we did bring on the police commission. They did, and they weighed in on it as well, and they're going to get involved now. They're going to help by setting up a task force where they can assist and look to see what we can do in terms of facilitating this. So facilitating the process and making it more operational and give them an added ability to actually get things done that need to get done. So it is something that we're looking to have happen. There has been conversation in regards to compensating the two leadership positions in particular, and considerate of the additional expertise that they have. We haven't defined that specifically as yet, and so the personnel committee has still got to review that. And once that's taken care of, I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that. Yeah. And then, and also if the police commission has any recommendations from that perspective, which could be personnel, it could be providing some contracted assistance for them in terms of what they do. That'll obviously be brought to the Board of Selectmen as well for consideration. So those are the plans we're looking to their credit, to the Chief Capiello and Deputy Chief Smith's credit. They're starting the work. They are really moving forward on this, and it is, in my opinion, very much a credit to their conscientiousness, because they realize that it's the right thing to do. But even though they are right now very, very short-staffed
and not yet being compensated.
And
for
not
that
yet being
additional
compensated,
work.
exactly right. So, yes.
I just support your comments about the chief and the police department. Think that they're really stand up. Just wondering, we're a town of, obviously people love pets. We've got a dog park over there that pretty much proves it, and a lot of volunteers.
Yeah.
Can we do something to get volunteer help and perhaps help with the funding of some of the services over there through volunteerism and through donations?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are many towns that do a lot of that.
Part of the activities that Deputy Chief Smith has already started is specifically the Brantford the Brantford Animal Control is looked on as a kind of a standard, a gold standard in our area in terms of. So he's already working with the person over there, the supervisor director over there, on specifically donation processes and policies and volunteer processes and policies. We have had volunteers participate here in the past. I think once we get this thing going and it's operational, we'll leverage that even more so than we have. And we also do need, one of the other things that was lacking is a firm, if you will, donation policy.
Yeah.
So people know, a communicated one that's out there so people know exactly what can be done and how to do it. And we are already getting volunteers, and the Jess, who's the supervisor down there now, is kind of coordinating that in terms of different, bringing in different materials that we need, but we just want to formalize things. So there's work being done on that, David.
Great. Well, I know people love the library, and so the library has a lot of friends.
Yes.
I think people love pets too.
I think we can grow this, and it's true. They're very passionate, very passionate. So.
Thanks, Mika. That was a good recap.
Yeah, there's, and thank you to the police department for what they're doing. Next item on the agenda is the appointments, unless there's any other questions in regard to the center building, but I think we explained everything there was there. So.
I had a quick question. I thought the center building update was more about the renovation thing. Obviously, it's not. It's more
about the asbestos.
Yeah.
No, this is it.
But I wondered if we will be getting a recommendation either from the center building committee or if it's going to spin off into a police department building committee or siting committee, or what's our planning around that?
Tony's been, come on, Tony.
Yeah, I could say that we put some seed money in the budget to sort of restart the process with a police department, building committee. Yeah.
And to that end, what I'll say is, in terms of what we just talked about, and my accolades to the police department is, they are in desperate need of a better space. Period. End of story. They really just need a better space. So that is something that we need to look long and hard as a board with regards to that. And that's one of the things, the seed money that we put in is specifically to take a look at that and see what we can do about that. So we may start, Sheila, to your point, with Dwight prior to July in terms of starting Dwight and team to start having those conversations and see what we can do to prepare so that we can kind of hit the street running once we have the funding available to go ahead and do it.
So the existing center building committee could be charged with, I guess, maybe update their charge to say you're also going to handle this project.
Correct.
Not to say, though, that the center building itself is completely off the radar.
Not at all.
So the committee, that one committee would handle both projects and maybe could talk to us about phasing of the two of them, because as you move one out, et cetera.
Yes.
I'm just cognizant of the fact that obviously that's going to cost money, and it is somewhere in our 6-year plan, and we'll be in the next year of our 6-year plan before we know it here.
As much.
Yeah. And I do like the idea, and I know ordinance obviously has stuff on their plate right now, but the idea of that master building committee or the municipal standing building committee that could coordinate multiple projects.
One of the other considerations we're looking at as far as that's concerned is possibility of actually, rather than having a full committee from a building perspective, assigning a building committee officer or building officer, volunteer position, that somebody who can then be engaged in the different projects that are going on and kind of keep an umbrella look at everything that's happening so as to identify different economies of scale and things of that nature. And so
kind of
that's
function as that municipal building coordinator.
Exactly. So we still have the committees that we do the way we've been doing it, but this individual will actually go from committee to committee and be engaged in that type of activity. So that's the other option we're looking at, and that's something that we can probably get started very, very quickly. And so we're looking to do that. We may look, and that would be more of an appointment type of a situation, and we move forward. But I'll keep you posted as we develop on that.
Okay. I know that when we get to our next strategic planning committee meeting, which we did have one, it's not on our agenda at all, but I'm going to give you a quick update. So we did have a meeting of the strategic plan committee. Our plan is for at the next meeting to really take a look and see if we can go through the existing plan that we started last June, that we all approved last June, to get it ready for another look in June. So nothing until June. And this
I
is
do
part of
think
it.
that whether it's strategic planning or just the board planning in general, that our building projects tend to not be lined up in any predictable order. So it results in things like the police department sort of going to the back of the line multiple times over as something burns down so that it has to be put up, and some other emergency emerges at some facility that has more more local support than what the police department gets, and that's one of the reasons that it's been so
Hasn't
long.
been done.
And it's just a matter of the board not really saying, well, this is the order it ought to be done in, because we should know that and not let things jump the line.
That's what our planning
It's
documents
a
were.
priority from my perspective, David, personally, so I'll make sure that it's on the agenda and it's given the time that we need to give it in order for us to start considering and evaluating the options to come to some conclusion. But yes, it's been a long time, and they need a better space than they have.
Yeah,
And it goes beyond just functionally and operationally in terms of what they're doing. It goes into recruiting and getting new people, and people
Sure.
feeling good about where they're working and
Morale.
retaining, and the morale of the people who are there. And it's time.
Sure.
It's time.
And they're kind of just the poster
Now,
child for what happens at other areas, because we do need to maintain all of our buildings, and we do need to pay attention to the needs, irrespective of what we feel most important might come up, whether it's whatever it is.
to that end, I'd like the board to remember, again, timing is everything. And again, with the police department, it's coming at a time where we're doing the feature building renovation. So those are two big ticket items. So we have to remember, to your point, we have to remember and prioritize appropriately, and not overlook again, if you will. So and I'll try to be committed to making sure that doesn't happen.
Right, so our strategic planning document can just be a framework that we can refer to when we agree to it again in June, whatever we agree to, the police department can say, okay, now I see it here, I see where it is ordered in that list. It'll help.
Sounds good. Next item on the agenda is appointments. First one we have. Yep,
Do you
please.
want to discuss our?
Sure.
I'll make a motion to appoint Aaron Hoffman from TPZ alternate to fill the vacant TPZ term expiring December 31st, 2027.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Discussion?
Is that
This is from Yoni needing to step off of the board. Yoni Zamir stepped off because he became a judge. So
Okay.
this is moving our alternate in to fill that space for the remainder of the term.
And which will mean we will have to,
We'll need to fill the
Nominate-
vacancy on the alternate side.
Correct.
correct?
But
Correct.
for the
And
moment,
what does the term go to?
2027,
Okay.
so
The
December.
same
So it's
as his term
filling the
was.
remainder of
Yeah, I
Yoni's
just
term.
couldn't remember.
So he's currently served as the alternate and been seated at various meetings as alternates are. So we're moving him to a regular, and at a future meeting, we'll need to deal with vacancies, of which there will be actually 2 vacancies. So there's currently 1 alternate vacancy, so we will need to.
and we need one for minimum representation. So,
I would be curious moving forward with TPZ. So I understand Hoffman has been serving as an alternate, has experience, certainly with Woodbridge TPZ. The resume is pretty robust in housing project oversight, planning, etc., which is certainly relevant, of course, to TPZ. I also feel having some diversity of experience on TPZ outside of housing is valuable.
have the opportunity
As for an alternate.
for an alternate,
Yeah.
correct?
I just encourage everyone to explore opportunities for diversity in experience on such a critical, especially on all boards and commissions. So I would have liked to have filled this seat with someone that brings something a little bit different, because I do feel like this experience is currently represented on TPZ through other members. And I understand why he's being put forth as the current alternate, you know, and the experience. So that's just my discussion point.
Appreciate it. Any other thoughts? All in favor? Motion carries. And the next one is for Zoning Board of Appeals. And in this case, I'm not sure.
Cynthia Gibbons?
Correct. Do I have a motion for nomination?
Yeah, so moved. Is that good enough?
That is. That is.
Second.
Maria? Any?
Did she resign from TPC?
She did. She did. That's the opening, that's the other opening that's on the
Is that in
alternate side.
resignations?
It might be in one.
It was,
That was a while ago.
it was, yeah, it was
That was a
several
while. She-
months ago,
yeah, there was a
maybe,
resignation
Sheila?
and she did, it was on, yeah.
Got it.
So. Any other comments, questions?
I'm sorry, she's filling a vacancy on ZBA. Is it her own vacancy she's filling?
She's actually filling Chris Dickerson.
Chris
The
Dickerson.
idea was they were
Who
going
also
to
resigned.
swap.
Trying to
Yeah,
keep
they,
track of this.
they,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
They were going,
They were,
they
Oh,
did.
they were,
going.
yeah,
They're
but now
not.
it's.
They're not now, but
Okay,
Correct.
okay, but she still is
Going to ZBA.
going, hoping to go to ZBA.
Yes.
And then that makes ZBA fully
they're
appointed?
still.
I think
Or is
there's
there
still
an
one
opening?
more.
I think there's an alternate?
CBA,
No,
Board of
are there
Appeals. No,
alternates on
there-
ZBA?
Yeah.
There are.
Yeah.
There are
I
alternates, and
think
there is an
there's an
opening, I believe it's
alternate.
there's actually two,
Two.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think
Two,
you're right.
At least two.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Ms.
derail
Waters,
us.
Cynthia, is it Cynthia Waters?
Yeah.
No, Cynthia Waters?
Celia Waters.
Celia Waters.
Yeah.
Celia Waters and Alden Haynes.
Oh, Hines, yeah. Mhm.
Alden Hines, excuse me.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
No,
Let's go
you're
back to our vote.
any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. All right. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Wait,
Oh.
we have TPZ
Alternate.
Dr.
Dr. Wisniew's
Wisnia.
name is on our,
It's
his
in our
resume
packet.
is in our packet.
Is
Okay.
that, are we okay
Can't vote him
to,
onto-
because there
we can't
was,
vote him onto zoning because he hasn't resigned from TPZ, I'm sorry, ZBA.
ZBA.
So that's specific in our ordinance or our charter, I'm not sure, I think it's the ordinance. He can't be on both at the same time, so he must resign on one before he's appointed to the other.
Before, or can he resign at the point? at
Yes,
the-
we have to have town clerk resignation. He's got to resign to the town clerk as a matter of process, unless, Nick, and you can find a
Okay.
loophole there or something along those
Can we
lines.
make it contingent?
yeah,
Can
could
we make a contingent appointment?
I don't know.
Contingent upon his
Resignation.
acceptance of the resignation by the town clerk?
Or upon resignation?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I mean, it'll have to come back if it doesn't happen, obviously, but.
Sure. Yeah, can't be sworn in.
Well, I would
until
like
it
to
does.
nominate Dr. Wisnia for the TPZ alternate contingent upon his resignation with the town clerk for his position on ZBA.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Comments?
Can you speak to his, I mean, I saw his resume, which is he's an
Yeah.
ophthalmologist.
Well, he's been on the zoning board of appeals since, or for 9 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's 2017, I think. And he has gone to all the seminars that the state gives on these issues. He's really educated himself in this area of specialties. He's been incredibly diligent about becoming knowledgeable in this particular field, and I think because of that, he's both a consistent performer, as being there. You know, he makes sure he's at the meetings. He's not a no-show, and also a valuable asset. So I think he would serve well as a TPZ alternate.
Can I noted, this wasn't in his record, but I noted there was a previous issue that he had with TPZ. Well, so
I'm not familiar.
there, it seems that he had appealed a zoning decision against him. There was a court case about it. So I don't know if that's been considered, this is old, but I just, when I looked him up, this is what I saw,
He does own a lot of land in our town, which
Right.
is another reason that qualifies him, because he knows a lot about the effect of zoning on
Sure.
all kinds of things.
So this looks like this goes back 20 years. I don't know. Some people were around, maybe do know, but it looks like there was, a request to take these lots that he owns and subdivide them, and it was not approved, and it went to appeal to the courts. So, I don't know how that played out. I don't know what the
He didn't.
Part of the system.
well
Yeah,
sure.
I guess it was adjudicated.
I don't know if you had discussed it. I mean, you guys have
No,
brought
I
it forward.
haven't, I'm
I
not
haven't talked
familiar with
that
that,
So-
Steve. I can't really speak to that.
So it seems like there was both a case that involved town planning and zoning as well as inland wetlands.
Do you feel like that?
Well, he's currently serving on ZBA, right? So-
Yeah.
I
If
don't-
anything, I feel like that process might help him serve.
It very well may. I
Yeah.
just, I don't know if what the issues were. I looked it up, I pulled it up, I read it.
From-
You all are bringing it forward.
Yeah.
So,
Does everyone feel you've had enough time to look at and consider this? Because I know there's been some comments in the past about bringing these too quickly.
Understood. I just know that he was vetted through the nominating process of of the commission and, or the town committee.
Town committee.
And, I think he's very well known in the community.
I know.
Inexperienced and relevant, maybe not through his profession, but through his public service.
Sure.
Certainly has valuable experience, exposure, and as Dave said, is really committed to the service. So I feel confident that he would serve well in this
He was
position.
also elected to that other position, which is town service.
And he's filling a Republican vacancy.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
He fills a Republican seat. We feel that he's a very qualified candidate. If you want to put it off, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think it'll change our minds, anybody's mind.
I don't have a problem with the I just,
I think
I got to look at the resume, I
That's
pulled
a
up
good thing.
information, I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask.
Due diligence.
Figured.
Yeah, thanks. For-
Yeah, TPZ's probably going to want to have all the people they can have on there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Trial by fire. Any additional comments, questions? Take a vote, all in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda now is a consent agenda. Are there any?
Wait, I'm so sorry. I don't think we modified that motion.
Yes, we did.
We did. Did we formally?
Motion was contingent upon.
Motion was
Okay,
contingent.
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. I know
Yes.
we talked about it. Didn't know
Yep.
if it was formal. Thank you.
Consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Anything needs to be removed? Any comments, questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I know.
Meeting
It's like,
adjourned.
listen, maybe we should.